the end of the season or sometime before the start of the next season, every team in the NBA selects in order of worst record. So Indiana, Sacramento, Utah, whoever's in the worst teams, start picking, and you pick a team from next year, and that's your lottery team. And you can't pick yourself. That's genius. You got no reason to lose, and you're hoping somebody else does. So everybody's playing to win, and we're going to find out who's got the worst team. I thought it was a fabulous idea.
There's a lot of smart people out there. Some of the Pelicans' recent trades, if we ignore those, there's a lot of smart people out there, and they will immediately look for loopholes. So if you've got you're Danny Ainge, you got a buddy in Boston you hired. Hey, dude, I'll take care of you 1 year. You take care of me another year. Come on, they'll find a loophole like that because they'll work that. They're smart.
You're talking conspiracy, and that's certainly possible. But you were talking to the world's foremost believer in no conspiracies, because conspiracies will get uncovered. Nobody keeps their mouth shut. All the people, all the people say we never went to the moon or that Kennedy's still alive or any of that stuff. My granddaughter's softball coach was having dinner the other night, and she said, I'm a conspiracy theorist. She said, I tell my daughter in history class, don't believe anything they say. And I wanted to say, what's the motivation? People can't keep their mouth shut. So I think Boston and Danny Ainge could come up with something like that. But, man, I don't know that the risk is worth the reward, because you find it out, and if you got a good commissioner, everybody can decide whether the NBA does or not on your own. But if you got a good commissioner, then you just pop them the way he's popped Donald Sterling and Glenn Taylor in Minnesota, and hopefully the Clippers here soon, and whoever else has tried to circumvent the system.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I had a professor when I was going to Arizona State, and I don't remember a thing about the class, but I remember he insisted that there was no landing on the moon. The two things I remembered from this professor is there was no landing in the moon. It was actually somewhere in northern Arizona. And also he taught me that the word embargo spelled backwards is what, DJ?
Oh, grab me.
Yeah, he told me that embargo spelled backwards was oh, grab me. Those are the only two things that I remember from that entire class. I think that if you want to, sports to me is nothing more, nothing less than a TV show, right? And it's entertainment. You want to have entertainment instead of that boring lottery show that they have just for a few select losers. Have it in May, and you do the lottery 1 through 30, 1 through 32, whatever it is, where they settle on. And every year it's brand new, and they just pull it out of a hat every year. That would be, you want an entertainment show? That would be incredible.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. You're right about that. It comes down to this, guys, in all seriousness. If you incentivize losing, people are going to lose. So why would any solution incentivize losing? Just can't, it's a problem. People say it hadn't happened in the NFL or the MLB. It actually has. It does happen in both on a very small basis, right?
Yeah.
I mean, people in the NFL, teams shut down the last 4 or 5 weeks when they realize they stink. And in the MLB, we've seen that's how the Astros.
That's what the Astros did, yeah.
Yeah. So, but
how did the Royals do it?
It's there's not any Victor Wembanyama's in the MLB. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit dicey to try, but people do it. So, I don't know. It's also a solution in search of a problem, because, you guys are a great test case. Let me ask you, one of the people of Utah and the people of Salt Lake City, how do they feel about tanking? The fans, do they hate it, or do they say, hey, you know what, this is what we need to do?
The craziest thing is to go to a game and sit in the arena and watch people cheering wildly for victory, and the team scores and takes a 1-point lead with 5 minutes to go and they're going nuts, and you look at Twitter in a timeout and people are cursing the team. It's amazing, Barry. It's like Moses parting the sea, man. It's unreal.
Are the television networks outraged at tanking? No, they're outraged at load management. They don't like it when Shai Gilgeous-Alexander skips a Thunder Spurs game. They don't like it if Luka skips a Lakers-Celtics game. But what do they care if the Pacers or the Jazz or the Kings tank, or, if the Nets don't play their best three players? They don't even know who the Nets' best three players are. So what do they care? The networks don't care. And I think the fans, in some ways, don't care. Now, if you're in an extended tank, 5-6 years, everybody's tired of that. But I just don't know that it's the most serious problem we've got. I think the load management's a lot bigger problem for the league than tanking.
Yeah, I agree. They're cousins, though, because the teams that are tanking learned that load management is works to their benefit. So they're kind of cousins in that regard. But what matters to TV is the top third of the league. It doesn't matter if it's NBA, NFL, Major League Baseball. Tell me about the Packers. Tell me about the Cowboys. Tell me about the Yankees, the Lakers, the Dodgers. They care about the top third of the league.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the NBA is built on stars individually, and by definition, the tanking teams don't have stars, or else they wouldn't be tanking.
Well, they're trying to get stars.
Right, they're trying to get stars, and one person, one player can make a difference. We're all just, everyone around here is just hoping that somehow luck strikes Salt Lake City and they're the last team standing, and they get somebody who actually likes living in Utah as a teenager, and that's this DeBonsa kid. I'm sure you've heard of him over there playing for the Cougars. His family's out here now. They're all over the place. You see them. They're hiking in the mountains. The AJ DeBonsa, the women's team, is in the WBIT, and they play today, actually. And their last home game was last week. And there's DeBonsa at the game. You know how the players will go around the first row of the lower bowl, giving high fives and hugging the young ladies. The guy has bought in to Utah unlike anything we've ever seen from someone who's outside. So if they can score that, we just had Steve Cleveland on, who former coach at BYU and Fresno State, and he joins us, and he said if they can get DeBonsa, it would be the best thing that ever happened to the Jazz. Can you imagine that?
Well, I'm skeptical of that statement, but I hope it's true. I hope he does go to – well, actually, I don't. Selfishly, it's about time some of the East teams started winning these massive lotteries, right? I mean, the world would look a lot different if Charlotte had gotten Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah, but you don't want a conspiracy. And when LeBron was coming out, guess who got the number one pick?
Yeah, man, yeah. I don't believe in conspiracies.
Explain it.
Well, I don't think the league would have sent LeBron to Cleveland. The networks don't care about Cleveland. They'd have wanted. I can't remember who was the lottery order in 2005. Who knows? But I think it'd be great if DeBonsa went to Utah. That would be fabulous. I was pulling for the Cougars. Golly, the injury to Saunders just talk about bad luck. The Cougars lose JT Toppin at Tech and Saunders on back. I think it's back-to-back nights in February. That's two Final Four contenders, and they're both they don't get very far.
Right.
And then Jefferson with Iowa State.
Yeah.
They go to the Sweet 16 without him, and just, what a great year for the Big 12, but just didn't really materialize outside of Arizona, in part because of bad luck injuries.
And Luka Doncic was drafted by Atlanta and traded. Even if you get him to start, they're just going to give him away. There's no fix.
That was up. Now, listen, Atlanta did that because their owner wanted Trae Young, who went to high school about 1.2 miles from my house. And I covered his dad in college. Rayford Young played at Texas Tech. And my brother has coached Trey's little brother in AAU basketball. So I'm all in on the Young family.
And now he's with a team that's tanking in Washington.
But that was idiotic. I mean, that was an owner that really needs his credentials revoked because, you know, I'm no scout. I don't care about draft prospects, any of that stuff. I don't. It takes about 11 seconds to figure out Luka Doncic is going to be a better pro than Trae Young. And for the Hawks, that was just dereliction of duty is what that was.
Before we let you go, how stunning was the story of Kyle Whittingham out at Utah and in at Michigan?
Well, I got to be honest with you guys. That's what. When I opened this show by saying you guys can't stay out of scandal, that's what I was talking about.
I know that's what you were talking about. I knew it.
But here's the deal. It does not shine a good light on the University of Utah's business practices, because most times when you lose a great coach to a big-time school, that big-time school ends up paying you a nominal fee, right? $4 million, $3 million, $5 million, whatever great buyout the agent worked out. Utah lost to Kyle Whittingham and had to pay $13 million.
I know.
I mean, this is like
my taxes.
This is like this is like the Red Sox owner paying the Yankees to take Babe Ruth off his hands. So, I don't.
Kyle Whittingham, the Babe.
I don't claim to be an expert on the Utes. Maybe it was time for Whittingham to go. I don't know, but it just seems like didn't cost you anything except a great coach, a great rush end, and $13 million. So, the good news is there is, and of course it'll also cost you your offensive coordinator. Now, the good news is Kyle did have the humanity to go to a school that has a quarterback in place that they got no interest in replacing. So our man Dampier can stay in Salt Lake.
Right.
But that's the consolation prize, and it's not a bad one. Could be worse, I suppose.
Yeah, Utah State just lost their basketball coach, and at least they got paid $3.9 million.
Well, there you go. Yeah, boy, he's a good coach. Were you all at the game, or did you watch it on TV? Utah State in the NCAA tournament. I thought Stan Van Gundy gave about the best endorsement of a coach the whole game long. He kept saying, "This guy's great on inbounds plays," and about 4 seconds later, Utah State would run a great inbounds play, and it just kept happening. And I think by the end of that game, everybody in America knew that Calhoun was a heck of a coach.
He is. He's really good. Yeah, I agree. I've been so impressed with him all year.
He's really good in a lot of things. He's good with them defensively, good on the inbounds. He's a really good recruiter. He's a really good fundraiser. He's really good with the media. He comes on our show. He seems like the total package. And I think Cincinnati ought to be really excited.
Well, they need one because they hadn't been doing well in hoops.
Yeah, right. Yeah. All right, Barry, we'll leave it right there. We appreciate it. Thanks for joining us as always. And when we get another whiff of scandal around here, we'll call you so you can enjoy it.
That'll be fantastic. See you later.
Okay, thanks, Barry. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Everything you missed in this show, next.
Whirls around and down.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Did you know your baby might need their first dental visit sooner than you think? Did you know your baby should visit the dentist after their first tooth appears or by their first birthday? Keep your family healthy. Your smile matters. Babies can get cavities as soon as they have teeth. Bad bacteria can be transferred to a baby's mouth through unwashed spoons or pacifiers. Pacifiers dipped in sugar or sweetened drinks can also cause cavities. Prevention begins by using a small, soft toothbrush and a little fluoride toothpaste. Grain of rice size ages 1 to 2 and a pea size ages 3 to 6. Practice with your baby before their first dental exam. A dental professional can give you the best advice to keep your baby healthy and smiling. If you don't have a dentist, visit yoursmileutah.org for more information on community dental services. This message brought to you by Utah Oral Health Coalition, Utah Dental Association, University of Utah School of Dentistry, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, and other Utah health partners. Remember, a healthy smile means a healthier life.
Your smile matters.
President Dallin H. Oaks.
I have wanted to do what my Heavenly Father wanted me to do.
A beloved father and grandfather.
My dad raised me to be a strong woman.
Led by principle and intelligence.
Smartest and the most powerful person I know.
With a tremendous capacity for faith.
What matters most to him is what the Lord wants.
A journey from childhood to prophet of the world. President Dallin H. Oaks, defender of faith and freedom, Sunday at noon on KSL 5 and on our KSL Plus app.
The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 354, is looking for telecommunication technicians and fiber splicers to fill immediate job openings. Technicians work with network cabling and fiber optics to build communication networks and infrastructure. Come to our job fair on Thursday, April 9th and 23rd from 4 to 7 p.m. at the Utah Electrical Training Alliance in West Jordan, 7466 South Redwood Road. The IBEW is offering an amazing job opportunity. Enjoy a competitive wage, paid holidays, and employer-paid health care and retirements. Learn more at our job fair on Thursday, April 9th and 23rd from 4 to 7 p.m. at the Utah Electrical Training Alliance in West Jordan, 7466 South Redwood Road. Meet the contractors and tour the training center. Do you want to become a telecom technician? Apply for the 3-year telecom apprenticeship. Get paid while you learn. Invest in yourself. Join the IBEW. Learn more at IBEW354.org.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days, steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup, shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Weekend beaten by Denver and Phoenix. The Jazz have now lost 5 in a row, but Elijah Harkless said the young guys are learning and getting better.
It's great. Everybody's been together. 10 days been great. 2 ways been great. Leaders been great. I think we, building in the right direction.
Jazz are back in action tonight against the Cleveland Cavaliers at the Delta Center. Tip-off at 7, pregame at 6 on the Zone. This Jazz update brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Slacker Red Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 801-210-6800 or visit their website at trajanwealth.com. Well, the big news this morning, local news, PK. Utah State has a new basketball coach, Ben Jacobson from Northern Iowa. He's a guy who's had a lot of stability in his career. He's been head coach there for 20 years. He's an assistant under Greg Dermott for 5 years before that. No buyout. According to some of the clips that we've seen from his contract that have been posted on social media, and elite defense, top 25 in the country, number 1 in the league. Took him to the NCAA Tournament 5 times, had a couple 30-win seasons, had him in the Sweet 16 one time. A lot of success, pretty stable guy, but he is making the move to Logan at the age of 55. Maybe he'll bring some of that stability with him. 6 coaches in 10 years. I think Aggie fans are ready for some stability.
Yeah, I don't care about the buyout. I care about the buy-in.
Oh, now you're talking.
And he'll have it at the start. We'll see how it goes. I mean, you never have any idea how these things are going to work. I mean, you can assume this or that, and that's all it is. But, you look at the qualifications on paper, makes sense. It'd be interesting to see why you wanted to leave. You could have been an institution there, but you were capped. You had that great Sweet 16. I think if Northern Iowa wants to go to the Sweet 16, they need to have me watching the game in person, because when they went to the Sweet 16, I was there.
You were there.
Yeah.
You were there. Where were you?
Oklahoma City. The Cougars were playing there.
Okay.
And so I think that was Jimmer's junior year. And so the Sweet 16 I was there. So maybe.
Like you always say, when big things happen in Northern Iowa, PK is there.
Well, maybe if they go to the Sweet 16 here, I'll be covering it too. It's plausible.
No, it's not. Scotty will be there. He won't fly you too.
Yeah, but he's got work to do. He's not a reporter. He's just going to give you the party line. I'll be digging for the dirt. I mean, I got Pablo Mastrioni telling there's PK digging for the dirt. He literally said that. On the air. So we'll see how that happens. But it looks like it's good. It's qualified. It's somebody that will bring potentially stability. You never really know, because who's to say something Iowa opens up next year. And, he's got roots in that state, right? And he wants to go back. Who knows? And you can't go into a hire worrying about, well, when's this person going to leave? You got to go with the Chris Hill mindset that if they leave for another job, that meant they did well while they were here. You're going to tell me, they shouldn't have hired Urban Meyer because he was going to leave for another job?
No, had to hire Urban Meyer.
Yeah.
Genius move. 2 years, move on, get another guy.
Right.
And it's like if they get hired away, it means you're winning big and you caught somebody's attention.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing. We grew up on continuity. Right? You were following the Dodgers, one of the 4 or 5 or 15 National League teams you have ties to. I was following the Dodgers, and they only had 2 managers my whole life. And I thought, well, that's how winners do it. They won. And then I came to Utah and Lavelle Edwards, all this continuity. Jerry Sloan, all this continuity. Just keep going down the list. But in this era of college basketball, where you have to remake the team every year, guys taking off for the pros, sometimes guys not even leaving for the NBA. Trent Plaisted left to go play in Europe at BYU one year. Guys are taking off. Guys are now in the transfer portal. You got to rebuild the team every year anyway. Maybe continuity in this era of college basketball has been devalued big time, because we got a decade now, 6 coaches in 10 years, but they've now gone to the NCAA tournament 6 times in 8 years. And they've won twice when they'd only won once in the previous 40 years.
Well, continuity is important, but success is more important than continuity.
Yeah, there you go. And they're having the success without the continuity.
Right. So maybe if they have it, they can have more success. Right?
Maybe he'll come in and do back-to-back Sweet 16s, right? Who knows?
Sure. Yeah,
and it will be interesting. You can see, looking at the history, there's a website you go to, you look at a school's entire history. And in the Stu Morrill Big West WAC era, Utah State got in the tournament and they were routinely seeded between 11 and 15. Now, in this era in the Mountain West, they were routinely seeded between 8 and 11, and they won a couple times. In another league, when they don't have Air Force and San Jose State dragging down all their analytics, and when they have Gonzaga boosting analytics in a way they haven't had before, is there a chance they're going to get 5 and 6 seeds? And that
I think the potential is there.
Plausible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Gonzaga is going to pump up your net, whatever that spiel is. I always call it RPI, but I guess that's not what it is. To me, it's all the same.
The net rating.
Yeah, to me, it's still RPI. We can call it whatever you want.
It's
like
1A, Ken Palm's
1A and 1 AA. They changed it all, and I refuse to accept those changes. That it'll increase, and then maybe you need to go play somebody on just one home basis. You don't get the return game, or find a way to get into the tournament here, or not the tournament. These tournaments that they have.
The tournament they need to get into is the one in Vegas, and that needs to be when he comes in. Between he and the athletic director, they need to figure this out. That Vegas spiel where they're paying the NIL money, they're supposed to be increasing that to 24 or 32 teams or something. Get into that thing. They're not going to have 32 teams all from the SEC into Big Ten. They're not going to invite. They're going to bring in some other schools. And Utah State can put butts in seats. They'll put fans in there.
I think if you love Scotty as much as you say you do, they need to get into the Maui one.
That one doesn't pay. That one costs money.
I don't care.
They need more NIL for their players. Okay, I like Maui as the backup plan. They're not going to want you in Vegas every year.
I covered it 3 times. That is worth going to.
Yeah. Before it doesn't happen anymore. Hurry up and go. All right, well, that's the big story. The other story, of course, the Final Four. That was an incredible rally from UConn, a tremendous collapse from Duke. The cool thing is so many Duke people made mistakes that they can all take some of the blame and share the load together. Caden Boozer had the last turnover, but on the split screen, you can see his coach pointing, telling him to pass the ball. The coach didn't know to dribble out the clock. So why is the kid supposed to know? And Cameron Boozer had a turnover before that. And the Evans kid they had to take out because he airballed a 3-footer and then fell down dribbling the ball. So they took him out. There were mistakes all over the course, but man, UConn's defense, that was next level that whole second half. Gave themselves a chance to get back in that game.
I think what it shows is the Final Four is UConn territory.
Oh, I see what you did there. UConn territory. Very nice.
Yeah.
Gold Rush jokes. Let's go. Arizona, Michigan is the game. The undercard is UConn, Illinois. But, hey, the winner of that game will have a puncher's chance. You never know. You never, ever know.
I want to see Michigan in a close game win and then shoot to the football coach like they were doing with Sarkisian in Texas and have him pumping his fists and high-fiving people as this diehard Michigan basketball fan.
Let's go, Kyle.
Yeah, I want him. He spoke about, obviously they always speak at the basketball game because they get hired during basketball season. That's predictable.
Right.
But now be there, right there, living the dream, the lifelong dream to experience your love for Michigan basketball. Jay Hill will be there, Gennaro Guilford, everybody, man. They've been through the struggle with Michigan. Now it's time to reap the rewards.
They've been through the struggle. I just wonder how many Final Fours Kyle has to go to. If you go to men's basketball, that's in Indy, right?
It is this year, yeah.
Yeah. Then and the Michigan women are in regional final tonight, does he have to go to Phoenix for that? And if he's there, should just hop on over to Vegas where the Michigan hockey team is in the Frozen Four?
No. He's got spring ball. you got to take care of your most important thing. No, you go to the men. It's a shorter trip. The Michigan women ain't going to win. I already told you who's going to be.
No.
The
big dogs, it's UCLA. It's UCLA versus UConn.
Yeah, so stay local. Short trip, relatively speaking. Get down to Indianapolis, and maybe while you're there, pick up a recruit or two, and
how about a transfer? Go down to Bloomington, get yourself a transfer from Indiana.
That's what I mean.
Players.
Yeah. Well, everybody's got good players. The reality is everybody has them. You just don't have enough if you don't have a great team. But we've seen players come from losing situations to go to another team, and they're really good, and then they end up winning. So, yeah, Purdue has just sucked in football. I'm sure they've got good players, some of them.
Yeah. Well, Mendoza was at Cal, and they were just trying to get bowl eligible.
Yeah.
That's a special going on there.
Right.
Then goes to Indiana, and they're undefeated. The Utah Jazz, that was a clutch loss. They did everything they could. They made all the wrong decisions for all the right reasons, or they made the right decisions for the wrong reason. I don't know what it was, but they benched a bunch of guys in the fourth quarter when it looked like they might beat Denver. And that Washington game you pointed out, that was spectacular. The number of guys who were suddenly sick, needed to be rested, were injured. The tank, they're fully committed to it.
That was the best example of tanking, getting destroyed by Washington of all teams, which had been on a 16-game losing streak.
Yeah.
I do have a question. Is it Chandler Kennedy or Kennedy Chandler? Which one is that?
No. What are we talking about?
Kennedy Chandler.
The guy on the Jazz. Are they just the latest 10-dayer? It's Kennedy Chandler? Okay. He has a fan now in my sister.
Why is that?
Because, and thanks to Madeline and Locke of the Jazz, shout out to Madeline and Locke, my sister and her guy went to the game Saturday in Phoenix. And it was like, I'm going to the Eagles concert at the Sphere, and we're probably 20 miles out, maybe 10 miles out of Vegas. My wife's driving, I'm sleeping. The phone rings, and it's Locke. Hey, I got 2 tickets. Does your sister want to go? Yeah, I'll get in touch with her. Hello? Patrick. Yeah. Hello? You want to go to the game? Yeah! and so I just gave her Locke's number, and so I didn't have to
figure it out.
Yeah, right. Because no need to go for you people are college educated people. My sister has her doctorate, right? So you can figure this puppy out.
Me.
Yeah. So then she texts me, "We're here," and I text her from the Sphere. So am I. And and then she texts me later that she sat next to, is it Kennedy Chandler or Chandler Kennedy, Yuck?
It's going to be Kennedy Chandler.
She sat sitting next to Kennedy Chandler, Kennedy Chandler's cousin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So she got to know all about Kennedy Chandler. And there's no doubt at this time in our lives that for once, she knows more about a Jazz player than I do.
She's got the lowdown.
Yes.
For 10 days. Yay. Okay.
And last week we were joking. Riley sat in on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and he kept saying, Riley Jensen I'm speaking of, he kept saying that he was on a 3-day contract because we were talking about all the 10-dayers for the Jazz.
I'll give him one more day. Take care of Riley with another 1-day contract.
Yeah, he can't do Tuesdays, but yeah.
I hate it when that happens.
So that was we had fun with that. But yeah, man, I'm now I'm in the 80 to 85% range that they keep to pick.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm in the 99.4 because I think there's legitimately a 0.6% chance that they could lose it while finishing with the 5th worst record.
Right. So that's why I can't go there because the fates
but you're
could,
at 85.
the fates
I'm
could
at 99.4.
conspire against them.
In Tankathon 2026, a big game, the Kings-Nets game, and the Nets are stuck on 19 wins. And I think the Kings are on 18 now. So neither one of them are getting to 21, and the Jazz are on 21. But the Mavericks won, so that group of teams with the Grizzlies and the Pelicans, they're all at 24, 25.
I understand.
So the Jazz are going to have the 5th worst record.
Plus, they have a fairly difficult schedule in the remaining, was it 7 or 6
Yeah, I've
games?
enjoyed the race to the bottom as much as anyone possibly could, but I'm over it. You know, you were over it a while ago. I'm really over it.
And the great thing about it, you know, I know that the NBA put forth tanking proposals for starting next season. Well, I don't care anymore.
The Jazz aren't going to be part of that.
Right. So it's irrelevant to me. Who the heck cares? If you're not tanking,
Yeah.
Who cares? And let the other teams tank, because when you play them, you stand a better chance to get a win that you may need to get into the playoff, or you may need to get a better seed in the playoff, right? So once the last game, once 82, the buzzer sounds on 82, I no longer give a crap about tanking.
Tanking is somebody else's problem at that point.
Right, because they're not going to tank for conceivably another 10 years after this season, after it's over. I really believe that.
Could be. It'll be 3 for sure.
Yeah.
And then we'll see.
So I'll have no concern. And so I looked at that tanking stuff, and I thought, I don't need to worry about this anymore. It doesn't matter. It doesn't pertain to the Jazz. And I'm paid to talk about the Jazz.
And by the next time the Jazz tank, there's a decent chance whatever these rules are will have been changed, because they seem to get changed about every 5 years.
And there's even a better chance I'll be pushing up daisies.
There it is. PK just killed himself again. Unbelievable. All right.
Or planting daisies, maybe.
Okay, there you go. Now you're talking. A little gardening in your retirement years.
Yeah, you're supposed to do that,
right? You're more likely to be doing the Caddyshack scene where you're outside the clubhouse, 180 yards. He's got about an 8-iron. Boom, taking the head off the daisies. That's you.
Right, but I mean, I'll have my membership at Riviera, but that will only be 4 hours a day. So I'll still have to be I'll be in the gardening.
You're not gonna play 36 only 18.
No, it hurt the back.
He's gonna be Mammoth O'Curry. He's gonna need a second country club, so when the first country club is closed, he can still go to the club and play golf.
Okay, I'll go to. I have to decide between the one Rolling Hills or the one in Palos Verdes, because there's 2 on the hill there.
DJ and PK, when we come back, your feedback next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
Whirls around and down.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take your golf game to the next level. Introducing the Rev Tour, a new competitive league for amateur golfers of all skill levels. It's fair, competitive, flighted league play built for everyone who loves the game. Starting with leagues in northern and southern Utah. Then local regionals advance to Las Vegas for 2026 to punch your ticket to the Nationals. All regional winners will be able to play at Pebble Beach with deep discounts. Sign up now at golfrevtour.com and get $50 off April using promo code REV1280. Golfrevtour.com, promo code REV1280. Breaking news just announced. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown has no interest for up to 84 months on 4 brand new 2026 Nissans. 2026 Rogue, Frontier, Pathfinder, and Murano. 4 new models, 0 interest, up to 84 months at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Less than perfect credit or more than your current car's worth with no interest up to 84 months. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown can solve your problem. You don't need perfect credit to qualify, and no money down is also an option. Save thousands in low monthly payments. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, home of the forever warranty. Financing OAC. See dealer for details.
Hey, have you seen the Johnson's house lately?
Yeah, new siding, new windows, even the gutters look amazing.
Right? I walked past 3 times yesterday.
You don't even live on this street.
I know, but their house looks that good.
When your siding, windows, gutters, and decking look great, people notice. That's what RGS Exteriors does.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110. 801-280-3110.
Doug Wright here with Monty at Connecticut Quality Water Systems of Salt Lake, an authorized independent dealer.
Monty, give it to me straight. Why is Connecticut the premium choice over those standard electric softeners?
Doug, it comes down to this. Do you want an appliance you have to babysit? Standard water softeners have microprocessors and computers that need setting and adjustment. And they use a lot more salt. So you get to haul 40-pound bags of salt down to your basement every month or so.
And Connecticut?
Zero electricity, zero timers to reset, zero downtime, and uses 70% less salt. It's a higher standard of engineering that completely removes the hassle of owning a water softener.
That's what I love about my Connecticut. Dee and I never have to even think about it. We occasionally add a bag of salt and it just works, and I've never had to set or adjust anything. Do what I did and get the one that just works. Find out how soft your water could be at softwaterutah.com. That's softwaterutah.com.
Selling a home is a big decision, and that's why you need to work with the experts at Omada Real Estate. With their years of experience and proven marketing plans, the team at Omada Real Estate knows what it takes to get your home sold quickly and for top dollar. To get started, go to OmadaRealEstate.com.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Mammoth rolling over the Kings 6-2 in LA Saturday night. Logan Cooley, Alexander Kerfoot scored 2 goals apiece. Mikhail Sergachev set a team record with 4 assists. Alexander Kerfoot on what changed for the team in the win.
I mean, we've been getting off some really good starts and then haven't been able to capitalize and finish, play a full 60. I thought we did a great job in the second. Power play was huge, getting a goal there at the end of the first to kind of give us a little momentum. We carried that into the second and we didn't let up.
The Mammoth are off until Thursday when they play the Kraken in Seattle. That's your Mammoth at 50 update.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is time for your feedback. Warren, take me off the ledge. Why is this a home run for Utah State? We are mostly underwhelmed after hearing some of the names reportedly involved in the search.
Like who?
The name that I heard was Mark Madsen.
There's no way. No.
That's what I said. You can ask Scotty G. I'm like, Scotty, what am I missing? Why would it be Mark Madsen?
It's not. It was never going. Madsen hadn't tweeted since the season, like deep in the season. Mm-hmm. And then last night he puts out a picture of himself at the airport, one last push.
Yeah, in Oakland.
That was saying, I'm staying, people.
Staying here.
Yeah.
Stop with all the talk. It would be a huge pay cut. He would literally be giving up millions of dollars a year. He
went to Stanford, so you know he's smart.
Right? And after a little bit of a struggle there while he's getting his feet under him, they just had their best year. Seems like Cal could embrace the NIL and do pretty well in the long run if they want to. There's a lot of Cal grads with money. So it's a matter of finding those people and getting it up and running. And this year was clearly better than the year before.
And then who else was – no. You want an accomplished coach. Were we throwing a parade for Odom, Calhoun, Sprinkle, and they all did well.
Nope.
I can argue that of those three, this guy has more accomplishments than those three.
Yes. Yeah, I get why you would say that. Sprinkle came in with some accomplishments, so did Calhoun for that matter. But 20 years, a couple of 30-win seasons, a Sweet 16. Yeah. So
you want a basketball coach. You got a basketball coach.
You know, the thing I like best is that when you look, they weren't good like 4 years ago. And this is right coming out of COVID, right? Which, okay, everything's crazy then. And then the new rules start changing and they're not good. And you can see how Northern Iowa and the New World Order, they might not be in a good spot in the pecking order. But now if you look like these last 3 years, they just keep getting better. And they're an NCAA tournament team this year. Clearly, he and the school were figuring out how to win in the New World Order, and they did it. Isn't that a positive? If he had 15 years of great results, but then wasn't good in the last 5, you could say, yeah, he was great, but he can't adjust to the new world order. This is a guy who looks like he can adjust to it.
Well, I can tell you, I hadn't heard of Troy Calhoun, that's the Air Force football coach. I hadn't heard of Jared Calhoun. I'd heard of Sprinkle, heard of him as a player because I used to do for the Sporting News in the magazines and that came out in the summer. I was assigned Big Sky, and his coach would always.
You remember the name?
Danny Sprinkle, yeah. His coach would always rave about him, right? And I'd heard of Odom, if for no other reason than his father was the Wake Forest coach. I hadn't heard of Calhoun, but if you would ask me yesterday, who's the coach at Northern Iowa, I would have told you Ben Jacobson. I've heard of him. He's been around. He's won. I know of him. Not that means, wow, it's great, but the guy is a basketball coach. He's been doing this for a long time. He knows how to coach basketball.
Denton's not excited. He says, well, over the last 10 years, his winning percentage is 55%. Okay, again, I would say that the 5 years didn't matter. It would be the last 4 or 5, and I'm more concerned with the trend than the total number of wins. They've been getting better. They've been figuring out the transfer portal and NIL. And ask any coach, there is a lot to figure out there.
I just want to know why he wanted to leave Northern Iowa, because you've been established there. And maybe it's his kids are older now, and he was waiting, and he didn't want to move them as coaches do and move them all over the place, blah, 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 blah. We've heard that story. I've heard that story 1,000 times from coaches. Coaches tell me going on the road so much just kills them as far as their kids, and they hate that. So maybe that's it.
All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're all done. Jake and Ben are up next, right here on the Zone.
The show is over.
That concludes the presentation portion.
As we say farewell to the show.
Where did the time go? That's it. I worked really hard on this.
We shall meet again, old friend.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Too good at goodbye.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Pack up, though, because Chevy SUVs have the capability to take you to some incredible places, like an adventure in the middle of... In the Equinox Active, an SUV that will help you get away with confidence, or head off for a night in Chevy Traverse, with all the tech you need to stay connected, while the undeniable value of Chevy Trax will keep you moving from here to over here to way over here. Get to all the places you want to be with Chevy SUVs. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Okay, I've got to tell you about something that honestly surprised me. I went down to Peach Doors and Windows to check out their showroom, and these are not your big box store doors. We're talking solid core, reinforced, high-security doors that look like they belong on $1 million home. And here's what hit me. Most break-ins don't happen through windows. They happen through the front door. And a lot of doors, they're basically decorative cardboard with a handle. Peach installs doors that are built to take a beating. Heavy-duty hardware, reinforced frames, real security, but they still look absolutely stunning. Whether you're building $1 million home or you just want yours to look like one, your front door is the first impression and the first line of defense. Do yourself a favor. Go see their showroom. Feel the difference. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or stop by their showroom today. Upgrade the door. Upgrade the home. Simple as that.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes. They refer you out for estate planning. They refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today.
Call Trajan today at 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Every student arrives with potential. At the Huntsman School of Business, they turn that potential into possibility. And the possibility gets turned into real-world success. Through hands-on learning, personalized support, and global opportunities, students at the Huntsman School of Business graduate ready, with skills, with confidence, and with a plan. This is where you discover who you are and what you can achieve. Dare mighty things. Visit huntsman.usu.edu. That's huntsman.usu.edu.
I'm Celeste Edmonds, Director of the Christmas Box International. Thank you, Utah, for giving so much to help our most vulnerable children, children who have been abused, neglected, and trafficked. I was one of those kids, and you have no idea how much it meant to me that someone like you cared. The Christmas Box House helps children 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. And right now, our kiddos could really use new tennis shoes and Visa gift cards. If you'd like to help, please go to thechristmasbox.org or Google us. Thank you.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. And now it's 10 a.m. Let's just get down to it. And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I don't mind losing money bailing Christian out of jail. It's just not a big deal. It's worth it.
97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. You bailed Christian.
Well, just like we were talking about how James Dolan loses money on the Sphere.
Oh,
there's some just like you bake in expenses in your life.
Oh,
like
yeah, and
bailing Christian out of jail. It's worth it. How are you, Christian? Are you doing better? Are you doing okay?
Yeah,
well, you
the
told
cell
him last
was a little
week.
cold.
Yeah, Jake told you last week to start doing hardcore drugs before you have a kid. And it reminded me of what Christian ran into over the weekend.
I used that as an example. That wasn't my point.
But Christian, the nice thing about Christian and the bad thing about Christian is that he listens.
Yeah, so he went for it.
He heeded your advice.
He really went hard.
The officer did not. He didn't.
He
think
did
that
not
was cool.
care that you had a kid coming next week. In fact, he shamed you, which was, I thought, over the line.
I'm about to have a baby. What do you want from me?
He said, "Sir, you're about to have a baby. It's 3 a.m. Go home." And so Christian called me in. Anyways,
put your clothes on, get in the car.
It's, you know what? It's in I've got it baked in. I just have a little money in my paycheck come out every month, and it goes to a different account. It's just for Christian. So, anyways, we're happy you're here, Christian.
Christian is here, which means his wife is still pregnant.
The baby's not here yet.
Not yet. Although Christian told me she walked like miles over the weekend to try and cry. And you told me you have tried scaring her?
Yeah, because they say like scaring makes hiccups go away, and I was like, oh, maybe if I scare her, it'll pop the baby out, and it didn't work. She just got mad at me.
I went to the Desert Edge Brewery the night before my son was born. And there's salsa and spicy food, which they also say helps. So. I don't know.
Are all these old wives' tales, or is that actually?
I think those are all old wives' tales.
Well, I could see the walking one makes sense. I mean, yeah, there's like I could see a what am I looking for? Like a
correlation?
Physiological, like that does make some sense.
Yeah.
But I don't know about the scaring one, or certainly the spicy food. That feels like a. But I guess you never know.
I don't know.
But that bun is still in the oven.
Yeah, still cooking.
It's gonna be ready.
More hardcore time for Christian.
This last week, because you guys are due Friday. Last week is.
This last week's gonna get crazy. Christian's gonna drive to Nevada. Although that might be a little far.
Well, whatever you got to do, I'll take her in.
She's like, Christian, I'm going to the hospital. Christian's like, oh, I'm in Elko.
I was setting up an elaborate scare. Get that baby out.
Oh, man. One thing led to another, and we ended up in the car, and now we're in Elko. And by the way, I've lost $500. Oh, man. All right. Well, good times. And we are glad to see Christian. How was your weekend, Ben? I appreciate you filling in for me on Saturday night.
I don't know if anyone heard it because our station was down apparently, so we were on 1160 AM. So shout out to whoever was listening on 1160 AM. And then it was just a dog of a game, which had this been a traditional season, I would have maybe come in and shamed you for giving me a dog of a game. But how many of these games have you called over
plenty.
the last 4 years?
Plenty.
You've done 20 or 30 of these. So, no, honestly, happy to take it on. And I have not been able to help you this year. It's the first time I did a pre-half and post this year, so I was happy to do it.
And hanging out with Tim's always fun.
Of course. And Jamil.
And Jamil and everybody. How's Jamil feeling?
Can't talk, but it's fine. He's already quiet. Now he has an illness. And
I felt so bad because I had to call you Saturday morning. I also called Jamil, and I kind of temporarily forgot that he has he's got a sore throat. He's sick, right? And so he's talking. He talks like this, and as soon as he answered, I was like, oh,
because he already talks quiet.
I probably shouldn't have called you.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jamil. But no, I do appreciate you filling in.
Happy to do it.
I had tell me if I'm well, not bad dad, but I assumed something over the weekend, and tell me if you would have done the same thing, and then we can get down to business. And we can talk about the Sweet 16, or the Elite Eight, or
New Utah State head coach,
or the UDA. Right. I went to the aviary though with my kids because my wife's out of town, so I had a whole day with my kids, which was absolutely incredible. The new movie out there, Hoppers, the Pixar one, super good. We went and saw that. But we went to the aviary, and I wanted to show them the bird. We wanted to go to the bird show. So one of the employees is walking around with like a macaw or something, and we're like, "Hey, is there going to be a bird show?" Because shout out to the aviary, your signage for that sort of thing is below standard. And she's like, "Yeah, bird show at 11. Make sure you're there." Because we closed the doors right at 11 o'clock. So I said, okay. And we went off, and that was like a half hour later, half an hour. And so we came back in like 15 minutes because I was like, oh, we're going to get a good spot, right? To the amphitheater outside. Well, it came right up to 11, and I'm like, nobody is here.
I'm the only one here.
What is going on? And so I find out a short 10 minutes later that they actually have an indoor theater that they use.
Okay.
That is up at the front that we could not get into.
Oh, that's new.
Here's why I should have assumed something, because of course they're not going to do an outdoor bird show in the winter.
Okay.
And it's abnormally warm. But it took me a long time to realize that this wasn't happening. You know what I mean? Like at 5 to 11, I should have been like, what's going on?
But you
here?
recognize there were no bodies around. You should have started to say, I'm going to go figure out where this is.
Yeah. And so thus I've got disappointed kids because the next one wasn't until 1:30 or whatever, and we weren't hanging around that long as we had been there already. And so anyway, I'm really angry at myself.
But also Saturday it was like 75 degrees.
Yeah. Well,
which
she
is why you were at the aviary.
The lady could have said it's up here when I asked.
Yes, I agree.
Because I don't feel bad about naturally assuming it was going to be at the amphitheater, except for I should have known.
Which is where it always is.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I think you're in the clear, actually.
But at like 10:59, I should have been like, I think I'm in the wrong place.
Yeah, I need to go see where we are. I need to go see what's happening here.
All right. Well, thanks for making me feel better. It was a cool day.
Yeah, it's a great day. Aviary's cool.
You want to start with the Duke game?
It was crazy. I mean, it was certainly the game of the weekend, no question about it.
Man, I hate watching Dan Hurley win.
Christian DM'd us the video, which I had not seen.
I hadn't
only seen
either.
The headshot of him going face to face with the ref after they hit the shot.
There's still time on the clock, by the way.
Yeah, like the game is still going. There's 3 or 4/10 of a second left. In fact, I think that's what the ref is going over to look at to see how much time left to put on the clock. And Bobby Hurley goes head to head with him. Danny Hurley goes head to head with him as if, he's been overserved and the bartender is kicking him out. Like what are you doing?
It's like an intimidation thing. Like he presses his forehead squarely against the referees, who is talking to him.
That ref should have teed him up.
He should have.
Absolutely teed him up. Said, fine, 2 free throws, Duke. Yeah. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
You do not get to touch me, much less, not headbutt, but go head to head with me and stare down at me. That was so bizarre. But the story of the game is just an incredible comeback, a major collapse from the Duke Blue Devils, and of course the late turnover.
Duke was up 19. Do we have the call? We can let's play the call.
72-70, Duke by 2. Sarr to key the inbound now. Full court pressure from UConn. Sarr gets it into Cam Boozer. Boozer back to Sarr. Now ahead to Caden Boozer, and UConn got a steal. Caravan for Mullins. Long 3. He got it! Oh, he got it! He hit it! He hit the long three-pointer from the logo with 0.3 of a second left to go. I don't believe it. UConn has taken the lead.
Not a perfect call. There was a funnier call out there. We will let you hear coming up here momentarily. But
that was Westwood one. That was the national one.
I was at the in-laws' house. We were getting ready for a pre-Easter / birthday dinner. And it had been 19 and kind of watched the first half. And was like, oh, this game's over, and had to drive out to Ogden, kind of monitoring it as we're going out there. And you get there, and it's like, oh, it's a 12-point game. It's a 9-point game. And it just kept getting closer and closer. And then Duke was up 5 with 2 minutes to go and 90 seconds to go. And I thought, okay, they're not going to be able to do this. And then Caravan hits the 3 to cut it to 1, and Duke responds. But, this is the great part of it, and this is the nice thing about having a screen with you everywhere you go. We all huddled around at the kitchen table around a phone and watched it and screamed. It was a very classic March Madness moment, except for the play-by-play guy from Duke.
Get it in, they do for Boozer. Bobbled it, back for Sarr, needs to get rid of it, does for Caden. 7 seconds, try to throw it ahead, deflected, stolen by Connecticut. 2 seconds, it's Mullins up top for the win. Oh, he hit it. With 0.3 of a second to go. Malachi Smith ran off the bench. That should be a technical, but with 0.3 of a second to go, Connecticut has the lead, 73-72.
No, they're not going to call a tech on somebody running off the bench. Though I wouldn't have a problem if they did. We've had too many coaches and players run onto the floor. Well, technically a team could inbound the ball. But, no, an amazing March moment. And poor John Shire's now been on the wrong end of 2 of those in back-to-back years. Bad turnovers against Houston, not being able to inbound the ball. And then just a pretty inexplicable decision by Caden Boozer, though if you watch the bench, John Shire is telling him to pass the ball forward. He is coaching him, not that I think Caden Boozer saw him, but John Shire is also saying, throw the ball into the front court.
I admire Caden Boozer after the game handling it and answering questions and all that stuff. That's
he owned it.
That's totally not easy, and good for him for doing it. And he should deserve credit for it. And I don't know about John Shire. Let's talk. We could talk about him in a minute, but as far as Caden goes, you have to be able to make the decision of just hold it and get fouled. When 2 players are running at him, we've seen it a million times in the NBA. You see players make that calculation as they're trying to pass the ball around. I can picture, I don't know why Jordan Clarkson comes to mind, but I could picture Jordan Clarkson going to throw the pass and then
tucking
it in because no, you're going to take the foul, because that's exactly what would have happened, right? And so to try, I would guess, either intentionally or not, he didn't want to take those foul shots.
Very true. Yeah, you're trying to get off the ball.
I would guess he did not want to take those foul shots. I wouldn't either, by the way.
No, those are huge.
But he has to make a better decision, and he has to be more prepared. You got to go over these scenarios a zillion times. This is what college basketball so often comes down to, are these silly decisions in these last mania field moments. You're going to have these, situations, and you got to be prepared to make it. And then, secondly, how does and I'd have to go back and look because it wasn't a boozer. I'm trying to remember who it was. How did they not get their hands up on that last shot?
Oh, I think it's Sarr or unless it's Isaiah Evans.
Wild. And speaking of Shire, you can see him. They did a shot of him when it happened, and he is screaming, get your hands up.
Yep.
Get your hands up. The guy had his hands in his pockets, and he nailed that shot. I got to wonder if he just got a hand up.
Anything.
Mullins, who hit that shot, he actually changed his Instagram handle to get a hand up.
That's funny.
To troll.
Absolutely.
Player, yeah.
Oh my gosh. Your percent chance of making that shot maybe gets cut in half just by the defender
running at you
with a hand up.
Whether they have a hand up or not. No, there was a lot of mistakes. The first one being, well, you can go ahead.
No, I think all that stuff lands on Shire, honestly.
Absolutely. And here's the other thing. They had a timeout. So he should have called a timeout and just said, look, man, we're going to execute this. Like, they're going to trap. John, you lost in the Final Four last year specifically because you guys could not inbound the ball and get it across half court. Like, I think you have to call that timeout there. If you don't call the timeout, your team needs to know that there is 10 seconds left on the clock exactly when you're inbounding it, which means you do not need to get across the half court line.
No.
Meaning if you just want to hold it, now maybe there would be a jump ball. I don't know who has possession in all honesty, but yeah, you can just inbound the ball and dribble it out in the backcourt. You do not have to get over the half-court line or the timeline, as they like to call it in college. You just have to inbound the ball and hold on to it. And if it does seem like there's an issue, just call a timeout. And those are all on John Shire, no question about it. His team was not aware of what was going on in the game, and then Caden Boozer made a horrible pass on top of it. But yeah, there was a lot that Duke did wrong, and then, as you mentioned, just no attempt to stop the shot, to give up a three, which is the one thing that can hurt you. And just turns into one of the great legendary moments of all time.
But if you are a coach, and here's where I feel bad for John Shire, I'm sure he has told his players a million times, just get a hand up.
Yep.
It's the least you can do. Literally, the least you could do, just get a hand up. And as he watches his player pull the lint out of his pocket instead of getting a hand up, I'm sure he's going crazy inside, right? But at the same time, you got to make sure your players know what to do. They're prepared.
Yeah, that's your job.
That's your job.
Your job as the head coach is to have them prepared. And if you're in a spot where, hey, maybe they've never run into this before, call a timeout. That's exactly what your timeout is for.
And I just couldn't believe how nonchalant Duke was after the turnover. I mean, it's related to the
absolutely.
Keeping your hands down thing. But did you see how lack of urgency to get back on the possession? I mean, it was wild.
And look, this was kind of an issue for Duke, actually, to begin the tournament as well. Who did they beat? Siena? And do you remember, I think it was down. Isaiah Evans after, who was like, he literally said, we thought it was going to be a cakewalk. It's like, dude, this is the NCAA tournament. Everyone's playing for their lives here.
Everyone's
you can't
playing.
ever say anything you expected it to be a cakewalk. That's not what happens at this level. And in fact, he was in the tournament, I think, last year. I think this is his sophomore season. So, no, you can't ever think that that's going to be the case. And then to approach the final play of the tournament that way was a huge mistake.
Yeah, well, I mean, what a collapse. And I read a list of Shire's collapses in the tournament there at Duke. He's going to get himself a rep if he's not careful.
Yeah.
Which is not a rep you want to have, and it's a rep that's really difficult to shake.
I'm watching the split screen right now of the whole world falling apart for Duke. And I like Duke way more than most people do. I'm not like a Duke fan, but I don't have an anti-Duke agenda that I think a lot of people just naturally have because of their history of success.
Uh-huh.
But man, it is funny to watch John Shire just have this entire thing collapse in front of him.
I was happy to see your Purdue Boilermakers lose.
They did not.
Man, I can't stand the Big Ten. I'm really disappointed. We have two Big Ten teams in the Final Four, but Arizona looks really good.
Arizona and Michigan look elite. I was very impressed with what we saw from Illinois as well, and then UConn. I think UConn is the worst of the group, but they might have the best coach of the group.
Oh, don't give Dan Hurley credit. Stop that.
Hurley knows how to make adjustments.
Any idiot can win at UConn, including that idiot.
And they've got some talent, but I think they have the least amount of talent of all the three teams, or all the four teams remaining. They have the least, not star power, but also star power, but just overall depth and top tier players. I think that's going to belong to the other three.
I hope he loses by 30 and then cries about it to the other team, of the officials afterwards.
Hope they don't screw you like they screwed us.
Oh man, if I'm his next, like,
he's just won 2 titles. Relax.
Listen, I'm the type that says referees should just do their job no matter what. But if I'm on the next crew that has Dan Hurley after seeing that headbutt move,
Rudy Gobert.
yeah, you're
tip.
getting Rudy Gobert.
Getting
It's
run.
going to be a long night for you.
Hope you've got a good assistant.
Yeah.
He's
What are you
the
going
head
to
coach
do?
now.
Headbutt me? I'll call the technical foul, pal.
Have we seen a statement on that yet?
I haven't.
Christian, let's keep an eye out for a statement from the NCAA or the refs on that, because that, if you haven't seen it, he goes head to head with a ref right after the shot, as if
they connect.
They connect as if the
Yeah.
ref had tried to take something away from him. Anyways, where UConn is lucky is they do not have to face one of the what I think are two best teams remaining, which are Michigan and Arizona. I do think those teams meeting in the bracket in the Final Four on the same side is a real advantage for either Illinois or UConn, because that a lot of people think whoever wins that game is going to win the title, but they are going to beat each other up. Those are two huge, very good teams.
Yeah, Michigan is huge. And speaking of like reps or cliches in the tournament, you have to have guards to win in the NCAA tournament. Size still matters.
Yeah.
Size in basketball still matters. Ask BYU. I mean, essentially that's what did them in against Texas.
Did you see there were 2 late game subs for Michigan because they were up 30 in that game? It was just a disaster of a game. Did you see who they put in? It's the coach's kid.
Oh, yeah.
And the other name you would recognize, young man named Howard Isley Jr.
Wow, really?
Yeah, it looks nothing like his father.
His father had a very unique look.
And was quite thin.
Oh, not thin.
And Howard Isley Jr., more of a bowling ball.
Oh, a little beefy.
Yeah.
Can he play? He's on Michigan.
Yeah, but no, because he didn't get it until they were up by 30, and everyone was chanting Howie because I think they wanted to see him hit a shot late.
Still on the roster.
Still on the roster.
With the coach's
He's in the
kid.
Final Four. Absolutely. So shout out to Howard Isley Jr. and Senior.
At least the coach has enough shame not to give his kid like a roll.
Well, his kid got a 3. His kid hit a 3, and the crowd went bananas. Yeah. Howie did not.
So anyway, cool weekend.
Great weekend of basketball.
Got the Final Four now all set, and we can all cheer against Dan Hurley together.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the case. Because Illinois is cool. Everyone likes Illinois. What's Illinois' coach name again?
Oh, now you're putting me on the spot. As we're both searching for it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Brad Underwood.
Oh, yeah, right.
Who I like quite a bit.
So we'll see. I hope UConn loses by 1 million.
Actually, I like the coaches left outside of Hurley. It's not like the little dictator person, Mick Cronin, Hurley,
anybody
both
like
Hurley.
that?
I don't
Yeah,
like
both
those
Hurleys.
types of those coaches. I like the other 3.
Like that?
Yeah.
Toughest guy on this team's got to go do radio.
Okay,
Mick. I can't believe Mick still has a job after all the bad press he got this year.
Yeah, he wins.
I can't believe Dan Hurley has a job after headbutting a referee.
He wins.
It's crazy.
Yep.
It's so crazy with this team. You're right. They should have called the technical foul on that. 1,000%.
that should have been a team.
It should have cost them the game.
Yeah, which would have been so poetic.
Amazing.
Yeah, incredible.
All right, stay tuned. Top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Coming up next, the Jazz played over the weekend. Utah State has a new head coach. We'll get to it all straight ahead on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Just a bunch of guys sitting around and talking sports. This is Scotty G and Friends.
Athletic Director of Utah State University, Cameron Walker. Not only are you looking to hire a new head coach, but you also become the de facto recruiter to keep your own student athletes in place. How do you manage that as an athletic director?
Obviously, my job here is to keep as many as I can and have the best team. But if it's best for someone to go, then they should go. But I ask them, hang tight. Don't do anything in the next 48 hours. Don't decide to stay or go. Collect your thoughts. Let us get a hire in and then make your decision. You'll have time. It'll be okay. But then when that time comes, make the best decision for you and your family. I think that's important. I think as much as I'd love to say, hey, you player X, stay because that's best for me. If that's not best for them, I'm being selfish, and that's not what Utah State's about.
Catch Scotty G and Friends weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you've ever lost weight, gained it back, then lost it again,
You're not alone. In fact, the number one concern people have about losing weight isn't losing the weight, it's gaining it all back later. And a new 2026 study found something surprising. People who stopped GLP-1 weight loss injections regained weight nearly 4 times faster than people who lost weight through diet and behavioral programs. Why? Because many medications only work while you stay on them. When you stop, your old habits and appetite return, and the weight often comes back. Losing weight is the easy part. Learning how to keep it off while still enjoying life is what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, their doctor-developed program helps adults lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days using real food from the grocery store. But more importantly, they teach you how to maintain your weight long-term without giving up the foods you love. To see if you're a candidate, schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Business technology has changed a lot over the last 70 years, but one thing hasn't.
Les Olson is here.
As the years have passed, there's been one constant. And after 70 years and still counting, Les Olson IT is here with the technology and the people to make life easier, more productive, and more secure for your business. Let Les be here for you.
Attention Jazz Nation, the long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
Your new 2026 Mazda CX-5 has arrived at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. There's huge inventory of this newly remodeled Mazda CX-5, and with offers as low as 1.9%, now is the perfect time to get yours. That's right, the newly designed Mazda CX-5 can be yours for financing as low as 1.9%. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. APR OAC, 36 months at $29.04 per month for $1,000 finance. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Take your golf game to the next level. Introducing the Rev Tour, a new competitive league for amateur golfers of all skill levels. It's fair, competitive, flighted league play built for everyone who loves the game. Starting with leagues in northern and southern Utah. Then local regionals advance to Las Vegas for 2026 to punch your ticket to the Nationals. All regional winners will be able to play at Pebble Beach with deep discounts. Sign up now at golfrevtour.com and get $50 off April using promo code REV1280. Golfrevtour.com, promo code REV1280.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is Brazil like you've never heard it. A new generation turning faith into power and power into sound.
I think that's my mission, to be an example.
Their voices carry light, spark hope, and testify.
The youth will bring joy and unity.
And it all builds to one incredible moment you'll only see here. Join me, Dan Rascon, in Sao Paulo as we take you behind the scenes. Shining Bright, Brazil's Rising Generation, Sunday at 1 on KSL.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jazz at 30 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's Will Hardy talking about he's not happy with his team performance on the second night of a back-to-back.
Our response on a back-to-back wasn't great. You know, they had us spinning defensively. They had 21 offensive rebounds. You know, they turned us over a lot early in the game. We were able to get out in transition, and it just put us behind. We got to bounce back and move on to the next one.
This update is brought to you by University of Utah Health. Hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Demons don't think, shit stink, pink gators. My Detroit players, Tim's for my hooligans in Brooklyn. Dead right, if the head right, Biggie there, every night. Papa been smooth.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is time for the top 3 stories of the day. KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, Utah State gets their guy.
Ben Jacobson's going to be the new head coach at Utah State. He comes over from Northern Iowa, 55 years old, which I do think is a big part of the story, and signs a 5-year deal. This is a coach who spent the last 20 years at Northern Iowa, has averaged 20 wins a game, probably had a lifetime contract as long as he wanted to be there, but decided to make the jump to Utah State, where he's going to be making, I'd imagine, more money and continue to have a chance to compete for conference titles.
This has a very kind of a Stu Morrill-esque feel to it, which I like. Going with the up-and-comers, again, has been very successful, and I wouldn't blame them if they would have gone that direction again. And maybe this guy does leave in 2 years.
Yeah,
maybe he's decided finally.
He's not 65.
Yeah, maybe he's decided finally to climb the ladder. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I like the fact that he stayed at a small program for 20 years and didn't stay there because he was an average coach. He stayed there because he obviously wanted to. I mean, the same way with Stu. He averages well over 20 wins a season with Utah State.
Yeah.
He could have taken any number of jobs. Right. He just didn't. I'm guessing that Ben Jacobson could have taken any number of jobs, but decided that he wanted to stay for whatever reason. He was happy or whatever. So this does ring to me like maybe somebody that has a chance of, as long as he likes Logan, I suppose, sticking around for a little bit. The other thing I really like about it, Ben, is because this guy learned how to win with nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, Northern Iowa, they don't have any resources.
He's probably won with a lot of guys like you win with it at Utah State.
He's got
less talented.
He's had to coach up players, figure out a way to keep them without any resources and be competitive and win. And I think that's important. Not that Utah State has fewer resources than Northern Iowa. I'm sure that's not true. But Utah State is going to probably be in the middle to the bottom of the Pac-12 when it comes to resources. So to have a coach that's going to make a dollar out of a dime, or at least has experience doing that, I think is probably a pretty good thing.
He won 4 Missouri Valley Conference titles during the regular season. He won 5 tournament titles. So he's been to the tournament, 5-6 times in his career. He's been there a lot, or 9 times in his career. So, this is a good history. This is a guy who's won a lot. And, yeah, I guess the question is does he view Utah State as like, well, this was my ability to cash in? Because I bet they're paying him pretty well to get him to jump from Northern Iowa because he has been able to win there. Or is he saying, hey, this is a chance to springboard to the next job where I've seen these other guys get paid? But regardless.
And honestly, I don't know, but there is a chance. He says, I can win at Utah State and I can be the head coach there for as long as I want, which is true if he wins.
And he has won. He has got a great resume. We'll see if he's bringing players with him. I don't know. We'll see who he's able to retain at Utah State. I don't know. But I think this is a good hire. I mean, at its face, we don't know if it's going to work out, obviously. But
and I don't know anything about this guy, so I have no idea. Yeah. But I like the concept of him.
And I will say the Missouri Valley Conference is a very good basketball conference. It punches well above its weight. And you can look at the teams that have been in it, Belmont, Bradley, Illinois State, Murray State, Valpo. Like, we have seen these teams be dangerous in the tournament seemingly every year when they get there. So he knows how to win against those teams and has himself been that team. So good for Utah State, good for Ben Jacobson.
I just hope for the Aggies' sake that Mason Falso likes him.
Agreed. Most importantly.
All right, what's next?
Number 2, the Jazz had a game in Phoenix on Saturday. I think nobody must have told them that or something. They might have forgot to show up.
Second night of a back-to-back, and on Friday night they played very well in Denver, so I wasn't terribly surprised. But again, we know what this Jazz season has been about, and they are coasting towards that now. This was about holding on to this year's pick. And they nearly beat Denver and kind of put that into some doubt. But Dallas did go on the road and win at the Portland Trailblazers. So now with, what did the Jazz have, 7 games left? The Jazz are 3 wins behind the Dallas Mavericks and I think 2 wins still ahead of the Sacramento Kings. The Jazz are going to finish with the 5th worst record in the NBA, which means they have a 99.4% chance of holding on to the pick.
It doesn't matter.
I will tell you that's the priority.
They're going to lose the pick either way. It doesn't matter. Whatever, it doesn't matter.
I do not believe Adam Silver is picking specifically on the Jazz, though I know they did get hit with a $500,000 fine. So did the Pacers. They got hit with not a $500,000 fine, but
they ain't getting the first pick either.
Yeah, they're well, most likely they're definitely not getting the first overall pick, but the Jazz are doing everything they can, minus going to the 4th seed, which they're not going to get to hold on to this pick. And
they really should have gotten to 4 and left no doubt.
The Jazz are, that would certainly make some fans.
By the way, I'm kidding. Although I do think the NBA has no problem picking on the Jazz. I do think that's a thing. And I do think that sometimes the NBA maybe gets a little creative with who gets what pick. I don't rule that out.
Sure.
But I think it's likely the Jazz keep their pick, obviously.
It's 1 in 175 chance that they lose the pick. So it's still possible.
Dallas had a 1% chance of getting the number 1 pick last year.
Sure. So
the Jazz got jumped by all 3 teams.
Yeah, 4.
4.
Yeah, they fell from
by
1
4
to 5.
teams.
And the Jazz have never had a lot of lottery luck. They traditionally move down. On average, they move down because they've only moved up once with that Nets pick. But I know there were a lot of Jazz fans that were doing a lot of hand-wringing late in the season and calling Will Hardy an idiot and thinking the Jazz were not focused on the lottery and thinking, they don't know what they're doing.
Those people aren't watching. Because I don't know how you can have that take if you're watching every game.
Sure.
If you've seen the extent that Will Hardy has gone to lose basketball games, Denver being a primary candidate.
Anderson Garcia played 48 straight minutes. That's weird.
This is the...
Who? Yeah, right.
You cannot ask young players to boot games. You can't.
You can't ask anyone to boot games.
You can't ask players to boot games. You can't. So Bozo 1, 2, 3, 4 on Twitter, like Will Hardy cannot pull Anderson Garcia, who's no longer on the team, but they can't pull him aside and say, stop rebounding the basketball.
Right.
He can't pull Bryce Sensabaugh aside and say,
Airball
I need you to miss these shots on purpose.
Yep.
You can't ask players to do that.
Nope.
And, this wasn't the case in Denver, but like we've been talking about with all these just wretched Eastern Conference teams, short of asking players to lose on purpose and to take a dive, I don't know what else they could have done. They haven't had a center in months. Ever since Nurk went down with the beak injury, they haven't had a center in months.
Cody started at center. Anderson Garcia has started at center. Ace has played some center.
They haven't played Kevin Love.
Correct. Yeah, Kevin Love is sitting there. You know who got on the floor the other night? Svi. Out of nowhere.
Stop it. Really?
11 minutes, 14 points. He came in and just shredded. He shredded the Suns. It was hilarious.
Svi HT.
11 minutes, 14 points, 5 of
Let
6
the man
from the
eat.
floor.
I totally don't blame him.
Yeah. No, he went out and absolutely right. He's like, I've been waiting for this.
For a long time.
Yeah,
he had not played since March 2nd.
Yeah. He came in and just shredded.
The Jazz against the Nuggets didn't play Phil.
They rested Cody Williams in the fourth quarter. They pulled Cody with 10 minutes left in the fourth. They're like, we got to figure out a way to lose this game.
Anybody clowning Hardy for not trying hard enough to lose, which is such a funny insult or a funny criticism.
Yeah.
I beg to differ.
Yeah.
I think he's going to great lengths not to win these basketball games. They made a behind-the-scenes deal with the Wizards to split it.
Yeah.
In my theory.
But the Jazz have positioned themselves to do what they need to. Tonight, Donovan Mitchell back in town with the Cleveland Cavaliers.
I wonder how hard they're going to have to try to lose to Donovan.
You just never know. Some of these teams roll into Salt Lake and just think the season is over, and it's not. These young players are still fighting for their lives, and I don't think the Jazz are going to beat enough teams for it to matter, but we will see.
What's next?
Number 3, the Utah Mammoth, fighting for the number 1 wildcard spot. They got a big win at the LA Kings, 6-2.
Can't win at home. In fact, only won 1 game in the month of March at home. They went 1-6-0, which had they won a couple of those, I think this wild card would have already been wrapped up. But to their credit, when it looked like they were falling apart, which has kind of been the story of the season, they did find a way to battle back and then got a huge one. What was it, 6-2? I mean, that was a pretty dominant victory. They were up 3-1 after 1 over the Kings, and the Kings are in the 3rd place spot right now for the wild card. So had they lost that game and the Kings had won, they would have been only up 4 points on the team trying to displace them and would have been only 1 point ahead of Nashville. Nashville, who was red hot, has suddenly lost 3 in a row. So the Mammoth are still 5 points up on that top wild card spot.
And 6 up on the Kings. But the number I'm keeping an eye on, Ben, is what Nick Olchek told us to watch, 90 to 95. That's where they've got to get to lock down that first wild card position.
8 games left to play. They're at 82, so that would be 4 more wins to get to 90.
So keep an eye on that number.
Yep, and the more the better. But they are playing very well on the road. And now they've got this crazy long break. Again, we get these weird spots. They don't play again until Thursday. They played on Saturday, so they're getting a lot of rest right now before they step back out there and get back in action on the road at Seattle.
Got to figure out a way to get those W's.
Yep.
All right, stay tuned. More Jake and Ben coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex. I got this.
And the Mammoth obviously have a lot of work cut out for them still because they are now at a point where, again, I hate looking at the percentages, JJ. Doesn't it make you nervous to go, yeah, right now they sit at 76.5% to be that wild card 1 team. There's so much hockey still left to be played.
Yeah, that percentage can drop quickly if you lose 4 straight again. Overall, you're looking at where this team is at. They're in that number 1 wild card spot. They control their own destiny. I would rather be in that number 1 wild card spot than in the number 3 central spot because if you're the Wild, you're either playing the Avalanche or the Stars in the first round. That's brutal.
It is.
I would rather be the Mammoth. You're going to be playing a first-round playoff series against the Ducks, and then you get the winner of the Oilers and Knights in the next round. I'd rather do that than get the Stars or Avalanche in the second round. If they're in that number 1 wild card spot with as good as that team is, there's a path for them to go on a long run in the playoffs, not just win a series.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hey folks, Jay Broadbent here from Alpine Home Medical. I've been helping folks breathe easier for 29 years now. Trust me, at my age, I know a thing or two about needing a good night's sleep. Is your CPAP mask old and nasty? Are your masks, filters, or tubing from the pre-COVID era? Or just plain tired of the hassle of ordering supplies yourself? Switch to our resupply program. We handle everything, automatic shipment straight to your door, insurance billing, and expert support. It's quick, easy, and keeps your sleep therapy on track. Doesn't matter where you got your machine from, anyone can join. Head to alpinehomemedical.com, click on the Easy Resupply button. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Big news, Riverton. The brand new Hercules Riverton branch opens this April. Built with more space, more services, and more ways to help you thrive. The Hercules team is ready to help with everything from new checking accounts to auto loan financing. Visit HerculesCU.com. HerculesCU.com for the Riverton grand opening details and special promotions. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together for 80 years.
Hi, Tim Hughes back at Replenish Landscape Garden Products, talking with Greg about all of the great materials that they have here. Of course, you know about Replenish Compost, you know about their soil blends, but this year, as we've mentioned, has been a tough winter, and doing away with some of those areas that are just gobbling up water would be a great idea this year.
We have a variety of barks. There's 4 different sizes of barks. We also have the colored wood mulches, 4 different colors there. We have playground chips if that's what you're looking for. We also have soil, sand, screen topsoil.
By the way, those playground chips are used by a lot of the schools in the area, aren't they?
School districts, municipalities, and daycare centers, and a lot of home use too.
Make your home look like the pros do by using Replenish Landscape Garden Products this year. You can buy it in bulk, you can buy it in bag, or have it delivered from 4660 South 200 West in Murray. Find them online at replenishcompost.com or give them a call at 801-262-5142. Replenish. It's good stuff.
Looking for insurance solutions that actually work for you? United Underwriters have been serving Utah families for over 25 years, offering smarter coverage solutions at better prices. United Underwriters auto policies include a no-cost windshield benefit because we travel on I-15 just like you, and also offer smart home insurance solutions and earthquake plans you can't find anywhere else. Call United Underwriters at 801-396-0828 or visit uuinsurance.com. United Underwriters. Real insurance solutions, real value, real partners, based right here in Utah.
Utah. Utah, you know sports, and nobody connects with fans like the KSL Sports Zone. Every day, our loyal listeners tune in for the latest on the Jazz and the Mammoth, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies, high school sports, all of it live and local. If you're a business owner looking to grow, this is your audience. Engaged, passionate, ready to respond. And when you combine the power of the zone with digital tools like social, display, streaming audio, geo-targeting, and retargeting, you get a smart, full-funnel strategy built for any budget. Tap into the energy of Utah sports fans and drive real results. Learn more at kslsports.com/advertise.
Greater Zion has no better visual than Copper Rock Golf Course, where every swing is surrounded in breathtaking landscapes and enhanced with world-class amenities. Outdoor adventure with the greatest golf. Copper Rock. Come for the golf. Stay for the adventure.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Mammoth 50 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's the Bear, Andre Torney, praising the special teams in that win over the Kings.
I think our PK was solid. We didn't make a lot of mistakes. Seriously, it was really good. You could see the guys were in mission. They had poise with the puck on the PK, and they were very quick at applying pressure. Did a really good job. And on the power play, I think you could see the aggression. It's a word I use a lot, but it's exactly that. We attacked quickly. We had fire in our eyes, It's just a funny thing in the third on our power play. The guys were rolling, and the second unit said, wow, they're fun to watch. They should stay there. So that was pretty cool for them to say that.
Mammoth beat the Kings on Saturday 6-2. Long rest now. Back in action on Thursday, taking on Seattle.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bring it.
What? On your mark, ready, set, let's go. Dance floor pro, I know, you know, I go psycho when my new joint hit. Just can't sit, gotta get jiggy with it. That's it, now honey, come ride.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're teaming up with Beehive Meals, honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. Check it out at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday to JJ and Alex for the winner. It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. Story broke right after our show, Ben. Tiger Woods got arrested for DUI and rolled his SUV, which is not funny.
No, it's not.
And if you read the story, I mean, Tiger was driving like a maniac. He was coming right up on this. A guy was pulling a trailer with a pickup, clips the trailer, rolls over, and then the cops got there and said he was obviously impaired. Now, was not drunk.
Correct.
But did decline the, what do they call it? The
breathalyzer and then the urinalysis.
Well,
no, he did do a breathalyzer. It was all zeros.
But then declined the urinalysis, which is an automatic arrest. And, we'll see where it goes. But
well, I'm sure his lawyer was thrilled. You know what I mean? Because it gives him wiggle room to argue whatever they want to argue. But
I bring this up, Ben, just for, honestly, the only reason is, have you ever, I'm sure you have had people in your life that have had substance abuse issues?
Yeah, of course.
The story came out today, I think it was in page 6, it was somewhere, that the reason the Tiger doesn't get a driver, because that's what we all ask ourselves, like, Tiger, you're worth $1 billion. Right. Just get a driver. What's
one
the matter
appearance will pay for a driver for the rest of your life.
What are you doing? The report is that Tiger, quote, doesn't want anyone to watch over him or know what he is doing. And basically, he thinks he's fine to drive, but that it's a privacy thing, which I would say that it's not a privacy thing. It's an addict thing. Yeah. That is addict behavior of being dishonest. And I hope that for his sake, the Tiger gets actual help and tries to figure out a way to get over his addiction. But this is obviously addict behavior. It's so easy to go, oh, just get a driver. He doesn't want a driver because he knows what he's doing is
correct,
damaging, and he doesn't want anybody to tell him that he needs to get help, which he obviously needs to get help. So I just wanted to bring that up because everybody got focused on the drive. Should he just hire a driver, Tiger, and then bring up like, oh, is he going to play in the Masters next week? Or what is this going to do for him being in the Masters? Dude, I hope the Masters is like 1,000 on his list of priorities at the moment. This is a guy who really needs help.
He does. And, you can go back to his statement in 2017 after he got his last DUI, and it wasn't alcohol related either. He's like, well, I just mixed medications and I didn't know it'd have this type of effect on me. It's like, yeah, that's the excuse, and right? That's the lie every time. And I'm sure that happens. You know what I mean? I got my wisdom teeth taken out. And my reaction was, I didn't know if I would taken my pill that I had to take, my painkiller. And if I took 2, I'm certainly not going to be able to drive. But you know what I mean? That was the risk. I know that can happen. Tiger's not at that point.
No. That's
not where Tiger is. Tiger's not like, weird thing. I had a knee surgery and I didn't realize that I'd taken a pill. It's like, no, Tiger, this has been your life for too long now for that to be the excuse.
Well, if you're hiding from a driver, you can't have that excuse.
Correct.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And it's not a privacy issue. Well, it is, but it's not that.
Well, it isn't when you're going out in public with this issue and then you're endangering your and other people's lives. I mean, it's not a privacy issue at that point.
No.
His desire to keep things private might be the cause, but that's not the reason why we're here today. He can fix this.
It's not a privacy issue from the standpoint of, oh, won't you let me live my life?
Yeah.
No, it's a privacy issue of, well, if I get a bodyguard and they know that I have a pill addiction, they're going to tell me to stop or tell somebody else or tell the press or whatever, right? It's sad. I'm glad nobody's been killed, including Tiger himself.
Including Tiger, yeah. Certainly nobody else, but yeah. No, he's always led this private life, and he's always tried to, have this protected image, and clearly that seems to be hurting him at this point in his life.
Well, yeah, I would say. But I couldn't believe I heard people be like, well, is he going to still make the Masters? Well, I probably wasn't going to play in the Masters in the first place. And second of all, I hope he's at Betty Ford, honestly. I hope he's not in Augusta.
Yeah.
I hope he's drying out somewhere.
Yeah. Friday morning. So I like to hit the thrift stores quickly, sometimes before the show, because I drop my daughter off and I have all this time before the show starts. And I saw a Tiger Woods shirt on the rack Friday morning, and I almost bought it. I cannot. I had it in my hand for so long before I put it back, and I thought, ultimately I don't need it. And I can't imagine buying a Tiger shirt the day he gets a DUI.
Rough.
Should have worn it today.
Should have worn it today. Should have bought it.
Did something happen with Tiger?
Still have Tiger's back. You know what? I do love Tiger. Tiger's been one of my favorite athletes on the course that I've ever followed. Includes, LeBron and everyone we've ever seen locally, et cetera, et cetera. Like his level of dominance, his comeback stories have been great. It's not cute when it's self-inflicted. It's just not. There's one thing of, my back hurts, or, the toll I've taken on my body. To still be able to win late in my career is very cool. That can be a cool story. Not when you're doing it to yourself. Not when you're not willing to help yourself or get help. That's not cute for Tiger Woods anymore. And this is it. At this point in his life, it doesn't look like this is going to end well.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure it's hard to come to grips with. Like people will understand addiction. Especially if you are a guy who's coming off all very public surgeries and had all these things, and then the car accident. I mean, heaven forbid, people have people in their lives that have gotten addicted to opiates or whatever through very similar circumstances. I know I do. I have somebody in my life that's had a shoulder surgery, and that's exactly what happens. People can understand, if not relate to what you're going through. What you cannot do is get behind the wheel of a car and drive like a crazy person so much that you roll your car because you're so impatient to get around a guy pulling a window washing trailer.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yep.
So I hope he gets help. And honestly, I hope, people do understand. People should understand. Just can't drive, dude.
Yep.
Can't do that.
Yep.
All right. Stay tuned. We will get to more coming up next. Is Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see Weezer with the Shins and Silvers on pickups at the Maverick Center September 15th. Pre-sale begins Thursday at 10 a.m. with the code WEMAV26 at LiveNation.com. Listen to the KSL Sports Zone Wednesday for your chance to win. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, we all want to make correct decisions in life, right decisions, wise decisions. We especially want to make those decisions when it comes to the financial well-being of course, ourselves, but our families. You know, we spend a whole lifetime working to enjoy retirement. Well, when do you want that to be? What age do you want to be when you retire? What kind of lifestyle do you want to live when you retire? You know, maybe you want to play a lot of golf. Maybe you want to travel. Maybe you want a second home, whatever the case may be, whatever that goal is. Sit down with the good folks at Trajan, 801-210-6800. Sit down with them. I've sat down with them. And honestly, the goal of the entire meeting is to get to know you, to help you make those goals, right? To help you set those goals. And then Trajan will show you exactly what their team can do for you. So 801-210-6800. Again, sit down with them. It's very easy. They're so nice. And they're not going to try and sell you something. They really just want to get to know you. You can go to TrajanWealth.com as well. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 801-210-6800 or TrajanWealth.com.
Your new 2026 Mazda CX-5 has arrived at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. There's huge inventory of this newly remodeled Mazda CX-5, and with offers as low as 1.9%, now is the perfect time to get yours. That's right, the newly designed Mazda CX-5 can be yours for financing as low as 1.9%. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. APR OAC, 36 months at $29.04 per month for $1,000 finance. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. You can feel the spring in the air. As a matter of fact, we've been feeling the spring in the air all winter long, but as the season genuinely changes, it's time to make your reservation at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, Hotel Park City and downtown Salt Lake City. And don't forget, quite a few great events are just around the corner, including some holidays. We'll have a lot of visitors in Salt Lake City before long, and it's time to make your reservation at the downtown location, 275 South West Temple. And of course, up in the mountains, it is beautiful. There's still some skiing going on. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse is right there at Hotel Park City. The best meal you have ever had awaits you at Ruth's Chris, whether it's steaks, whether it's poultry, whether it's seafood, the side dishes, the desserts. You're going to love Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, downtown Salt Lake City and Hotel Park City.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Life is busy and honestly, sometimes a little chaotic. Between work, school drop-offs, sports, and everything in between, some days feel completely upside down. Dinner used to be one of the hardest parts of my day. Now, it's the easiest. When life feels upside down, Beehive Meals helps keep me grounded with home-cooked freezer meals that are ready when I am. No planning, no scrambling, just real food my family loves. Head to beehivemeals.com and stock your freezer with your solution to easy, delicious dinners and a little peace of mind.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Want to remind you, you can win big this Wednesday with Win Ticket Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up this week, good one, Ben. We're hooking people up with tickets to see Weezer with the Shins and Silver Sun Pickup at the Maverick Center, September 15th. Pre-sale begins 10 a.m. next Thursday. With the code WEMAV26 at livenation.com. That's WEMAV26 at livenation.com. Get your tickets today or listen all day on Wednesday for your chance to win.
I've seen 2 of those 3 in my life.
Which
already.
one?
The Shins and Silver Sun Pickups.
Are they similar to Weezer? What's the vibe?
Yeah, you would recognize all of their music. Not all of their songs, but you would recognize music from both of them.
I would?
Yeah,
or
you would.
most
No, you
people
would. You would.
Okay.
You definitely would.
All right. What about Christian? Do you need to explain
Christian
who
would
these
know
people
they
are?
No, Christian would know this Lazy Eye by Silver Sun Pickups. Great song.
Was it you who I was talking about this with the other day? Probably was. But the Maverick Center, underrated place to see a concert.
Really good. So Delta Center the other night when I was doing the Jazz game, Laney was there. Do you know the band Laney, Christian? They're kind of like a big, definitely making music for the ladies. They're
Okay.
definitely out there.
All right.
I bet they love being on tour, if you know what I'm saying.
Okay.
These 2 fellas love being on tour.
Uh-huh. They get a lot of attention.
And I don't think they sold out the show. And the problem when you don't sell out the show at Delta Center is like it can look a little empty. Now I think the stadium was pretty full, like the seats were pretty full, but GA was not that crazy. That does not happen at Maverick Center because it's more intimate. You know?
Well,
It's
one
about half
of the
size.
issues, and again, we're not. I've seen many great concerts at Delta Center, including the Rolling Stones. So I'm not hating, but they did not build that venue with concerts in mind.
Yeah.
And at the Maverick Center, formerly the East Center, have you noticed they've got cloth on all the walls? So they built it with some acoustics in mind. Larry built the Delta Center to be as loud as possible with everybody screaming and having the noise all echo off of it and come down onto the court, right? It just doesn't make for the best concert acoustically, whereas I think the East Center, or Maverick Center, I know it's been the Maverick Center for 20 years and still I'm calling it the East Center. But they built it with concerts in mind, so it's not...
And it does a good job.
It's not as echoey, and certainly it's not as big, so you're closer. There's really not a bad seat in the house. It's not Guns N' Roses from a suite there. That was super fun. I saw years ago, what do they call it? The Moody Blues?
Oh, okay.
With the symphony
Nights
background.
in White Satin?
Oh, man.
Nice.
It was a
Play
show.
Nights in White Satin!
It was a show.
Do it again! I don't know how much of their music I know.
The only time I've ever been front row at James Taylor.
Yeah.
Right there at Maverick Center. So I'm sure that'll be a heck of a place to go see.
For sure.
Weezer. Go get your Weezer
tickets.
on.
Yeah.
You gonna go?
Actually, I'm looking at tickets right now. That might be a fun one to go to.
All right.
WeMav26.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not on sale until next Thursday, though.
Okay.
Do you have a team in the Final Four you're officially rooting for, Ben?
You know what? I like these teams. I don't love a lot of the players on UConn right now. I just like and again, I'm like not a big college basketball fan. I certainly don't have teams that I root for. I do pick up players and I'll follow them. What is interesting about this is there are 4 lottery picks remaining here, and that is how I watch the tournament. I start thinking from a draft perspective or guys who are going to be in the NBA that I like to follow. And there are at least 3 guys who are going to be seriously in the running, depending on where the Jazz draft, that could be in the conversation. It's Braden Burries from Arizona, who might be my favorite player that's still playing. It's like Derek White. And I just love guys like Derek White who go out there and do it on both ends of the floor and are diving all over the court and then hitting absolute dagger shots over and over. So I love Braden Burries at Arizona. Yoxel Lendeborg is one of the cooler stories in college basketball. Went to a small school. They even talked about this on the broadcast the other day. He had the who's the Vikings quarterback who was just at Arizona, addicted to video games. Kyler Murray.
Mm-hmm.
So Yoxel Lendeborg in high school would only play video games. So his grades were terrible. He wouldn't leave his house. He'd be up for 24 hours straight gaming, and goes to a junior college, if I remember correctly. And I can't remember if he was at Auburn last year and could have entered the draft, or was UAB, and could have entered the draft and been a late first-round pick and said, I'm going to get myself in shape. I'm going to go to Michigan. I'm going to get a payday. And it's paid off because he's actually probably the best player in the game remaining now that Cam Boozer's out. So he's really fun, and he's got that Michigan team playing well. And then Keaton Wagler is one of the most surprising stories in all of college basketball because I don't even think he was a top 150 recruit, and is just an absolute baller and will be very, very seriously in consideration with wherever the Jazz are picking. So that's the fun part of it. And then Mullins, who hit the shot last night, is also going to be a lottery pick.
On that note, I think I'm off Cam Boozer.
Okay.
I think I'll compare him to LeBron in this way. I don't think he has any moves.
No bag.
I don't think he has any, if he's going to be a guy with a ball in his hands, all I saw from him all tournament was him running over his guy, and that's his move. I'm going to run over this guy, and then that's going to be how I start to create a play. I don't think, unlike LeBron, I don't think he can do that at the NBA level. Maybe he can. But I wasn't overly impressed with his skill level. Is that unfair?
I
certainly think AJ DeBonta far more skilled than Cam Boozer.
I think we are going to see Cam Boozer fall to 3, and I think there's a chance he falls to 4, in all honesty, because of those exact reasons. AJ, I think, is locked up number 1. I'm not kidding, barring a very weird team being we still love what we saw from high school from Darren Peterson, we're going to take him. I think really highly likely AJ's combination of production, skill, potential, size, it all favors AJ at this point. And Darren Peterson, I think, is going to go 2 because of his upside and potential, and I think Cam's going to fall to 3 and maybe even drop to 4. I'm with you. I will say, though, that, there is something about being 19 years old, having that frame already, and he shoots 40% from 3. He does average 4 assists a game. He is absurdly productive, and you don't need to say, well, what are we going to do to his body? Mm-hmm. A la Kyle Filipowski, who you're still trying to figure out, are we going to make you 300 pounds or are we going to drop you down to 200? How are we going to get you on the floor consistently? You aren't dealing with that with Cam Boozer, which is, again, why I understand he's still going to go top 3 or 4. Because I'm with you. You watch and you're just what's the thing? Other than at the end of every game, he has 20 points, 10 rebounds, and 4 assists every single night he steps on the court. Because, he just kind of throws his shoulder into you and hits a little 8-footer, and it's boring, but it is effective.
At Duke.
At Duke, right, absolutely.
At Duke. And I don't know, players, you have to give the ball the whole game if they're going to be effective. I mean, it really was, I guess Jimmer didn't make it in the NBA for a lot of reasons, but one of the reasons was nobody's going to give Jimmer the ball to do his thing all game. What role does Cam Boozer play? Unless you make him your point forward, which, again, I don't know if he can do that at the NBA level. Because right now in college, who do you match up against Cam with? Because he is huge and he is athletic.
It's impossible.
So
nobody can guard him.
Right. So who do you do? But as soon as he plays against Kawhi Leonard, I don't know why I always pick Kawhi, because I just love Kawhi's game, even though I don't like his behavior. But, whoever else, Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, as soon as he runs into any of those guys, he's going to be in big trouble.
No, nobody remembers a single good dunk from Kevin Love's career. He's not a vertical athlete at all. He's an absolutely insanely great rebounder and a very good passer who developed a three-point shot throughout his career and became very effective. I think that's what you're hoping for from Boozer, is just absurdly solid, enormously high IQ, who hits shots and passes the ball well and grabs a bunch of rebounds. There is a path for him to make it as a true star in the NBA. Is he going to be a number one on a team?
Is he better? Is he
Probably not.
better than Paolo Banchero? Because that's probably his comp.
Paolo doesn't shoot the three, and that's really Paolo's issue, and that's why he's also drawn comparisons to Sabonis, who, Sabonis, remember how hot of a name Sabonis was at Indiana, and now he's in Sacramento, and I was kind of like, we don't want him. Nobody wants him.
David said that. David brought up that comp too, and Şengün. I don't think he plays like either one of those players. I don't think Sabonis is a good comp at all. Sabonis is way more of a stiff than Cam Boozer.
Yeah, and
hey, he's plenty athletic. Don't get me wrong, but Sabonis is a big.
He is. He's
Cam
a
Boozer. Cam Boozer is not a big, and Cam Boozer is not nearly as skilled as Şengün.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's probably accurate.
And maybe Şengün isn't the shooter that Boozer is, which again I think that's a terrible comp.
Yeah, that's the flaw.
The only good one, I think Paolo is as close to what he wants to be, but Cam's a better shooter.
Yeah.
I don't know if Cam's a better athlete than Paolo.
He's definitely not. Cam is really landlocked. Like he's not leaving the floor. He cannot jump. So it's going to be all positioning and IQ for him.
And
you can get by with that.
What did the lesser Boozer do to himself? Where's he supposed to be taking?
I don't think he's going to the draft this year.
Oh, you think he's coming back?
I think he needs to. Yeah, he had an okay season, but he was not their starting point guard until the tournament when their other player got hurt. So Caleb Foster, whatever his name was. So I think he's got to come back and continue to develop. I know there was some thought maybe he'd be a late lottery pick, but I don't think he's done that for himself this year. So unless he just wants to get away from college after committing that turnover.
Well, he's apparently scared of taking free throws. It's not good.
What I do like about Cam Boozer, and we don't need to get into draft stuff right now, is that unique guys who produce well generally tend to be unique and produce well throughout their whole careers. So there was a lot of people who didn't like Derek Queen. I actually didn't really like Derek Queen last year in the draft, and he stepped in the NBA and was able to continue to do the same things he did last season in college, now at the NBA level. And he's not a perfect player, but he's a borderline all-rookie player. Cam is a much better version of Derek Queen, and Derek Queen is going to be in the NBA for a long time. So we'll see. We'll see if and then it's got to translate to winning. But no, I don't think he's in the running for the number one overall pick, and credit AJ DeBonsa, who's done, I think, everything right.
As far as Final Four goes, I can't believe this, but I'm absolutely rooting for Arizona. Like I mentioned last week, I love it that they don't shoot threes because I do think there's more than one way to win a basketball game. And I had forgotten, isn't LeBron's kid on Arizona? I can't believe I'm rooting for the Wildcats, but here we are.
Yeah, Bryce James. It's the reason they're in the Final Four.
I don't even think he played, did he?
No, he's played in 2 games.
How come LeBron moves mountains for son numero uno? Bronny. Bryce gets no love?
Well, he's not any good. And
neither is Bronny.
Correct. And actually, Bryce is on a team that did make the tournament, and Bronny was not on a team that even made the tournament. And Bronny
was terrible on that team.
And to be fair, he had a heart attack, so I'm going to give Bronny a little.
He didn't have a heart attack, but
didn't he have a heart attack?
I don't know if it was a heart. It wasn't like your
something serious.
It was like well, there was a rash of it. It was the same thing like that happened to what's his name, the Buffalo Bills player. Where the heart just stops or whatever, and it's like a
it seems like some sort of attack on the heart.
I know, but when we say heart attack, we picture like cholesterol is clogged an artery. Correct. That's not necessarily what happened. But
He had to
anyway,
be resuscitated.
He was terrible.
Yeah, I think they had to get the defibrillator out.
Utah State had one too. There was a good who was that? What was his name?
Yeah.
Where's Scotty? But anyway, it's definitely happened. But he was terrible at USC. He was not very good in high school, and LeBron somehow got him drafted. Old Bryce.
I don't think Bryce is going to the NBA.
Old Bryce is riding the pine in Arizona. We don't hear a peep out of LeBron.
Yeah. Well, I think he recognizes all of those players on Arizona, of which there are 3 or 4 pros, are going to be better players right now than Bryce James.
Yeah, the middle ball sucked too, but LeVar didn't give up on him.
No, and got him a G League contract.
Yeah, got him an NBA 10-day.
Got a 10-day.
LeVar didn't say, I don't care about that one.
So LeBron is failing his son.
No, I don't think LeBron should have helped Bronny. But if I'm Bryce, I'm going, where you at, Dad?
I'm trying to figure out how many games LiAngelo played in the G League. He played. Hey, Dwayne Wade got his son a G League contract.
Are you talking about the rap clown?
I'm talking about the Chinese thief.
The sunglasses thief in China?
LiAngelo played 31 G League games and never appeared in an actual NBA game, unfortunately.
I think he did a preseason game.
Yeah.
Because he was in camp for the
Yeah, he
Hornets.
was on the camp invite.
Because LeVar was taking a victory lap that all three of his players were in the
His kids,
NBA at
yeah.
the same time. Or players, kids.
He would call them his players.
Yeah, right. His kids were in the... And Lonzo's out, right? He doesn't have a team currently?
Doesn't have a team. Jazz were his last team.
Well, the old man trying to start a shoe company ruined his career.
Ruined the dad's career?
No,
or
Lonzo's.
Lonzo's, yeah, because the shoes weren't any good.
Because the shoes were garbage and he got hurt.
Big Baller brand.
He got hurt.
Christian, you ever have a pair of Big Baller brands?
No.
Seems like when you were 15 or 16, that would have been right up your
That
alley.
that was like hot when I was in early high school. Yeah.
Was it? Was the Big Baller brand ever hot?
Oh, dude.
Brigham City Big
when
Ballers.
LaMelo dropped 100 points in a high school game.
Yeah.
And they had like the reality show and stuff.
I've never seen a pair of Big Baller brand shoes.
Oh, I think Mitch Harper had some. I think our guy Mitch bought some. Mitch was always up on kind of the funny latest.
Yeah,
tech.
but a weirdo like Mitch buying shoes doesn't mean that they were like popular. Christian's talking about how they were all the rage. There were multiple Big Baller brand shoes walking around Brigham City
nobody
High.
bought them, but everybody like pulled them up on their phones. They're like, "Oh, look at these! These are cool."
What is Brigham City High? It's not that. What is it? Where did you
Box
go?
Elder.
Box Elder.
Yeah.
That's right. The bees. Buzz, buzz, buzz.
The BBB.
Just sweet.
Big Baller brand, the Buzz, Buzz, Buzz.
Just filled with big ballers.
Christian was in a gang called the Box Elder Ballers. The Big Box
Everybody
Elder Ballers.
who wore Big Baller brand shoes. I still say LeVar Ball might be the greatest marketer of our time.
He and the president done great jobs marketing themselves. Yeah, they've done a really
Because
nice job.
never forget that Lonzo Ball has never been good either, and he went number 2 to the Lakers.
I'm really curious what's going to happen with Charlotte to close the season. They were the hottest team in the middle of the year, beating up on a bunch of nobodies in the Eastern Conference, and somehow still find themselves in the last spot of the play-in tournament. They might not. There might not be as much there as it kind of seemed like there was going to be. But I do think we have a fun Final Four setup. I do think Michigan-Arizona is going to be one of the most highly anticipated tournament games we've had in a long time. I mean, this has felt like, LeBron and the Warriors, that this inevitability that they're going to meet up again. It has felt inevitable that Michigan was going to get to the Final Four and Arizona was going to get to the Final Four, and they are huge teams and they are experienced teams and they've got NBA players all over them. That's what's going to be really fun to watch here. And then Illinois UConn is probably going to be a great game as well, just because they're pretty evenly matched. But this is good for college basketball, despite the fact that they have just eradicated the quote-unquote Cinderellas.
It'll really suck that Tommy Lloyd gets fired after this whole run.
They're going to can him?
Well, I'm assuming LeBron gets him canned for not playing Bryce.
Not playing Bryce.
If LeBron were putting the energy behind Bryce that he put behind Bronny, Tommy Lloyd wouldn't have a job next year. But LeBron doesn't care about Bryce.
Apparently not.
Is there another boy on the? Is there another James boy coming up?
No, I think he's got a daughter. He's got a daughter.
Okay, all right. So anyway, I'm rooting for Arizona. I don't want to see Michigan win. I don't like. Do you like Big Ten basketball? Here I am saying that I don't.
Is that
I
Kyle
like
Whittingham hate or what?
No. I don't like anything about Michigan.
Yeah, where's
never,
Whit? I hope Whit
never
makes an
have.
appearance at the Final Four. I hope Whit.
No, people ask me why I don't like Tom Brady. He went to Michigan. This has been my standing take for a long time. I've never, ever rooted for anybody that went to Michigan.
If I had to pick a team I want to see win, which I really don't care, I would pick Illinois. I think Illinois would be really fun, and that's a Big Ten school, but that's not a school that has had an insanely rich tradition of basketball success. They've had good runs, and Darren Williams making it to the championship game and losing to Carolina was obviously a big one, and D. Will brought all of his Illinois friends to the Jazz, and they were all playing in Salt Lake for a while. But I think that would be the coolest story. I don't care if UConn wins. I don't need UConn to win one. Michigan seems to fall upwards with all of their coaching hires historically. The Juwan Howard thing even worked out for a little bit before he started punching the players. And then they fell up into the new coach. And then Arizona, I was actually shocked Arizona had not been to the Final Four since 2001. I couldn't believe it had been that long. That seemed like a wrong number for when they put it up on the screen. But looking back at it, that's true. I like the Arizona team. I like the players on it. I love the coach. So I would not mind Arizona winning.
I'm trying to confirm this, but can you tell me how long it's been since the Big Ten has won a national title in basketball?
Oh, man. Ohio State lost to Florida with Greg Oden and Mike Conley. I couldn't tell you who it is. It's not is it early 90s? What is it?
No, it's
Not that
it's more
long ago.
recent than
Okay.
early 90s, and I'm trying to get the exact date, because I believe it's 24 years. I'll double check, but it's Michigan State.
26 years.
26 years. It's Michigan State, and
okay, yeah. That makes sense.
that first of all, I can't believe that was Izzo's.
It's Izzo's last title.
Last title. I mean,
Yeah.
that was forever ago.
Mm-hmm.
Let alone the Big Ten's last title.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So the Big Ten gets a lot of credit for being good at all sorts of stuff, but are ya? This year, maybe they're guaranteed. Oh no, they're not guaranteed, I suppose, but they're going to get likely a spot in the finals. Maybe this is the year that all comes to an end. But if the Big Ten was all that, I think they'd have more than one basketball title since the turn of the century. No?
And if I had to guess, I think both Big Ten teams lose this weekend. I think Arizona beats Michigan, and I think UConn's going to beat Illinois.
Sucks for them. It's their best year in a long time.
But I probably underrated Illinois throughout. Illinois has.
Well, it's because
really
they're
got
never any good, and we're all just we all just go with the brand. I mean, that's what
Yeah,
college
UConn does
basketball
have
is
that.
all about. Yeah,
UConn
like you
has
have no idea who are on any of these teams, but you know that Duke is usually pretty good,
Right.
and Michigan State's usually pretty good, and Arizona somehow gets credit for being good, even though they haven't won. They only have one national championship, and it was in 1996.
Yeah.
How many times did Lute Olson actually win the Pac-12? But yet everybody thinks that guy is a deity.
Right.
But anyway, like this is why I absolutely can't stand people who are into brackets. I don't like them personally. Because anybody who comes up to me after two number 1 seeds, a 2 seed and a 3 seed, if anybody comes up to me and said, "Hey, I got 3 of the 4,"
My bracket's doing great.
I'm going to punch you right in the face.
Oh, you picked Michigan
No, I'm
and
not going to do
Arizona?
that. Yeah, congratulations. You picked
Congrats.
Michigan and Arizona. Bold pick
picked
by you.
UConn?
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. UConn was your upset pick?
How did you come up with that?
Yeah.
Hey, God, just to let you know, I'm winning my pool.
Leading the office bracket.
Are you? Yeah, I really know college basketball. Do you? Or did you just pick Arizona and Michigan?
I think I like Arizona in this one.
Don't come up to me. If you know me personally and you're doing well in your bracket or whatever, don't tell me about it. I don't want to hear how smart you think you
You'll
are.
get what did that guy say? Ben told him. Who cares?
Who cares?
Who cares?
Saw me on the street.
I certainly
like your
don't.
Jazz coverage. Who cares?
Call me if you picked Gordon Hayward's Butler to go to the finals.
Yeah,
Then sure,
Then let
I'll
me
listen
know.
to you. Dude, I had Arizona and Michigan. I still have them left. I had Arizona, of course, winning it all.
Got an inside word for you. Been watching basketball all year. Go with Arizona. I think they have it this year. Don't tell anyone. Don't let this get out. But if you want to win your
Got
bracket,
a little insight.
Wildcats.
You're welcome.
It's 5 NBA players starting. LeBron can't even get his kid into the rotation.
Oh, man, it's going to be tough when they have to fire Tommy Lloyd. It's going to be rough. LeBron's going to have him canned.
I don't know if you've seen it, but I like this Boozer kid. Pick Duke to win a few games. Get out of the opening weekend.
Isn't it ridiculous?
Yeah, of course.
Michigan.
Psst. Hurley and UConn. I don't know if you've been paying attention.
You probably never heard of this guy, Dan Hurley, and the UConn Huskies. A program that's had very limited success.
Limited success historically.
Stay tuned for more Jacob Ben next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Did you know your baby might need their first dental visit sooner than you think? Did you know your baby should visit the dentist after their first tooth appears or by their first birthday? Keep your family healthy. Your smile matters. Babies can get cavities as soon as they have teeth. Bad bacteria can be transferred to a baby's mouth through unwashed spoons or pacifiers. Pacifiers dipped in sugar or sweetened drinks can also cause cavities. Prevention begins by using a small, soft toothbrush and a little fluoride toothpaste. Grain of rice size ages 1 to 2 and a pea size ages 3 to 6. Practice with your baby before their first dental exam. A dental professional can give you the best advice to keep your baby healthy and smiling. If you don't have a dentist, visit YourSmileUtah.org for more information on community dental services. This message brought to you by Utah Oral Health Coalition, Utah Dental Association, University of Utah School of Dentistry, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, and other Utah health partners. Remember, a healthy smile means a healthier life.
Your smile matters.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
I didn't realize how bad my windows were until I replaced them. You think your house is fine, and then you sit by a new high-performance window, and suddenly you're not freezing in the winter or baking in the summer. Peach Windows and Doors showed me the difference between builder-grade windows and real performance windows. The glass packages, the seals, the insulation, it's not even close. And here's the part I love. It completely changes the look of the house. Cleaner lines, bigger glass, more light. It instantly feels upgraded. Whether you're building $1 million home or you want yours to look like one, windows matter more than you think. Lower energy bills, more comfort, massive curb appeal. Go see the difference for yourself at peachdoorsandwindows.com or visit their showroom. Trust me, once you see the difference, you can't unsee it. peachdoorsandwindows.com.
Take your golf game to the next level. Introducing the Rev Tour, a new competitive league for amateur golfers of all skill levels. It's fair, competitive, flighted league play built for everyone who loves the game. Starting with leagues in northern and southern Utah. Then local regionals advance to Las Vegas for 2026 to punch your ticket to the Nationals. All regional winners will be able to play at Pebble Beach with deep discounts. Sign up now at golfrevtour.com and get $50 off April using promo code REV1280. GolfRevTour.com, promo code REV1280. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your Jazz at 30 update. Here's Will Hardy on Svi Mikhailuk's surprise performance on Saturday night.
Yeah, Svi's a pro. He stays ready, works hard every day on his game and his body to be ready when he's called upon. Tonight's obviously a great example of his ability to maintain focus even when he's out of the rotation.
Jazz at 30 is brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope's in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org.
Better than us! No! Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Join Scotty G coming up tomorrow from noon to 3 at Tim Daly Mazda in Sandy, 10785 South Auto Mall Drive. I'm a little bent at Christian for sending us that clip of Dan Hurley. I mean, I think I would have eventually saw it on the Snap Talk.
Yeah.
But if you haven't seen it, with 0.3 seconds to go, so after the shot, the ref comes over to the scorer's table to, see how much time is left on the clock, and starts talking to Dan Hurley. Dan Hurley gets right in his face and puts his forehead right up against the ref's forehead like he was backing off a guy flirting with his girl at the bar.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, like puts it right into him and then goes back to his bench.
And he's got like his suit jacket is hanging off his shoulder like a psycho.
Dude, listen, I will not defend Chris Webber. That was one of the dumbest plays in college basketball, and that was in the finals, not the Elite Eight. But when he called timeout and they didn't have one, and it basically lost him the game to Eric Montross and the Carolina Tar Heels. I mean, just bozo play.
Yep.
Deserved all the criticism in the world. That should have cost Dan Hurley the game.
Yeah, it really should have.
You said this at the beginning of the show, and I think you're absolutely, entirely right. That is a technical foul that should have cost UConn the game. A coach is no different than a player. You do something stupid, you break a rule. You can't touch the official. Are you kidding? You can't touch the ref, let alone stare him down and headbutt him. You can't do that. We should still be talking about. We should be talking about Duke in the Final Four and one of the most epic blunders in the history of college basketball. Absolutely.
Not Caden Boozer's blunder, but Hurley's blunder.
We should be talking about Dan Hurley's blunder today.
Yeah.
These referees are so cowardly. And even when it's them, he doesn't call the tech. There's no way. He had money on the game, right? He had to.
And he has the reputation, Hurley has the reputation as a psycho, as a guy who has gotten on refs before.
Can you imagine what Kane Fitzgerald would have done?
Right. If Alex Jensen did this kind of out of nowhere and you'd be like, did they just accidentally run into the same path and didn't know who was going to go which direction? I might give him a little bit of breathing room, or like Kevin Young, who doesn't have the reputation as a psychopath. But Dan Hurley is always all over these refs and trying to intimidate them and talking about them going off the floor. It was obvious what the intent of this was to show that I'm a bigger man than you, or whatever he thinks he's doing here. But Dan Hurley has always done this. So I honestly cannot believe the ref swallowed his whistle at that point. We played the clip of the Duke.
Talking about the player.
Who was mad about the player running onto the court and how that should be a technical foul. No, this actually should have been a team.
This should have been. An ejection, a suspension, a technical foul, all of the above.
I truly think if this was in the regular season, Dan Hurley would have been suspended at least a game. How many games did Jerry get suspended? No, Jerry pushed an official.
Yeah, he went after him and pushed him.
If you make contact with an official, it's the ultimate no-no. It's like an automatic ejection, which comes with a technical foul. I do think if this happened in December 3rd, we'd be talking about a suspension for Dan Hurley.
Which.
I hope they don't do that to you, Mammoth. I hope they don't do that to you, John.
I hope they don't do that to you. They screwed us.
Okay, Dan.
By the way, not being able to touch the official or whatever is a great rule.
100% totally understandable.
Great rule. How did they not call that? I mean, I'm looking at it right now. Anyway, here we are talking about Duke's epic collapse. And what we should be talking about is one of the worst decisions in the history of college basketball. After his team basically won with 0.3 seconds to go, he's still so caught up with the officials and so upset that he headbutts one and the official lets him get away with it?
It's crazy.
What are you doing?
No, it's crazy.
Why are we here?
Yep.
We should be talking about Duke, Illinois, and I should be clowning even more people for picking 1 seeds to go to the Final Four.
One of the most frustrating things about becoming an adult is recognizing that the people who pat themselves on the back more than anyone actually do tend to do very well. Like the people who are not afraid to parade themselves out there, your office pool guy, like the Dan Hurleys of the world who just continue to tell you how great they are over and over and over. They do seem to get away with things in a strange way.
Ben Simmons won the Rookie of the Year.
Correct. Absolutely right. You're seeing Victor Wembanyama trying to get
talk
the MVP
his way
right now by going out there and doing like kind of post-game press conferences.
What Kalani should have been doing with the Cougs.
Yeah, he should have been, unfortunately. But the Big Ten or the SEC, they get themselves into positions of power by telling you over and over how great they are. Mick Cronin tells you over and over how great they are. Dan Hurley just tells you over and over that he's the best coach in college basketball. He's the most important person in college basketball. And because he's built up this reputation, he gets away with crap like this. He gets away with this type
It should
of...
be the opposite.
Absolutely. I'm totally with you.
It should be the opposite.
Yes.
He should not be able to even stand up without getting a technical foul.
With you. But he also finds a way when Braylon Mullins hits the greatest shot, not in UConn history, but certainly the best shot of the tournament so far, and has created an all-time moment for that kid and for that school, that Dan finds a way to make it about Dan by intimidating an official. What a psycho. What a straight psycho. But that's where he is. And he has more power, and he's going to get a raise after this season
And
for it.
he gets away with it because they win, which is awful. I mean, honestly, Bob Huggins never really had great behavior, right? I mean, he was always a little bit on the psycho side. And the way he crashed out at West Virginia, somehow he's still celebrated at Cincinnati. It's amazing. I mean, coaching is one of those professions where you could truly have the worst behavior.
Oh, Majerus.
Absolutely. We have examples around here, and certainly Rick is the best one.
Is the one, yeah.
But, I mean, God, what was Rick's assistant who was a psycho at UVU forever? Dick Hunsaker.
Yeah.
I mean, he won a lot.
Uh-huh.
Have you ever talked to somebody who worked for Dick?
I haven't.
Oh, yeah, that's something.
So
he wasn't warm with his assistants.
Okay. Well, shout out to Tommy Lloyd and shout out to some of the guys who do it right.
Or it seems like it. I mean, I don't know Tommy.
Maybe
I
behind
know
the scenes they're crazy.
Coach Lacombe knows Tommy really well and says
loves him.
Yeah. Thinks he's great.
Yeah. And Underwood seems like a good coach.
And I don't think you have to be a crazy person to coach college basketball. But I certainly don't think it's effective in the pros. I wish Dan Hurley would have taken the Lakers job. I wish.
Yeah.
It would have been Urban Meyer all over again. I got in this big argument with Gordon Monson once about whether or not it was going to work with Urban Meyer in Jacksonville. I told him, absolutely not. How does Urban win in college? Well, he has this weird, sick, motivational tactic where he treats the bottom part of the roster like garbage and the top part of the roster like they can do no wrong. And that crap is not going to work in the NFL because you can't treat your players like garbage because then they just tune you out, and they're more important than you are.
I do suspect it's what J.J. Redick is trying to do with the Lakers, but I don't know if that's going to work either.
Why do you say that's what he's trying to do? I'm curious.
Well, I do think he probably treats half the roster like garbage.
And then LeBron and
Luka, he kisses up to them. So maybe Hurley could have gone to the Lakers and been fine because he's doing the same thing. Then again, I don't think either you or I, though the Lakers are having a very strong close to the season, think that JJ is, approaching a 10-year legendary Steve Kerr-like career. I'm not anticipating that.
No. But Rick Majerus could have gone to the Bucks.
Mm-hmm.
There's a great anecdote. I can't remember if Tim told me or maybe it was Britton, but said Majerus was watching Karl Malone and said the reason I couldn't coach in the pros is because I'd try to fix his free throws.
Mm-hmm.
And he was smart enough to know himself that he could never use his act in the pros. So he just stayed at Utah. He could never do his act at USC. It was way too forward facing. In fact, Utah was a great spot for him because everybody left him alone.
Jerry, Sloan, Greg Popovich, who are not totally similar coaches, but they were pretty tough coaches. Those were hard-nosed guys. But Jerry would wrap his arm around Jaron Collins as much as anybody. So would somebody like Popovich with the lower players on there, Rasho Nesterovich or whoever.
Listen, Jerry wasn't warm and fuzzy with his players, but what Jerry was extremely respectful.
Yeah.
How many times did you see Jerry really cussing out his players on the sidelines? Jerry would curse, certainly, but he'd usually be cursing at the game.
Yeah.
He wouldn't be...
And then had their back.
And then you'd go in, you'd have those conversations behind closed doors. I mean, Jerry never humiliated his players, ever.
But Hurley would throw his players under the bus.
Absolutely.
No doubt about it.
And has. And does it all very publicly. I don't know. I'm so glad that college sports is moving on from that personality type, or at least it feels like they are.
There are fewer now than there used to be. Certainly feels that way.
And Bob Huggins probably couldn't get a job.
Correct.
If he wanted
Pearl.
one. I don't know how old Bob
Bruce
is.
Pearl's probably similar.
Oh, man. I wonder what his kid's like.
Probably not like his old man.
Maybe he needs to be.
Yeah. If he wants to make the tournament, he's got to tell everyone how great Auburn is.
Are they still playing
about it more.
in the NIT? Are they still rolling?
Oh, I don't know. How was the NIT bracket looking?
God, they better win that thing based on what the old man was saying on TV. Like, you'd almost have to, right?
Christian, how's your NIT bracket, Christian?
Busted in the first round.
Oh, dang. Is Auburn still playing?
Looks like Auburn is going to be taking on Illinois State in the semifinals.
Okay.
The other side of the bracket, you've got New Mexico and Tulsa.
Go Lobos.
Yeah.
Go represent the Mountain West that apparently sucked.
Yeah. But good for Auburn.
Really?
Putting their money where their mouth is. Making it to the semifinal of the NIT tournament. That's a good run.
April 2nd. Tune in.
Are they at Madison Square Garden at this point? Do they
Yes.
play the Final Four at MSG? Okay.
Yes, they do. I can't get over this headbutt thing. I'm sorry. It's one of those things. I just, the video is just running over and over. I can't believe it.
Way to ruin the moment.
Oh, we should be talking about him losing the game for his team. He deserved to lose the game for his team.
I'm with you. I generally try to not overreact, but I don't think that's an overreaction.
Stay tuned. We wrap up Jake and Ben coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex. I got this.
And the Mammoth obviously have a lot of work cut out for them still because they are now at a point where, again, I hate looking at the percentages, JJ. Doesn't it make you nervous to go, yeah, right now they sit at 76.5% to be that wild card 1 team. There's so much hockey still left to be played.
Yeah, that percentage can drop quickly if you lose 4 straight again. Overall, you're looking at where this team is at. They're in that number 1 wild card spot. They control their own destiny. I would rather be in that number 1 wild card spot than in the number 3 central spot because if you're the Wild, you're either playing the Avalanche or the Stars in the first round. That's brutal.
It is.
I would rather be the Mammoth. You're going to be playing a first-round playoff series against the Ducks, and then you get the winner of the Oilers and Knights in the next round. I'd rather do that than get the Stars or Avalanche in the second round. If they're in that number 1 wild card spot with as good as that team is, there's a path for them to go on a long run in the playoffs, not just win a series.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. When you want to hear one of our local teams play, dial up 97.5 The Zone. Tonight, it's the Utah Jazz at home in the Delta Center against Donovan Mitchell and the Cleveland Cavaliers. The game tips off at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. And tomorrow night is the Bees home opener, hosting Sacramento, right here on 97.5 The Zone. And if you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
At IFA, our mission is to support our customers' passion for the rural and Western lifestyle. Whether you have a small garden or acres of farmland, a few backyard chickens or hundreds of cattle, our feed, farm supply, and agronomy experts are here to help. And we've been doing it better than anyone else for more than 100 years now. Stop by one of our stores today or visit us online at ifa.coop and get the kind of service and support for your lifestyle. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Pack up because Chevy SUVs have the capability to take you to some incredible places, like an adventure in the middle of in the Equinox Active, an SUV that will help you get away with confidence, or head off for a night in Chevy Traverse with all the tech you need to stay connected, while the undeniable value of Chevy Trax will keep you moving from here to over here to way over here. Get to all the places you want to be with Chevy SUVs. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your Mammoth at 50 update. Here's Alexander Kerfoot liking the team's ability to keep the pressure on the Kings all game long.
Yeah, I mean, we've been getting off some really good starts and then haven't been able to capitalize and finish, play a full 60. I thought we did a great job in the second. Power play was huge, getting a goal there at the end of the first to kind of give us a little momentum. We carried that into the second, and we didn't let up.
2 goals for Kerf in the win over the Kings on Saturday. They are back in action on Thursday on the road in Seattle.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two niggas on the airways, talking sports. They got him made Jackson on soul. Loves his tie-dye, Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
Hey Christian, I am so excited for you to have a kid. Being a parent is the greatest joy you will ever have. It is amazing. It is a lot of work, but you're gonna rock it. My only suggestion would be to practice changing diapers, just like you would practice changing the radio signal from RSL Sports to music and the spoken word. All right, brother, good luck and have fun like that.
Like that?
Ryan, that was hilarious. I was wondering where he was going with that.
That's a hardcore listener.
Dang it, if he didn't land that plane. Way to go. Yes. The only time in 100 years more that music and the spoken word has been bumped off of 1160 KSL AM
until Saturday night when the Jazz did it.
Oh yeah,
of course. Tim Lacombe,
no, but no. I'm not saying switching off programming.
You mean
no? I mean like that
it.
program. That particular program has been on KSL every Sunday morning since the beginning of the 1900s. I'm sure.
Yep. And Christian said no longer.
Until Christian Esparza got to it, and he said, "Nope, you'll get RSL, and you left it on Fox Sports Radio. You're gonna get Arnie Spanier, and you're gonna
love it."
You tuned in for the Tabernacle, and you get the Ben Maller show.
Who was it? Who called in?
Ryan.
Shout out Ryan.
Shout out Ryan.
A+, man.
Hilarious. Yeah, we had the Jazz game on the 1160 signal the night before, and Christian forgot to switch it back.
Yeah. The only thing, again, going back to child advice, what I would say more than anything is that diapers are such a small
part
potatoes.
Of it. Not even a big deal.
Nobody cares. I know that's the thing people worry about. And it's like, no, you love your kid. It's just a part of it. You know, that's not an issue.
Oh, would I rather change 100 diapers or deal with a mildly sick baby?
Yeah, right. Give me 1,000 diapers.
Give me 1,000 diapers
on a baby who's fine and not coughing and trying to figure out why are you sick and crying all the time. Yeah, no question about it.
And then the emotional part of it too, where you're a nervous wreck. You just assume that your baby has tuberculosis or something, and it's a real roller coaster.
No, they're fine. Your baby's fine.
But yeah, diapers not that big a deal
at all.
Although, have you ever? Both the widows who lived, my neighbors, have both passed, unfortunately. But they were in their 90s, and when I had kids, they came over and saw the babies and all that stuff. And they were telling us about when they raised their children before disposable diapers.
I'm sure that was a nightmare.
Oh, they were saying the best day of their life was the day that their kid got out of diapers, because you have to empty it in the toilet, and then it goes into the laundry and all this.
A lot of laundry.
All this stuff. Then. Yeah, so since disposable diapers came along, not a big deal. Yeah. Although, are you one of those earth muffins that is going with the service?
No, one of our other producers, Parker, asked me that the other day. He's like, "Are you going to do the reusable diapers?"
Don't.
Heck no.
Don't.
But you know what I will say? As far as burp cloths go, reusable diapers are great because they're the most absorbent. So if you're actually just going to get, they're huge and they're really cheap and they will last forever versus like the thin, crappy burp cloths that don't last very long. Go get those. Go get yourself some disposable or non-disposable diapers and use those as your burp cloths forever. Or they're designed to hold a lot more than a little.
Or just leave the baby in the backyard all of the time.
Some shade.
Like an outside dog?
Right. Right. Yeah, it'll be fine.
They like it out there.
They do.
They're happier out there.
You have to clean up once a week.
They don't like being inside.
And it's fine. The butt rash gets a little bad. A little
messy.
But,
Christian's feral child.
it actually toughens them up. You guys have a name picked?
Dalton.
Dalton.
Named after Dalton Kincaid.
Or the what's his name from Yellowstone?
Rick Dalton.
Wow, that's a great movie. I rewatched that on the my last plane flight. Dalton, what is the inspiration behind Dalton?
My wife's maiden name.
Oh, okay. All right. Are you going to call him Doll?
Probably not.
No.
My wife was like, "What about something like Dally?" No.
Dilly Dally.
No.
Dolly.
No, Dalton.
Dolly, like the artist. There you go. Salvador. I'm going to call your kid Salvador.
That's
Sorry,
cool,
I picked your son's name is now. No, because Lloyd is
Salazar.
Lloyd is Salazar. We can't have a Salazar and a Salvador.
No, we can't, because we already have a Salazar, and that's just way too close. By the way, I think I've even got Nate calling Lloyd Salazar now, which is kind of funny.
You've got a unique skill. You and Donald Trump have the ability to give somebody a nickname and have it stick for eternity.
Except with me, I don't know about he has some that I appear to stick with other people, but until I start hearing everyone call Filipowski Phil, I don't think I have that power.
Sure. When Will Hardy hits us with a Phil,
calls him Phil, then I'll know I have made it. You know what I mean?
Calling him Phil. Yeah.
Thought Phil had a good game tonight.
Phil's playing great.
I can't believe we didn't hear Will Hardy call THT hot dog. If anyone was going to catch on, I would have thought of that. I would have thought Will was like, "Man, hot dog was killing it tonight. He was hot dogging out there." Nope, I never heard it. Now I really want to hear Will drop a Phil.
And I am sure Will Hardy does not listen, but there are people who listen to the show.
Should I when we sit down, hopefully, knock on wood, sit down with Will next year at the Media Day or whatever? Should I come prepared with all my list of nicknames to
Here's my nicknames historically. See which one you like the most.
See if any of them stick with him, so I can get one in a post game.
You might have to brainstorm a few for guys that are sure going to be on the roster,
or are not going to be, because he might be more willing to talk about guys who are no longer in the NBA.
Who aren't there. So if Phil gets cut or something, he might be able to go with the Phil.
But SVHT
as
a nod to hot dog.
Oh, if I got a SVHT out of Will, that I could retire. I could retire a happy man.
That is the funniest and thinnest line of success and failure in the NBA. Not a nickname, but what Hot Dog did, what Talen Horton-Tucker did, versus what Svi Mykhailiuk does actually not look that different. And in fact, last year it was no different.
It wasn't.
Hence him adopting the nickname SVHT.
He didn't play that way this year, though.
But he plays a little bit differently, but will still come in 11 minutes, score 14 points off the bench, which is exactly what Hot Dog could also do. But Hot Dog is no longer in the NBA and never will be. And Svi is about to stick with the Jazz for the next 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, because Hot Dog couldn't do anything else. And he's not good enough that a good team would actually let him play that way.
Man, it is a finer line than a lot of players are able to recognize.
I don't think he understood that he was the cooler.
Correct. No, he didn't.
I don't think he understood that, getting the green light from the coach while they're trying to win basketball games isn't necessarily a compliment.
Again, Cody getting pulled on Friday night is the best vote of confidence in Cody Williams I've seen, because the Jazz were up on the Denver Nuggets, and the Jazz said, we got to pull Cody out with 10 minutes left to play in the fourth quarter, because if he's on the floor, they might beat them.
I think it's forever a compliment to Colin Sexton that at one point, Will basically sat Colin, and Hot Dog down and said, you're going to play hard and pass or you're not going to play. And he actually very publicly said that in a post game, but he didn't really say who he was talking about.
But it was obvious it was those two players.
It was obvious he was talking about Colin.
Because I think they got benched for the second half of that game.
Right. And he was talking about Hot Dog.
In Portland.
And one player listened, and one player didn't. And one player's still in the league, and one player's not.
Yep.
And Colin, I'd argue, was a much better player now, although I know he's not playing a ton.
He was in Chicago.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Charlotte moved him, right?
Yeah.
But Hot Dog's playing in Germany? Didn't we look it up the other day?
Turkey.
Oh, yeah, Turkey.
Yeah, he's on Fenerbahce.
He and playing for Memo's team. Does Memo run a team over there?
I don't think so.
No, Ennis doesn't. He's not.
Memo lives in San Diego. No, I don't think it was going back to Turkey. Memo's just killing it. He's got his daughters in high school and
plays a lot of golf.
Plays a ton of golf. He's got his former Miss Turkey wife. His current wife, former Miss Turkey.
Oh, you mean he doesn't get remarried to the current Miss Turkey every single year?
That's his prize. Or their prize. You win Miss Turkey.
You get to marry
You get
Mehmet
to go
Okur.
live with Mehmet Okur for 12 months in San Diego.
It's a real incentive. It's a real
Memo does
real
absolutely
incentive.
rule. That's the coolest guy. So
He was cool when
He
he
is
was
very
when he was here. He's cool. He's come back a fair amount of times.
Yeah.
Like he's cool when he comes back.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Good for him.
It'll be interesting if the Jazz end up with a boozer on their team, and it would be Cam. I don't think Caden's coming out this year. How much we'd see Carlos around?
No, we'd see him
more
around
than-
all the time.
Carlos, more than anybody, has been an ambassador for the Utah Jazz.
He has, but Carlos also is. He really loves the attention.
He does.
He's on a commercial with his kids.
If you look at Carlos Boozer's Instagram page, it's really funny because you have to ask yourself, who asked to get this photo taken? Like, it's always him golfing with, like, somebody. And it's like, oh, well, all these guys are hanging out with Carlos Boozer. And, of course, it's like, oh, I golfed with Booze. He was in my foursome. I'm going to ask for a photo. I think there's a real chance Boozer's asking to get photos with these guys. Like, he's the weird guy. It's like, should we get a group photo after? Like, I'm in the clubhouse. Let's get a photo. He's always posting bizarre photos of himself. And I'm like, this is not somebody asking. This is you asking. So you're right. If Cam is around, you're not going to be able to get rid of Carlos Boozer.
No, he's going to be here. He's going to move back.
He's going to be on the front row.
Isn't he a scout?
He's somehow
he's got some
loosely
job.
affiliated. Oh, yeah. He'll be here all the time. Yeah. No, look, honestly, like Carlos is a former NBA player. He's a former Duke guy. I mean, there's a reason that the cameras are on him, I suppose. But he doesn't have to be on the second row acting like an idiot. He could be back in the tunnel. He could be in a suite.
Right.
He could be
He
wherever.
wants. Yeah. He doesn't have to be on King's Court.
If
he doesn't
didn't
have to go do
want the attention, you know, Caden and Cam could get a national advertising spot, whether Carlos is involved or not. But yet, I've got to see Carlos sitting between them trying to watch the game.
Yeah.
You remember when he was on a Super Bowl commercial?
I don't.
Carlos always liked the attention.
But you know what?
That's bling bling, my man.
Oh,
You don't remember
yeah,
that?
I do. I remember that. And you know what? Good for Carlos, man. He seems like a very good dad. He's like super involved. I'm in total support of Carlos Boozer, though it may be corny at times. Like, be corny. That's what that Christian become Carlos Boozer. Be corny. Be there for your kids.
Don't glom on to get attention from your child.
There is though. There's a difference
Do not
between
do that.
LeVar Ball and Carlos Boozer.
Yeah, LeVar's good at it.
Boozer might get one of his kids drafted, and one of them's very good. I mean, Cam Boozer's going to be a very
Cam's
good
going to get himself drafted. Lonzo sucked. Remember, Lonzo
That's
was
true.
never good.
Well, I mean, Lonzo's fine, but I don't think he's like a superstar. Lonzo's fine. He's not as good as Cam Boozer. I'll give you that. Cam Boozer's a better player.
He's not as good currently as Carlos Boozer.
Lonzo's not. No, Lonzo can barely walk, it sounds like.
Stay tuned. The great Scotty G.
And friends.
Coming up next. We'll talk to you tomorrow on
Thanks,
the Jake and Ben
Christian.
Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Did you know your baby might need their first dental visit sooner than you think? Did you know your baby should visit the dentist after their first tooth appears or by their first birthday? Keep your family healthy. Your smile matters. Babies can get cavities as soon as they have teeth. Bad bacteria can be transferred to a baby's mouth through unwashed spoons or pacifiers. Pacifiers dipped in sugar or sweetened drinks can also cause cavities. Prevention begins by using a small, soft toothbrush and a little fluoride toothpaste. Grain of rice size ages 1 to 2 and a pea size ages 3 to 6. Practice with your baby before their first dental exam. A dental professional can give you the best advice to keep your baby healthy and smiling. If you don't have a dentist, visit yoursmileutah.org for more information on community dental services. This message brought to you by Utah Oral Health Coalition, Utah Dental Association, University of Utah School of Dentistry, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, and other Utah health partners. Remember, a healthy smile means a healthier life.
Your smile matters.
Breaking news just announced. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown has no interest for up to 84 months on 4 brand new 2026 Nissans. 2026 Rogue, Frontier, Pathfinder, and Murano. 4 new models, 0 interest, up to 84 months. At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Less than perfect credit or more than your current car's worth with no interest up to 84 months. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown can solve your problem. You don't need perfect credit to qualify. And no money down is also an option. Save thousands in low monthly payments. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Home of the Forever Warranty. Financing OAC. See dealer for details.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. You can feel the spring in the air. As a matter of fact, we've been feeling the spring in the air all winter long. But as the season genuinely changes, it's time to make your reservation at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, Hotel Park City, and downtown Salt Lake City. And don't forget, quite a few great events are just around the corner, including some holidays. We'll have a lot of visitors in Salt Lake City before long, and it's time to make your reservation at the downtown location, 275 South West Temple. And of course, up in the mountains, it is beautiful. There's still some skiing going on. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse is right there at Hotel Park City. The best meal you have ever had awaits you at Ruth's Chris, whether it's steaks, whether it's poultry, whether it's seafood, the side dishes, the desserts. You're going to love Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, downtown Salt Lake City, and Hotel Park City.
The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 354, is looking for telecommunication technicians and fiber splicers to fill immediate job openings. Technicians work with network cabling and fiber optics to build communication networks and infrastructure. Come to our job fair on Thursday, April 9th and 23rd from 4 to 7 p.m. at the Utah Electrical Training Alliance in West Jordan, 7466 South Redwood Road. The IBEW is offering an amazing job opportunity. Enjoy a competitive wage, paid holidays, and employer-paid health care and retirements. Learn more at our job fair on Thursday, April 9th and 23rd from 4 to 7 p.m. at the Utah Electrical Training Alliance in West Jordan, 7466 South Redwood Road. Meet the contractors and tour the training center. Do you want to become a telecom technician? Apply for the 3-year telecom apprenticeship. Get paid while you learn. Invest in yourself. Join the IBEW. Learn more at IBEW354.org.
I'm author Richard Paul Evans, founder of the Christmas Box International. Thank you, Utah, for giving so much to help our most vulnerable children, kids who have been abused, neglected, and trafficked. But the Christmas Box House isn't just for Christmas. We help children 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and your help makes that possible. Right now, our kids could really use new tennis shoes and Visa gift cards. If you'd like to help, please go to thechristmasbox.org or Google us. Thank you.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Believe it or not, this guy actually has friends. Nice. This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Okay, let's get it, folks. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. 12:05. Hope you all had a tremendous weekend. Hopefully you were able to sit back and just lounge on the couch and watch some basketball and watch a Duke meltdown because, come on, who doesn't enjoy that? Who doesn't enjoy seeing a team fall apart and it's named Duke?
Everybody loves that, except for it might make people a little bit grumpy, only for a second if they pick Duke. But then you got to go back to be like, you know what? That's what makes it great. That's what's enjoyable. Even if it wrecks your bracket, it doesn't matter.
That's what. All right, so there's a listener to the show who shall go nameless, but let's just say Lloyd. He could make both of us disappear in the middle of the night and with a blink of or with a snap of a finger, and we'd be toast. That's the kind of power this guy holds. And last night he texted me and he said, this just wrecked my perfect Final Four. I would have had a perfect Final Four if not for this. And I'm like, okay, yeah, but were you not entertained? And I think, yeah, the entertainment value for him, and I think for everybody else, definitely overrules a bracket.
I would have had 3 of the 4 had Duke made it. I would have had 3 of the 4.
What a game.
It was a heck of a game.
Just, look, that's why I love the NCAA tournament, because it's not the NBA in meaning that you still have some kids. Now, granted, they're well-paid kids now, but they're still kids. All right, the frontal lobe's still being developed, so they're going to do some stupid stuff. So you will have a bunch of WTF moments mixed in with some OMG moments, and you just sit back and just be like, I love this. How great is this? Because you have enough of the bonehead stuff and the craziness that goes along with a great play. Like, yeah, Boozer, what are you doing, man? You can't be making that pass. But then you'll go over there and you look at John Shire and the coach, and he's like pointing forward. Like,
had 2 guys who were on that side of the court.
Like moving forward. Like, wait, what? No, you tell him to hold on to that ball and take the foul. I don't care if he's a crappy foul shooter or not. You hold that ball, you take the foul, and then you go up and look, if you make 1 free throw, then you can foul up 3 and you win the game. If you make 2, then it's definitely over. But
you could have nearly just thrown it up straight up in the air, and you might have been safe.
Yes.
And let the time nearly run out.
Oh, man. It was that was something. That was something. And I was and this is what I love. And I know, Lloyd, you've got kids that are young, too. When you're watching a game with an impressionable youth, you know that they're going to remember that game forever. Like, I remember being like, I don't know, I was 10, 11, 12 maybe when Christian Laettner hit the shot over Kentucky. And by the way, Rick Pitino references that game all the time. That game was almost 40 years ago, and Rick Pitino talks about it like it was yesterday. You don't think these coaches get scarred by those kind of moments? John Shire will remember this game for as long as he lives. Rick Pitino remembers that Christian Laettner game, the turnaround jumper from the free throw line. He references it all the time. Why? Because it scarred him. And if you're a kid out there that's 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, I know that's kind of the age of Xavier. My kid's 14. Like, that's what makes you a sports fan, watching moments like that, especially when you don't have skin in the game and you're just watching it as a fan. It's awesome. Now, if you're a Duke fan, boo freaking who, nobody cares. No, but if you're a Duke fan, like, okay, yeah, that hurts you bad. And if you're a UConn fan, it's one of the singular greatest moments of your life. But for all of us out there that just enjoy great sports, man.
Now, let's just say it, by the way. Dan Hurley is a psychopath.
Oh, he is a psychopath.
That guy is a nut job.
Look, I think that we know enough about Dan Hurley to know that you're never going to root for the guy. If you don't know anything about him, if you're not close to him, you'll never root for Dan Hurley. Never. You can't bring yourself to root for a guy like that. But if he was willing to coach your team, would you take him?
Oh,
in a freaking second, you would.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, you would.
Who, after you just win a game, who goes and puts their forehead into a referee? Who does that?
Nobody.
You just won.
You won.
Why would you even do anything like that?
It almost feels like he has to. now.
That's who I am.
In his mind, he's like, well, I built up this reputation of who I am, so now I've got to act like this. The guy's a buffoon. There's no getting around it.
I so badly wanted that, just not for my bracket's sake, but just to put him in his place a little bit. Just I wanted them to be like a technical foul right there where they had to shoot.
Yep, I'm with you.
Or something.
Yeah.
Like, I know that's what, from what I understand, that's what Duke, I haven't heard the play-by-play, but apparently that's what the Duke broadcasters were asking for. Of course. Why wouldn't you? But, like you just won a game. You should be jumping up and down, getting Gatorade thrown on you or whatever their drink of choice is, and celebrating, yet you go find the referee and put your head right into his
head. And just mean mug him, too.
Just mean mug
You don't
him.
even say anything.
No. And it's like, why? You just won, dude.
Oh, how great would that be had they teed him up? Ooh, the place would have melted down.
It would have been chaos.
Would have melted down.
And the type of chaos that I'm here for.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
But I love the chaos that happened in that game. That was amazing.
Yes.
That was what March Madness is all about. We're trying to remember the other game that was kind of similar to that was the Kentucky-Santa Clara game earlier this.
Oh, yeah.
Where they had their comeback and, you had them hitting a near half-court shot to send it into overtime. I wanted Kentucky, obviously, to lose because that's one of those blue bloods that you just want to lose. And it's like that's what with my kids, I'm like, that's what it's about. Those games right there. Those are the fun things right there.
These are the moments that make the NCAA tournament collectively the greatest tournament in all of sports. Now, look, I love the NFL playoffs. I love the NBA. But to have this magnitude of chaos at this level and the amount of games, like you get quantity, you get quality, you get, like I mentioned, OMG and WTF moments that are just right and left. Like this is it, folks. This is as good as it gets. Now, look, if you want the best basketball and you want the best athletes on the planet, yeah, you're going to enjoy the NBA and you're going to love the NBA playoffs. But more often than not, the best team's going to win. Best of 7 series pretty much guarantees that more often than not, the best team is going to find a way to get it done. So you will have individual drama for sure. You'll have LeBron with a chase down block and the Cavs coming back from 3-1 against the Warriors. Like there's always those signature moments. Don't get me wrong. Love it. And if you're looking for just pure, beautiful basketball, that's your game. But if you're just looking for straight chaos, the NCAA tournament, that's your jam right there. That's where it's at. That's what makes it so special is just the sheer ridiculousness of what you may see every single solitary night. All right, we got a lot to get to. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. There's a new sheriff up in town in Cache Valley. Let's talk about it. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's time to kick off the show with the biggest headlines of the day. This is your starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, starting lineup right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, you got your man if you're Utah State. This was an interesting one. Last night, social media was hopping that it was going to be Mark Madsen. And that was interesting. And really, sometimes this is what you got to be careful about it with social media these days, is that how quickly it can spread like wildfire. Rumors can turn into, and so there's these, this is what you got to be careful about. There was a radio guy here in Salt Lake City. Like, normally we all like each other. Honestly, we're competing. Like Hans and I, we knew each other for a decade before we were able to do a show together, and we were super close. And we still are, even though he's not doing radio anymore, because we're just friends, right? That's my guy. And so you look across the board, there's a lot of guys that I've known that I've competed against forever on radio stations I've worked with. So most of us get along really, really well. In fact, all but one. There was one Jack A who came into this market nobody liked, and his big thing was that he would say he was right about all these stories. No, what he would do, and there's a lot of media guys that do this, not just to point out this jackwagon, but there were a lot of other guys. There's a lot of guys out there, national and local. What they'll do is they'll see the way that the wind is blowing, and then they'll come in over the top and say, like, well, I can confirm this, and this. When you know that it's pretty much going that way, and you have no sources, you have no indication of what's going on. And that's why, look, I will never claim to be a journalist anymore. Like, I dipped my toe in the water a little bit. It wasn't any fun. I didn't enjoy it. So, you know what? We're essentially content creators. We're just sports radio schmucks. We're not journalists. Okay,
Entertainers.
We're entertainers.
Yeah.
We just try to make you laugh and have strong opinions about some things. So, but you'll see these, some of these guys that will come way over the top and say, "Oh, it's going to happen." So last night there starts to be this social media uprising. I don't know where it started. I don't know where it originated from, but there was this element of Mark Madsen's going to be the new head coach at Utah State. I even had assistant coaches at other staffs reach out to me and tell me that they thought it was a done deal. And so I start texting people. I'm like, hey, this could be going down. This looks to be happening. And then I get a text from somebody who very much would be in the know and said, I'm not going to tell you who it is, but I will tell you it's not Mark Madsen. And so it's like, oh, okay. Well, let's pump the brakes on that one. But it was really funny to see all of a sudden there was Cal insiders and other people that, other media members are like, well, I'm hearing it's all but done that he's the leading candidate. You don't know. So again, that's why you got to be careful about this social media thing. A lot of times they're right. A lot of times this stuff starts brewing and it ends up coming to fruition. Sometimes it couldn't be further from the truth. One thing I can say is that I don't think Mark Madsen was ever in the mix. I don't think this was ever a case of Mark Madsen agreeing to terms with Utah State and then leveraging it for a new deal at Cal. From what I understand, I don't think Mark Madsen really was ever in the conversation. I don't think it was real. I don't think it ever had any substance to it whatsoever. So if somebody out there is saying, oh, it was done, no, it wasn't. It never was. Mark Madsen was never coming to Utah State. And frankly, I don't know how much Utah State even pursued Mark Madsen. I know there was very little to no conversations. Let's just say that. All right, so let's get to the guy who it is, Ben Jacobson. So the coach from Northern Iowa, and if you look at his resume, it's super impressive. Now, we all remember him leading Northern Iowa, about 14, 15 years ago to that Sweet 16 after they knocked off Kansas in the second round, a 9-1 upset to advance into the Sweet 16. Remember the crazy three-point shot with 20 seconds left when they're up 1 and they should run out the clock. Dude cranks the 3, puts them up 4, and essentially wins the game. By the way, that guy is now the head coach at Colorado State, so it'll be interesting to see those two battle each other in the new Pac-12. But tremendous coach. Look, you look at the resume, you look at the accolades. We can talk about what that means for Utah State. We can talk about what kind of success and style of play and all that other stuff. Look, there's time for that. We'll get to that. In fact, Cam Walker, athletic director at Utah State, is going to join us coming up at 1:05. Looking forward to chat with him as always. But I think if you're Utah State, you look at this and what does this mean? You've had a revolving door of coaches that have cycled through Utah State. And I've said this many, many times, and I'll continue to say it because it's kind of fun. Next year will mark my decade point of doing play-by-play for Utah State football and basketball. So 10 years, right? I got a full 10 years under my belt. Ben Jacobson will represent the 6th coach that I've worked with in 10 years. And only one of those guys was let go. That was Tim Duryea after my first year. Then I had 3 with Craig Smith. Then I had 2 with Ryan Odom. Then I had 1 with Danny Sprinkle. Then 2 with Jared Calhoun. And now Ben Jacobson. And the MO on the last 4 hires, Smith, Sprinkle, Odom, Calhoun, they all had all 4 of them had something in common. Okay, head coaches, young up-and-coming coaches. They didn't necessarily need to go to the NCAA tournament. Jared Calhoun had never been to a tournament. You go and look at Craig Smith at South Dakota. Never had been to an NCAA tournament. So you look at the 4 schools that they were coaching at: South Dakota, UMBC, Montana State, and Youngstown State. Not necessarily the who's who of college basketball. Now, I know UMBC had their moment in the sun when they knocked out Virginia, courtesy of Ryan Odom. But other than that, UMBC ever really moved the meter for you? Youngstown State really ever moved the meter for you? No, not really. Not at all. And so these were young, for the most part, I don't want to say unproven, but really kind of unknown commodities out there. And they've all come into Utah State, and they've all had tremendous success. Utah State's rolled the dice on 4 young coaches that were essentially unproven at that level of basketball. And they hit on all 4 of them. So you could say to yourself, well, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Here's the model. Guess what? You've rolled the dice 4 times. The chances of that hitting again, not necessarily great. You're going to get a dud eventually. It's just the law of averages. It's going to happen. And look, I'm not saying Ben Jacobson's going to be great. I don't know. But what I do know is that this Utah State has elevated itself as a program to where a guy who at Iowa, in Northern Iowa, and I know Northern Iowa isn't necessarily the who's who, but if you go back and you look at their resume, he's a 4-time Missouri Valley Coach of the Year. He's been to the NCAA Tournament a bunch of times. He's been to the Sweet 16. He's got round 1 victories. Like, this is a well-established mid-major program where he could have finished out all of his days and ridden off into the sunset. They would have built a statue for him. They would have named the court after him. And he got to the point where he said, you know what? I want to elevate what I can do somewhere else. Where can I do that? At no point up until the last 3 or 4 years would he have looked at Utah State and said, that's where I can elevate myself. That's where I can elevate my opportunities to coach at a different level. So, again, I don't know what Ben Jacobson's going to do. We're all just going to wait and see together. If you're out there and you know how this is going to play out, you don't. It could be great. It could be a dud. I don't know. It's going to be a hell of a ride. But what you do know is that you as a program have elevated yourself to a point where that job becomes attractive at what would have been 10 years ago a path downward from Northern Iowa to Utah State. Now you're looking at as an increase in salary, an increase in NIL, an increase in exposure from a conference, increase in competition. Like, you go through all of those, and that's what Utah State has now. And I think that's something that you could sit back and say, all right, you take a lot of pride in that. And then you can evaluate him as a coach when the season starts. And you can evaluate him when the transfer portal opens. You can evaluate him in terms of retention. Retention is going to be really hard, though. It's just going to be hard. And I think in this day and age, you just kind of look, Utah State lost a coach to essentially, for 2 reasons. Number 1, to go home. Well, actually 3 reasons. Number 1, to go home. That's probably number 1. Number 2 is the pay increase. And number 3 is the fact that it's a Big 12 conference. So those are the 3 reasons why Jared Calhoun went to Cincinnati. Well, guess what? 2 out of those 3 reasons are why Ben Jacobson's going to Utah State. More money and a better conference. So, yeah, you could say you're a stepping stone, but also you're a step up from what would have been considered an equal or higher than mid-major program than Utah State has been. But as I mentioned, retention is going to be difficult. It just is. You're going to have guys that are going to be offered a ton of money. I was talking to an assistant coach at a university outside the state, and he said that these coaches are now using these computer programs because, frankly, there's a computer program for everything these days. Thank you, AI, in which they have all the numbers of all the players and what they're getting paid in NIL. And you essentially punch in your player, you punch in the stats, you punch in the accolades. I don't know how it works. But essentially, it will push out a value of what that player would get if they were on the open market. And what, if you were a suitor for that player, what you would expect to pay. It's a lot like, when you sell your home or you're buying a home, they look at comparables and they say, okay, well, this home had the same square footage, the same amount of bedrooms in this neighborhood, 2 cul-de-sacs over, so you could essentially put yourself in the same price range. They have that for college basketball players. Computer program spits it out, says, okay, here's your comp. Mason Falslev, this guy told me the comp on him in terms of financials, over $3 million. Carson Templin, over $1 million. All right, so Ben Jacobson's got to go and say, okay, well, is it worth that? Do I need to do that kind of fundraising? That's a tough number to match. And if you do bring back some of those guys, which I am all in favor of, I'm not telling them how to build a team, but also you have to look at it from a building standpoint. This is professional sports now. What do professional teams do? They look at their players and say, okay, is it worth us to go out and bring that player back, or could we spend that money in different ways to help build a team? Now, I don't know the answer to that, but those are the conversations that are going to be happening. Because if you're a team out there that's got $20 million to spend, $3 million doesn't move the meter a lot. All right? But if you're a team that's got $5 million to spend, $6 million, yeah, $3 million, that's 50% of your budget. That's going to do some damage. And what kind of team can you build outside of that? So those are the questions everybody wants to know. Well, is this guy going to come back? This guy going to come back? Look, there are only a few moments in your life where you really, truly have leverage. I was told that over and over and over again in this radio world. You only have 1, 2, maybe 3 times in your life where you have leverage. You have to use that to your advantage. All right? When you're sitting at a poker table, you don't get pocket aces very often. When you get pocket aces, you got to make them pay off. So, right now, if you're a player out there, if you're Mason Falslev, you're Carson Templin, you got pocket aces, all right, what are you going to do with them? How are you going to play them? Because ultimately, the game's going to end pretty quickly, whether it's overseas or the NBA, whatever the case is. You need to make sure that you are in the best situation. I'll never, ever get after a player or a coach for leaving for more money because you never know when it's all going to end. All right, 12:26, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Cam Walker's going to join us coming up at 1:05. We'll take a trip back to the NCAA Tournament. What a game last night as our Final Four is now set. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes. They refer you out for estate planning. They refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today.
Call Trajan today at 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Oil isn't the only resource hit hard by global events. American farmers are sounding the alarm by fertilizer prices at planting season. Will this disrupt our food supply? Raising prices cause shortages? I'm not waiting to find out, and neither should you. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com, get a 3-month emergency food supply. They'll include $200 worth of extra survival protein absolutely free. After serving more than 3 million American families since 2008, you can trust MyPatriotSupply.com. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com.
Your new 2026 Mazda CX-5 has arrived at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. There's huge inventory of this newly remodeled Mazda CX-5, and with offers as low as 1.9%, now is the perfect time to get yours. That's right, the newly designed Mazda CX-5 can be yours for financing as low as 1.9%. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. APR OAC, 36 months at $29.04 per month for $1,000 finance. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Ace Bailey, he didn't come in, kick in the door and say, "This is my team now, everyone."
Absolutely, that's a big part of it.
Which I think is a great sign, actually.
Had the Jazz needed Ace to do what he did last night all season, this would have been a team that had a good rookie and had a really long future still ahead of them.
Yeah, nothing else.
And that's not going to be the case. And that's where this really gets interesting for me with what does Ace's future look like. But him doing this now is probably the best time for the Jazz. Nobody else is playing. He's just getting a lot of opportunity. He's getting a taste of what this stardom looks like. And then he's got to come back and fit in with another roster next year.
Yeah, he's got the pull-up. He's got the three. Man, that's a good-looking shot.
Yeah.
He's bouncy.
Yep.
He's blocking shots.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's everything you want to see from a rookie making progress.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm here with Monty from Connecticut Quality Water Systems of Salt Lake, an authorized independent dealer. So, Monty, I wonder if you know someone like this. He's the ultimate DIY guy. Restores classic cars, builds his own deck, and even smokes his own brisket.
Sounds like a talented guy.
He is, but get this, his other weekend hobby is troubleshooting his water softener. He's always down there resetting the timer or fiddling with the circuit board.
See, Doug, that's where I draw the line. Smoking a brisket is a great weekend project.
Yeah.
Fixing an electric water softener is just a chore.
Exactly. He thinks he's saved money by buying the bargain brand, but he's paying for it with his Saturdays.
That's the Connecticut difference. Our systems are premium because they are non-electric and fully automated. No computers to fry, no timers to reset. We install it and you get back to the hobbies you actually enjoy.
If you want soft water, do what I did and leave that to Connecticut. It runs on water power, not willpower. Learn more at softwaterutah.com. That's softwaterutah.com.
Catch the excitement May 14th through 16th with the Epson Tour Copper Rock Championship. Golf's next-gen LPGA stars competing on a course as stunning as it is challenging. Come for the game. Stay for the journey. Tickets and info at copperrockchampionship.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, your Jazz at 30 update. Back-to-back losses for the Jazz over the weekend. Now a string of 5 consecutive losses. Close one against Denver, 135-129, and then the Jazz turned around and got blown out against Phoenix, 134-109. Sure, it's a back end of a back-to-back, but Will Hardy not pleased with his team's performance.
Our response on a back-to-back wasn't great. You know, they had us spinning defensively. They had 21 offensive rebounds. You know, they turned us over a lot early in the game. We were able to get out in transition, and it just put us behind. We got to bounce back and move on to the next one.
That is your Jazz at 30 update. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, all brought to you by University of Utah Health, for you, for life.
You're locked on to Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Coming out of my cage and I've been doing just fine.
72-70, Duke by 2. Sarr to key the inbound now. Full court pressure from UConn. Sarr gets it into Cam Boozer. Boozer back to Sarr. Now ahead to Caden Boozer, and UConn got a steal. Caravan for Mullins. Long three. He got it! Oh, he got it! He hit it! He hit the long three-pointer from the logo with 0.3 of a second left to go. I don't believe it. UConn has taken the lead.
Highlight courtesy Westwood 1, the game you heard right here on the Zone. Wow. That is, look, we've seen some crazy things in the NCAA tournament. That's a great thing about the tournament. There's always weird stuff that happens all the time. And it's awesome. I mean, make no mistake. It's what makes the tournament so much fun. We talked about that in the first segment. But with every crazy moment, with every great shot, there's always usually a screw-up. And that's what we saw last night. And look,
that screw-up, by the way, that one hits close to home.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, somewhere Carlos is grabbing his sons and saying, yeah, about that. Let's not be making that pass. But, you know, as much as you look at the pass, if you look at the body language of Jon Scheyer is not essentially telling his guys, and maybe this isn't fair. Maybe I'm misreading the body language, but it sounds like Jon Scheyer's like, pass, get the ball down court, get it down court. When in reality, all he had to do was just buckle down and just hunker over the ball, take the foul, go to the free throw line, knock down 2, and the game's over. That's all you got to do. Don't be crazy out there. Don't be doing dumb things like that. But boy, did they ever, and boy, did it make them pay. I look at the who was the Grateful Dead looking dude that played at Gonzaga? Adam Morrison. Go back, for all you kids out there, Google Adam Morrison, Gonzaga, UCLA. That is another classic meltdown. Zags, and I think that was a
best player in the country, I think, that year.
Yeah, he was. And I think that took them, I think that was a Sweet 16 game to go to the Elite 8. I can't remember, but essentially Gonzaga had a lead and they just blew it down the stretch. Just absolutely blew it. This was probably 06, 07, somewhere around there. So, I mean, we're 20 years out from that. So that's another monumental meltdown. But the fact is, you've had Duke in back-to-back years with a meltdown against Houston, a game they should have won and lost that game. And then last night against UConn, and Jon Scheyer, who, I want to be careful when I say this. I think coaching absolutely matters, but the dude has inherited the best lineup available out there. Like, from top to bottom, you look at the rosters, nothing's going to compare to what he has. It's phenomenal. Best talent out there, highest paid budget, like whoever Duke wants, Duke probably is going to get. And what's he doing with it? I ain't going to the Final Four, that's for sure.
And they played with fire all tournament long, too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Even the 16-1 game.
Yeah. They played with fire. Absolutely.
And as the tournament's gone on, the more shakier they've felt. And last night, it bit him in the butt. You're up 19 against UConn. Just park the car in the driveway. And they couldn't get it done. Now, what you saw, too, and again, as much as we don't like Dan Hurley and as much as he annoys all of us, the dude can coach. And the dude's tough. And teams often replicate their coach. If you've got a tough, angry, hard-nosed coach, more often than not, your players are going to act like that because you're tough on them in practice. You're tough in what you expect out of them. Now, I don't know how tough Jon Scheyer is, but the dude doesn't exude a lot of that nasty mentality that you see out of Dan Hurley. Now, I don't know what he's like behind the scenes. I know Mike Krzyzewski always had that stoic attitude, and I guess he was a miserable SOB behind the scenes, and his teams took on that same kind of ideal, that same kind of premise. So maybe it's not fair for me to say that about Jon Scheyer, but one guy is really angry, tough, all this stuff that annoys you as a fan watching him on the sidelines, but his teams act like that. And so they're down 19. They're not going away. They're not giving up. You can't just kick that team to the curb and say it's done. No, they fought. They got ugly. They did what they needed to do, and they got themselves back in the game, and they made winning plays. There are some teams out there that just know how to make winning plays. UConn, from a talent standpoint, they have no business being in the Final Four. That team should not be playing at all. All right, Duke's far and away better than they are, talent-wise. But when it comes to upstairs and what's beaten in the old chest, UConn's got it. Duke doesn't. They just don't. They don't have it. And it's kind of fun if you're an anti-Dookie to see that team melt down, but also I think it's indicative of a head coach. And trust me on this one. Look, I have not listened to any Durham sports radio. I haven't dialed into what's going on in the Triangle today in North Carolina. But I can safely assume that there's a lot of Duke fans that want blood, that they want a head on a platter. And the only thing that makes them feel even remotely better today is the fact that North Carolina blew a 19-point lead in their loss earlier in the tournament as well. So you got Duke and North Carolina both blowing 19-point leads and both having exits far sooner than they would have expected. Whenever a one seed wets the bed like that, people notice. It was bad. It was just so bad. But boy, was it entertaining too. It was a fun game. Fun tournament. All right, so when you look at your Final Four, I hope I'm wrong on this. And knowing me, I probably am. But if you look at what's coming up this weekend in Indianapolis, you've got Illinois and UConn. You got a 3 seed and a 2 seed. Okay, that's going to be fun. And I actually think UConn will probably win. I don't know. I'm going to probably take Illinois in that game. I like how Illinois is built. But what's really a shame and why I think we need to, everybody wants to look at the NCAA tournament and they want to expand it and they want to make all these changes. I don't touch the expansion at all. I don't mess with that one bit. What I do, though, mess with is when you get to the Final Four, you reseed. Because that Michigan-Arizona game, that's your national championship. And if it's not, it's because the two teams beat the hell out of each other, and whoever wins that Illinois-UConn game can take advantage of it. But the two best teams in college basketball by a mile are Michigan and Arizona, and it's not close. So it bums me out that those two teams are playing for a spot in Monday's title game when if you really wanted to really accelerate the tournament and really make it a little bit better, you reseed them. And you put Michigan against, let's see, that would be Arizona would be the higher seed. So it would be Arizona against Illinois and Michigan against UConn.
Whatever we need to do, just make sure we have the best game as the championship. That's what needs to happen.
When Monday rolls around, you want the best game.
Two teams, yes.
Yep. That's not too much to ask for. So if you're out there and you want to rework the NCAA tournament and you're thinking, okay, let's add this. I don't think you need to do that. I don't think you need to go past 68. Frankly, I think you probably should go back to 64, but that's just me. But I get it. You're getting, 68, and eventually it's going to go to 74. We get it. You want more money. But if you really want to improve the tournament, reseed the top 4. And I think you frankly should, because when you're dealing with regions like that, that's, essentially you're going to have teams in the same, in regions are determining where they're going to play. Not necessarily the best teams 1 through 4 in terms of the seeding them in regards to, okay, we want this number 1 team to play this 4th number 1 team in the semis and the number 2 number 1 team and the number 3 number 1 team to face off each other. They don't do it like that. They're like, okay, hey, Michigan or, whoever was the number 1 overall seed, guess what? You get to choose where you go. Okay, you want that region? Okay, that's yours. And everybody bases it on geography because they want their fans to attend. And the NCAA tries to accommodate that for their fans, which fine. Okay, cool. Do that in the first rounds of the tournament. But when you get to the Final Four, those fans are coming regardless. So you don't have to worry about that nonsense anymore. And it's already a predetermined site. So reseed it. Reseed the thing. NFL does it. You go to the NFL playoffs. Hey, you know what? This team knocked off this team. Well, guess what? The number 1 seed went down. Okay, who's the number 2 seed? Well, guess what? Now you have home field advantage the rest of the way, and now you're playing the wild card team that came out of this. It just makes too much sense. So instead of worrying about all this other nonsense, just reseed the Final Four. That's all you have to do. You don't have to reseed after every round. You don't have to reseed in terms of anything else. Sweet 16, Elite 8, don't worry about any of that. Just reseed the Final Four. They're all in the same spot. It's super easy. Come on. Why are we making this hard? It's not that hard. All right, 1245, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Cam Walker, athletic director at Utah State, will join us right here on the Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined now by Steve Kluel, former BYU basketball coach. From your perspective, if it comes down to Boozer or DeBonsa, who do you like?
I like DeBonsa. I think DeBonsa has the ability to score in more multiple ways. He creates space better than anybody that I saw this year in the game. You're not going to stop him from getting a shot up. The Boozers are amazing. Cam and Caden are both great players, but they're not AJ. AJ's more prepared than either one of those players, and I think can have an impact in the NBA immediately. Not that he's an all-star, but he's going to have an impact on whatever team he goes to.
Yeah, that's what would be cool about the Jazz if they got that pick.
Man, wouldn't that be special? The Jazz need to be doing everything that they potentially can and possibly can to get that guy and keep him here in Utah. That'd be the greatest thing that happened in basketball in the state of Utah ever.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It was a great day on Friday. We were down in Nephi, Utah. Bar W Beef. You need to get there now off of exit 222. They've got the Bar Dub Grill, so you can stop by there anytime, grab a burger, grab whatever you need. And it's technically fast food because they've got a drive-up window, but you're going to get quality unlike anything else you're going to get from any fast food place. Don't be going anywhere and getting some, cheap burger. Go and get real great quality burger on an incredible hamburger with all the fixings. It's great. Now, if you want a steak, guess what? In the same building there at Bar W Beef, they've got the Bar W Steakhouse, right? You walk in, to the left is the grill, to the right is the steakhouse. They're taking reservations now. High dining, high quality experience without the high price tag. That's Bar W Steakhouse. You can go there now, barwsteakhouse.com, make your reservation. But if you want that beef delivered right to your house and you have your own steakhouse in your own home with the exact same beef that they're serving on their burgers and their steaks, well, guess what? barwbeef.com. You go to barwbeef.com, you make any order over $150, it'll be shipped to your house for free. It's so simple. It's Bar W Beef, the Bar W Grill. Get there now, right now at barwbeef.com.
Spring is in the air, and Aleve long-lasting pain relief is here to keep you moving. The days are longer and the flowers are blooming. Whether it's gardening, yard work, or just spending more time outdoors, spring is a way of getting us moving despite any body pain. That's where Aleve can keep you going. With just one dose, Aleve gives you long-lasting body pain relief for up to 12 hours. From sunup to sundown, Aleve's got your back. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Pros, just because something on the job runs out doesn't mean you have to. Order it on the Lowe's app. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get free same-day delivery on eligible orders over $25. Get the fasteners, hardware, or tools you need to keep the job moving. Order by 2 p.m. and get eligible in-stock items delivered right to your job site by 8 p.m. Members get more at Lowe's. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to availability. Restrictions and terms at lowes.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
Breaking news just announced. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown has no interest for up to 84 months on 4 brand new 2026 Nissans. 2026 Rogue, Frontier, Pathfinder, and Murano. 4 new models, 0 interest, up to 84 months. At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Less than perfect credit or more than your current car's worth? With no interest up to 84 months. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown can solve your problem. You don't need perfect credit to qualify. And no money down is also an option. Save thousands in low monthly payments. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Home of the Forever Warranty. Financing OAC. See dealer for details.
Hey, Utah! Are you ready for the Utah Mammoth to hit the ice? From game-winning goals to behind-the-scenes moments, Mammoth Plus brings the action to you all season long. Whether you're at home, on the go, or in the stands, don't miss a single shift. Visit UtahMammothPlus.com and start streaming today. That's UtahMammothPlus.com. Every game, every goal, live on Mammoth Plus.
Here at IFA, our customers turn to us for a variety of products and services, but maybe the most important thing we provide is a staff of extremely knowledgeable and experienced folks. We help farmers, ranchers, gardeners, landscapers, beekeepers, fruit growers, backyard chicken owners, pet parents, and even grilling enthusiasts do what they love to do. Stop by or visit IFA.coop today. Come grow with us. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. How about that for a bounce-back game? Oh, it was all gloom and doom end of last week, and the Mammoth said, nope, no more of that nonsense. They go to L.A., and they put it on the Kings, 6-2. Big one coming up on Thursday as they have a few days off before they'll be in Seattle against the Kraken, then wrap up the road trip against the Canucks. But a big statement in Game 1. Andre Tierney fired up about that.
We learned a little bit. I think that was great. The guys stay with it. There's a time to fix those things, and there's time to get the 2 points, and ideally you can do both in the same game. So tonight I like our composure, and I like the way we answered the bell.
That's your Mammoth at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Breaking down the teams you're passionate about. This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Let's do it.
.97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. What you may have missed right here on the Zone. As always, brought to you by our friends at Paris RV. Want to thank them for being a part of the station as we take a look at the going-ons. And maybe we haven't had a chance to talk about it, but I tell you what, some great things going on with the Utah Mammoth. And again, what you may have missed, brought to you by Paris RV. Visit the full inventory at parisrv.com. All right, so we just mentioned it in that update. But what a game, what a absolute beatdown by the Kings. All right, so our resident hockey expert, Lloyd Cole,
really
joins us now.
Hi.
No, you're on board, man.
I am. I don't know if I'm an expert, but yeah, that was a heck of a game. And I think after watching that first period, they were up 3-1. I was like, wow, if this team. In fact, I put it out there on social. I said, if all games were just a one-period game, this team would be the best team in the NHL because they come out quick and they put a bunch on you, and then they've had sometimes they let teams get back in there, but they did not this time around. They kept the foot on the pedal.
That's what was great to see. Yeah, because make no mistake, when they're up 3-1, don't think they don't have Alex Ovechkin running through their minds.
Oh, absolutely, and I think that's running through the minds of every. Like all of a sudden, if they let the Kings score a goal there and it becomes a 3-2 game at any point, which by the way, it got a little interesting. I was wondering, I was like, man, are they going to allow another goal here? Because the Kings were putting on some pressure, keeping it in the offensive on the offensive side, and they were able to clamp down, get another goal, make it 4-1. And you're like, okay, there's a little bit of breathing room because all of a sudden 3-2 becomes, and you're thinking, oh, here we go again. And then all of a sudden the pressure starts on the offensive side and struggles, and it was good to see them turn it around.
Yeah.
Keep it going, should I say.
And that's what I thought was super impressive, too, is you had a lot. I mean, you got the Kings that are battling, trying to get back in the mix. You've got a lot of teams that you're fighting for playoff positioning. You got teams right behind you praying that you're going to lose. And you just given up a hat trick to Ovechkin at home. So how do you respond? Boom. Big one. We'll talk to Bill Armstrong, who it's always funny when and this is this is what we've noticed in hockey, and this will be the case when the Jazz get good again, which hopefully will be next year, is that there's waves to a season. And you kind of forget the ebbs and flows of a season because you're going to be looking at a team next year in the Jazz that will go on a 4 or 5 game winning streak, and then you'll see a team that will go on a 3, 4, 5 game losing skid. Well, we've seen that out of the Mammoth this year, and every Tuesday it gets a little different. You know, some Tuesdays it's like, hey, Bill, your teams are red hot. What's going on? And then there's sometimes where you're like, Bill, your team is ice cold. What's going on? You know, and that's. And it can turn just like that. And to see that this team took a really ugly loss and flipped it around and went on the road and knocked off a good team, not a great team, but a good team in the Kings, I think it shows you that this team's able to put the hammer down when they need to. And you could tell this team was really upset with themselves after that Washington loss. Like, that one hurt.
And they should.
Absolutely.
I said, like we talked, they had a 3-1 lead in that one. They had a 3-1 lead, and they ended up losing that one. So it was good to see them, be able to do that.
So the Mammoth, as we mentioned, will have a few days off, and I'm sure that'll be helpful. They do not play until Thursday. This team is
big
stacked
game,
together
a
big, against Seattle, for sure.
A team that's chasing them. That's about 7 points behind them. Mammoth right now, they sit with 82 points, 5 points better than Nashville in that that second wild card, and then now 6 points better than the Kings, who they just beat. So They definitely want that wild card, that first wild card spot. They need that first wild card spot. You don't want to have to play the Avalanche.
All right, so I want to know in the Lloyd Cole house, and I'm going to make a guess here, but and I know you're not jersey guy, but if you were buying a jersey for Xavier,
okay,
not necessarily who he would pick, but who you would pick for him. You've turned into a bit of a Kerfoot fan.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going. You know what?
Because
I don't want to go. I don't want to go with what everybody else has. I don't want to go with the Cooley.
Yep.
Or the Gunther.
Yep.
I want to do something that's a little bit.
You know
different.
which one I would go with?
Who?
If I was picking out a jersey for my kid, but I got to choose it, Sergachev.
Okay, I do like Sergey.
Yeah.
You know, my kids. You know what one they would want, right? Well, you want to know what Xavier wants? He wants a Cole jersey.
Oh yeah,
because the last name Cole.
That
and
makes
by the
sense.
way, the number. His number.
Oh, really?
28,
oh,
28.
Yeah, you have to do that
He
now.
wants the Cole jersey.
Yeah, you have to do that.
He wants the Ian Cole jersey.
How did he come up with 28? Was it assigned to him?
I have no idea. He didn't take my 10. 10 was my number. I tried to push him in that direction. He didn't want it.
Well, it's probably because of Bo Nix. Probably ruined that.
Stop it. It's not Bo Nix. I don't know how he got to 28. Buster Posey, maybe. Maybe it was Buster Posey. Might have been.
Yeah.
Could have been.
By the way, do you see that fight I sent you on socials in the crowd at the Dodger game?
Yes. It's not a shocker. Dodgers fans are the worst.
What is it about Dodger fans behaving badly in the stands?
They're such a classless group.
You're in one of the best, most iconic
could you possibly fight,
stadiums.
by the way? Everything's going well for you.
Exactly.
What do you have to fight about?
Come on. Your team's spending millions and millions, hundreds of millions of dollars in payroll, more than anybody else.
You're winning as a fan base. What do you have to fight about?
You should be kumbaya the heck out of those games, man.
But no, not Dodgers fans.
Life is good.
You're going to fight with one another no matter what.
Quit your complaining. All right. That's what you may miss. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. As always, brought to you by Paris RV. All right, fired up for our next guest. He is the athletic director of Utah State University, Cameron Walker. He will be joining us coming up next as we will chat the hiring process. We'll see how much he lets us behind the curtain as to how this thing went down and why Ben Jacobson separated himself from the rest of the crew. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see Weezer with the Shins and Silvers on pickup at the Maverick Center September 15th. Pre-sale begins Thursday at 10 a.m. with the code WEMAV26 at LiveNation.com. Listen to the KSL Sports Zone Wednesday for your chance to win. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Take your golf game to the next level. Introducing the Rev Tour, a new competitive league for amateur golfers of all skill levels. It's fair, competitive, flighted league play built for everyone who loves the game. Starting with leagues in northern and southern Utah. Then local regionals advance to Las Vegas for 2026 to punch your ticket to the Nationals. All regional winners will be able to play at Pebble Beach with deep discounts. Sign up now at golfrevtour.com and get $50 off April using promo code REV1280. Golfrevtour.com, promo code REV1280.
Utah, you know sports, and nobody connects with fans like the KSL Sports Zone. Every day, our loyal listeners tune in for the latest on the Jazz and the Mammoth, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies, high school sports, all of it live and local. If you're a business owner looking to grow, this is your audience. Engaged, passionate, ready to respond. And when you combine the power of the zone with digital tools like social, display, streaming audio, geo-targeting, and retargeting, you get a smart, full-funnel strategy built for any budget. Tap into the energy of Utah sports fans and drive real results. Learn more at kslsports.com/advertise.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Making an Impact, sponsored by Grainger. We know about boxed wine, but what about paper wine? One California winery is going greener with paper wine bottles. Here's Shannon Baladeras from Monterey Wine Company.
It's better for the environment. It reduces the carbon footprint by 6 times that of glass.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Believe it or not, this guy actually has friends. Nice. This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, kicking off your 1 o'clock hour, new sheriff in town at Utah State University, Ben Jacobson, replacing Jared Calhoun as the new coach. Joining us now, the athletic director who pulled the trigger on it and went through the entire process, Cameron Walker, kind enough to join us. Cam, how are you?
I'm doing great. I'm better today.
Yes.
I'm better today, Scotty.
Than last week at this time. All right.
Yes.
So you told me that you weren't going to disclose the timeline, but you said there was a timeline. Did you meet your deadline?
I did. It was tomorrow.
Nice.
I got it.
You got it. Hey, I know urgency was important. Let's get to the root of it. What was it about Ben Jacobson that elevated him over other candidates?
Yeah, when you look at what he's accomplished and what he's done in his career, I think it was hard for us to picture getting where we want to go without someone that's been there before. And I think his accomplishments, his resume, and then you add to it, every person you talk to says exceptional coach, even better human being. It just kind of snowballed. And when you get in a room with him, I remember talking to another coach, but I got in a room with him and said, he's not telling you what you want to hear. He's telling you exactly what he believes. And Greg McDermott and I even had this conversation. I said, I'm not sure he's capable of telling me what I want to hear. And he said, he's not. He's just a straight shooter. He's going to tell you exactly what he thinks. And then, honestly, our vision, without me even expressing my vision, his vision for what he thought Utah State athletics could be and should be was exactly what we've been saying. And when those match up and you get a great human being to do the work with, sky's the limit, and we're super excited.
What is that vision that the two of you share?
I think it's about elevating the program. The second weekend's a big part of it. And also chasing down in the new Pac-12 the leaders, and those that'll have more resources. Certainly Gonzaga has done a tremendous job. And, in league meetings, I've been conscientious to say, we don't want to pull Gonzaga back to the rest of us. We want to elevate our programs so that we're at their level, not try and pull them back. And I think that's what we want to do. They've got a tremendous model, so it's only out of respect for what they've done, but we want to catch them. We want to be a program like that. And in order to do that, I think we need, like I said, someone who's been there, but also some sustainability. I think it's just difficult if we go through this 1 to 2 year cycle to really build the momentum we need. We can be competitive. We can make the tournament every year, but it's hard to have that next level of success.
So I think that's interesting because that's the paradigm has shifted a little bit in terms of surviving at Utah State and now excelling at Utah State, because it's felt like for so many years a coach leaves and then it was like, okay, let's just find somebody to kind of hold on and keep it where we're at. You're looking at it like, okay, we've done this. Now it's time to elevate to this.
Absolutely. And, when I look at coaches that are where we want to be, Sweet 16, Elite Eights, and the coaches, as I looked around at the coaches in the Sweet 16, they're very experienced coaches. They've done a lot. They've got long resumes. They've been there, and they've got some battle scars, and Coach Jacobson has those. But we're not satisfied being an NCAA tournament team or an NCAA tournament participant. We want to chase it. And if you're not getting better and you're not trying to improve, it makes it, I don't know. That's what gets me up in the morning, and I can tell that's what gets Coach Jacobson up in the morning, and I think that's why he's a great fit.
To pry a guy away from a university where he's been at for over 2 decades and has had tremendous success, that's not easy to do. What was it about Utah State that made him decide? Because he's had opportunities in the past, but made him finally decide, okay, this is the program I want to leave to.
Yeah, he has had plenty of opportunities in the past. He's turned down some big time Power 4 jobs, and I think it was our alignment and vision. I think it was how we're resourcing this program. And it was his belief in us that he can chase those championships. I mean, he's not trying to make it back to the Sweet 16. He's got bigger thoughts than that. There's some scars that he has from just missing out on that next level, and he wants to get there. And he feels like this is a place where he can do it and really chase that success. And then certainly we wanted to convince him, and there's a lot of things positive here from the momentum of the school, the alignment between our board and our president and me. And I think those things were all enticing.
Cameron Walker, athletic director at Utah State, on the job for less than 6 months, and you got to make probably one of the most important hires in athletic department history.
Yeah.
No pressure there.
It comes at you quick. Yeah, no pressure. That's Stu Morrill and I talked, and that's basically what he said to me. We talked last week. I believe in getting that visit with the student athletes, got their thoughts, called Stu, and Stu's advice was simple: don't screw it up. That's obviously what we're trying to do, but it's a pressure thing, and you feel the weight of it, and you want to get it right, and you want everybody to embrace it. But at the same time, getting it right for these student athletes is even more important than the rest of it. And so as we sat down with all of our candidates, you're really viewing it from the lens of, will these guys, will Mason Falsub, will Carson Templin, will Jordy Barnes, all of them, right? Will they like this coach? Can I see them relating? How would they respond to this? And you try and view it for that lens and get the best coach for your student athletes, because they're going to spend a lot of time together.
It's interesting you bring that up, because when you're hiring, maybe 15 years ago, or even frankly, probably 5 years ago, when you hire a coach, you're thinking, okay, who's the best coach for my program? But then but now it's an element of, well, who are they going to bring with them? How are they in fundraising? How are our current players going to relate to them? There's so many other little things that come into play now because of NIL and free transfers and all those other things. How hard is it to kind of clear through all of that? Or I guess how much importance do you put on that, as opposed to, can the guy just flat out coach?
Yeah, I think for me, it's twofold. And because there's so many elements, I think it's helped me zero in the last few years as I've been a part of hires on what's the most important thing. And to me, it's, will the student athletes have an unbelievable experience with the individual? Will he make them better? Will he make in this case, can he make them men and chase championships? And then can he flat out coach? And it's hard to check both those boxes. But this guy checks both those boxes. And I think it's just important as you go through that. There is so many things, but you have to keep the most important things, the main thing, in the top of your priority.
Cameron Walker, Athletic Director at Utah State, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. What has been the conversations throughout the process? You mentioned that you met with the team as soon as Jared Calhoun made it officially. He was on to Cincinnati, but what have those continued conversations been like, and as Coach Jacobson had a chance to chat with those guys yet?
Yeah, so Coach Jacobson had a chance to get with the guys on Zoom. I'm sure he's making some calls. We're also setting up some meetings and some stuff tomorrow after the press conference with them. And then really I've stayed in touch with 2 or 3 of them as much as they want to. A bunch of them have texted me and called me throughout the process just to stay connected. And I update them and I tell them exactly where we're at. And I don't talk candidate names with them because I don't think that's fair to put them in that spot. But I talked to them about the attributes and the interest and the type of candidates that we're looking at and quality of them. And I think that's been important through the process to just stay connected with them, again, as much as they want to be. Some of them haven't wanted to, and they're like, I need some space right now to do some thinking. And that's great too. It's at whatever level they've wanted to engage. But certainly some of them have engaged heavily, and it's certainly been on our mind as we've gone through this process.
There's a lot of conversations and Freedom of Information Acts in terms of contracts and things like that. There is a buyout courtesy of Jared Calhoun that would provide a bit of influx of resources available to you. How do you go about earmarking those? And is that a conversation with Ben in terms of NIL, or is that with Dalton on staff, or how do you determine how to immediately address the transfer portal, which will begin here in a couple days?
Yeah, and that timing was important. Why to get this done this week? We're a week, basically next Tuesday, that portal opens up. Obviously, I've said time and time again, talent acquisition and retention is the most important thing. And in this case, twofold, on the coaching staff and head coach, as well as on the player side. So certainly, we obviously probably not going to throw all that in 1 year, space it out a little bit, but we will use that money certainly in that space to elevate this program.
So when you look at Ben Jacobson and how he's adapted to this new world, there's a lot of, and I don't want to call it, there's a lot of grizzled veterans, I guess we should say, that have been around the league or been around college basketball and college athletics for a long time that have had a hard time adapting to this new world. How do you feel like he is done in that area?
I think he's done really well, and given the resources he's had and kind of the hand he had, I think it's been incredible. He was. There's been some complaints here about our resources and how much we have and things of that nature, and certainly we're trying to build that and increase that as much as we can. I think this next year will obviously be at a very competitive level, but for that cards he kind of had in his hand, I think he's played that really, really well. They're either their leading scorer or second leading scorer this past year was a transfer kid. He's done well getting the right kids and making sure that those are the right fit too. And I think that's important. And we've seen that. I thought Coach Calhoun did a terrific job with that as well, going to the portal for some of those needs and getting the right kid that can help you on the court, but also the right fit. And I think Ben understands both those and has been highly successful at doing that at Northern Iowa.
All right, so I'm going to steal a line from the first line you're going to issue tomorrow at your press conference because every AD says it, but sometimes it's true and sometimes it may not be true. How impressed were you with the level of candidates that wanted this job?
Very impressed. I'll try and state it more eloquently than that tomorrow. But the pool was incredibly deep. It was tons and tons of interest. We have a lot of people that candidly could do this job. There were a lot of people that you could envision being successful. That's great news. On the search side, it makes it very difficult to then say, okay, but who would be the very best? But I mean, high level of coaches that have accomplished a lot of things, whether it's, Final Fours, whether it's, assistant coaches at Final Fours, lots of high level stuff that they've accomplished and done and throughout the entire country. I think it speaks to that we were able to land somebody with a resume and as accomplished as Coach Jacobson, that this program has elevated. It's not the same program that we used to, and we can get people that are very established head coaches to be very interested in positions at Utah State.
I had a assistant coach that I've known for a long time at a P4 school reach out and said, I don't think I can get a sniff at this thing. And he goes, if I were at where I was at 6-7 years ago, I think I would have had a really good chance. But now, I really don't think I've got any kind of chance whatsoever, just based on the quality of people that I know are going after this gig. When you cast a net, were there tangible, specific things that you wanted to see, like head coaches, current head coaches, like initial, amount of 20+ wins? Was there a number, tangible numbers that you wanted to see in regards to whoever you're going to go after? Or was it just, let's go see what's out there?
I try and stay pretty open-minded early on. But then you kind of narrow as you go through the process, as you kind of see what's there. And you're able to get a few people into the pool that are really good. And now you kind of have a baseline of they got to measure up to this.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where Ben was I'm talking to people. I know he's in the pool. It's that guy's fantastic, but he's not Ben Jacobson. Right. And so you're able to just kind of keep plugging through that. And after a while, you're like, well, it kind of sounds like we just need to go with this guy. And I think that was kind of the case here, but we were open to the idea that it could be a lead assistant at a Power 4. It could be a thing, but as we got through this, as we got through the list of qualities the team gave us, it just became apparent that that head coach experience was probably going to be really important, and that somebody with the character like Coach Jacobson's known for was going to be a really, really good fit. His toughness, his discipline, his style of play all mesh really well with our guys. and you throw in how successful he's been at a place with, a fraction of our resources. It's exciting to see what he'll do once he gets here.
Have you heard from the head coach of Colorado State in terms of your hire?
I've not heard from him yet, but they know each other very well.
Oh, yeah. That was the guy that hit the shot when Northern Iowa went to the Sweet 16 with their win over Kansas in the NCAA tournament. And that's the thing. That's what's been really cool about watching this is, the success that he's been around and what he's been able to establish. Is there any conversation? And when I say this, I don't have any ulterior motives because, frankly, look, I'm on my, I think I told you last week that I've been doing this job for 10 years as the play-by-play guy. This will be my 6th basketball coach. And frankly, as long as they're all good dudes and they're easy to interview and they go to the NCAA tournaments, I don't care about the turnstile. But was that something that was on your mind at all in the interview process? Something that where you wanted to say, hey, you know what? We really want a guy that could put some roots down.
Yeah, certainly. Because I think if you look at who's in the Sweet 16, right, like getting to that next level, that most of those, if not all of them this year, are established and been there a while. And I think there's something about being able to take a team like we had this and retool it just a little bit and run it back. And I think there's something from a perception from the committee. I think that's how you get higher seeds, is putting together back-to-back good years, 3-4, and they really value winning in the tournament. And so when you can win a game like we did this year and then next year come back and do it, you've got a shot. And there's, again, those scars that come with that. I do think that to get where we want to go, we've got to have some level of continuity. To do what we've done, it probably works to run it back, bring in a new, the next successful young coach that's an up-and-comer. That probably works. But if they're gone in 2 years, we're having the same conversation, and we've been to 2 tournaments maybe or made 1 tournament, but we're not progressing the program the way we need to. And so certainly that was an element here.
It's interesting, and ironically enough, it was Jared Calhoun who told me this, that sometimes coaching fatigue can impact fundraising, in which somebody out there that you need to try to get some funds from is like, well, I don't know who I'm going to be working with every year, and I don't really want to commit because I just can't really develop a relationship with a coach. And have you noticed that as being a bit of a problem?
Yeah, I think that's real. I think fortunately, the donors that I've spoken to, both pre this and post this, have reiterated our commitments to Utah State in this program. We are locked in on this program. So I'm incredibly grateful to those for their enduring. But I do think it helps when they have certainty. They're investing, right? They're investors. They're shareholders. They're sharing in this vision and investing their hard-earned money to help us accomplish the vision that we're trying to attack. And when that vision's changing every couple of years, that's really difficult to grab hold of and to really sink your teeth into. And so I do think that it helps when there's a sustained approach, both in the success, but also in the generation of funds to support that cause.
Cameron Walker right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I know you probably have anybody, you can't fill up a tank of gas at Maverick or go to the grocery store without somebody saying, hey, have you seen this coach? Hey, do you know anything about this coach? You probably even had media schlubs that were texting you ideas on who you could go after. So with all of that, how do you drown out that noise? Because you want input, you want insight, and some of it could probably be good, and some of it's like you just toss it away. But ultimately know that it's your hire and your name's attached to it. How difficult is it to kind of crowd out the noise a bit?
It can be hard, yeah. And there's lots of ideas and lots of things, and you have to let people know that it's not a disrespect thing. It's not it's not anything other than how seriously you take this responsibility and your conversations that you personally have with the student athletes and with the key constituents, and knowing, okay, I hope I have a bigger picture than those that are at Maverick filling up their gas with me. And because I know some things they don't know, that they're well-intended. The worst thing's apathy. No one cares who I'm hiring. That's terrible. But so the interest is great. And early on, I welcome it. I welcome it. I try and get as much data and as much input as points. But there becomes a point in a search where you kind of have to lock down. I kind of have to lock myself in a place and lock the team up and say, all right, let's put everything away. Let's go to work. And we got to find the best person, because these student athletes really matter and Utah State basketball really matters. And as much as people will agree or disagree or anything with a hire, like that responsibility to get it right weighs heavy. And you have to kind of set aside feelings or people pleasing to get it done. But it's hard because a lot of those people are truly care about the program as much as you do. But you just try and all you can do is do your very best job and lock in. But there comes a point where you have to kind of, okay, I've collected enough data and enough opinions. I got to lock in.
All right, before I let you go, I know I keep you way too long. I apologize. But social media sometimes gets buzzing, and I don't know how much you are on social media in this process, but all of a sudden a name will get thrown out, and then it just starts snowballing, and then pretty soon it's all but done that this will be the next head coach at your university. I was seeing stuff kick up last night. I looked over at my wife and I said, I bet he's having some fun with this because you know, the names that were being thrown out weren't the ones he ultimately got going. So what's that like when all of a sudden your phone starts blowing up and people are like, hey, is this the guy? And you're like, no, it's not the guy. Like, how's that from your perspective?
It's interesting, and it's kind of a balance. It certainly was interesting. I don't know how those get started. And some of it, like sometimes sometimes you're like, oh, we talked, or oh, that, yeah, I get how that got going. Some of these this time I had no idea how they got started. There were certainly some that were rumored that we never talked to. And again, nothing against them. Tremendous coaches. They probably would have been great in the search, but like that's not where the search went, and that's not who we talked to. But it definitely is interesting. And I'm not sure I've seen them where they got as far along. Normally they get shot down sooner, but yeah, I almost made a hire I wasn't aware of.
Well, hey, we appreciate your time, man. Thanks for joining us. Look forward. We'll be up there tomorrow at 9 a.m., and we'll carry the press conference live here on the Zone. But congratulations. I know it may have been a quick hire, but certainly it wasn't a less work-intensive hire. So we appreciate it, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Awesome. No, I look forward to it. We'll see you tomorrow, Scotty.
You got it. There he is, Cameron Walker, athletic director at Utah State. All right. So there you go. Mark Madsen was not going to be the guy. Sorry.
Huh.
Yeah. I like how he just said, like, I almost hired a guy that I never even talked to. All right.
Funny how that works.
The man himself, Jay Stevens, joins us next right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex. I got this.
And the Mammoth obviously have a lot of work cut out for them still, because they are now at a point where, again, I hate looking at the percentages, JJ. Doesn't it make you nervous to go, yeah, right now they sit at 76.5% to be that wild card one team. There's so much hockey still left to be played.
Yeah, that percentage can drop quickly if you lose 4 straight again. Overall, you're looking at where this team is at. They're in that number 1 wild card spot. They control their own destiny. I would rather be in that number 1 wild card spot than in the number 3 central spot, because if you're the Wild, you're either playing the Avalanche or the Stars in the first round. That's brutal.
It is.
I would rather be the Mammoth. You're going to be playing a first-round playoff series against the Ducks, and then you get the winner of the Oilers and Knights in the next round. I'd rather do that than get the Stars or Avalanche in the second round. If they're in that number 1 wild card spot, with as good as that team is, there's a path for them to go on a long run in the playoffs, not just win a series.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Did you know your baby might need their first dental visit sooner than you think? Did you know your baby should visit the dentist after their first tooth appears or by their first birthday?
Keep your family healthy. Your smile matters. Babies can get cavities as soon as they have teeth. Bad bacteria can be transferred to a baby's mouth through unwashed spoons or pacifiers. Pacifiers dipped in sugar or sweetened drinks can also cause cavities. Prevention begins by using a small, soft toothbrush and a little fluoride toothpaste. Grain of rice size ages 1 to 2 and a pea size ages 3 to 6. Practice with your baby before their first dental exam. A dental professional can give you the best advice to keep your baby healthy and smiling. If you don't have a dentist, visit YourSmileUtah.org for more information on community dental services. This message brought to you by Utah Oral Health Coalition, Utah Dental Association, University of Utah School of Dentistry, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, and other Utah health partners. Remember, a healthy smile means a healthier life.
Your smile matters.
Utah, you know sports, and nobody connects with fans like the KSL Sports Zone. Every day, our loyal listeners tune in for the latest on the Jazz and the Mammoth, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies, high school sports, all of it live and local. If you're a business owner looking to grow, this is your audience. Engaged, passionate, ready to respond. And when you combine the power of the zone with digital tools like social, display, streaming audio, geo-targeting, and retargeting, you get a smart, full-funnel strategy built for any budget. Tap into the energy of Utah sports fans and drive real results. Learn more at KSLSports.com/advertise.
Make game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app. Get your tickets, order food and drinks without leaving your seat, track live stats, and stream every game with Mammoth Plus, all in one place. It's the ultimate game day essential, designed for Mammoth fans. Stay connected to your hometown team and never miss a moment. Download the Utah Mammoth app today on iPhone and Android. Turn on push notifications and make every day game day. Tusks up.
Pack up though, because Chevy SUVs have the capability to take you to some incredible places, like an adventure in the middle of... In the Equinox Active, an SUV that will help you get away with confidence, or head off for a night in Chevy Traverse, with all the tech you need to stay connected, while the undeniable value of Chevy Trax will keep you moving from here to over here to way over here. Get to all the places you want to be with Chevy SUVs. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
What makes a Huntsman School of Business student stand out? It's the difference between studying business and becoming a business leader. At Huntsman School of Business, hands-on learning, global experiences, mentors who know your name, and a welcoming community set you apart. From classrooms to internships to real-world problem solving, students at Huntsman School of Business graduate with purpose, confidence, and career opportunities. Discover the school built for bold futures. Dare mighty things at huntsman.usu.edu.
Don't miss the excitement of the crowd, the perfect ping of 300-yard drives, the sound of sinking a 15-foot putt, shifting the leaderboard. Challenge is an understatement. Beautiful, bold, athletic. LPGA's next-gen stars vying for glory on a course that's as stunning as it is challenging. The Copper Rock Championships Epson Tour, May 14th through 16th. Come for the game. Stay for the journey. Copper Rock, born to be played.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
You're locked on to Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Montag, lieben, glauben, globen.
All right. I got something to say. Yeah. It's better to burn out. Yeah. Than fade away. All right.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, we said we're going to give Jay Stevens a little bit of a rest. We're going to let him just chill. It's a road trip. We're going to let him relax a little bit. We're not going to get him on the air. We've abused that privilege way too much. And then, bam, just like that, Mammoth go and put the Kings in a chokehold and ended up winning that game, going away. And we're like, all right, we got to get Jay back. Jay, how are you, man?
I'm doing great. I'm glad to be here. Don't ever give me a rest. I love talking hockey.
Yeah, no, you can look. You can be you can be you can be between the pipes with us anytime. We love it. We appreciate it. All right, so
I appreciate it too.
So that was an old-fashioned butt kicking How impressed were you with that?
Yeah, not just the score, but the creativity and the absolute offensive brilliance that the Mammoth were showing that night was just so much fun to watch. I mean, we've been talking about it all year, how this offense is just built to be fast and high flying and super creative. And man, it was just on display against the Kings team that's been fighting for a playoff spot. And, it really looked like they'd righted their ship and were going to be a real challenge. It was, the Mammoth were not favored going into that game. So to see them come out and explode like that and to see those 2 goals that Cooley put in, just phenomenal.
So you're right. This wasn't a game against a team that was just kind of getting ready for their trip to Cancun and ready to shut it down. This is a team that was highly motivated to play and play well, and to do that on their home ice, it makes it even the more impressive.
Yeah, for sure. And like I said, a lot of people just figured the Kings were going to take this one. I think even a lot of Mammoth fans were giving up on the team a little bit based on, what happened with Washington and with Edmonton. So I think it was pretty cool to watch that huge explosion. And that, the creativity, I just was at the practice facility and I was going to go in and ask Sergachev or Cooley, because, I'm at a lot of the practices and I've never seen them do that. So basically an icing, it's the hybrid icing where Cooley zipped into that puck that it looked for all intents and purposes like Sergei had iced it. And Cooley skated right into it, nullified the icing, and just put that in. I wanted to ask, is that something they worked on, or did it just work out that way? Because, man, it was just so pretty. And it obviously caught LA way off guard.
So you go up 3-1, but you also had a 3-1 lead against the Capitals, and we all know how that ended with Ovechkin going nuts. So to see them say, okay, 3-1, guess what? We're going to extend it. And I think it was 5-1 after the second period. What does that say about this team that we're not letting that happen again?
Well, one, it says they're learning from their mistakes, right? And there were a couple opportunities for maybe some more physical play or for some fights or something like that with LA. You could tell LA was trying to do something to get their team back into it. And the Mammoth didn't fall for it. And they weren't going to, extend the courtesy of a fight or even getting into too much of the rough stuff and give LA a chance to get back into it or, more likely take the Mammoth out of it. It's showing some progression. It's showing some maturity. It's showing that the coaching staff really is getting through and making those changes and making those adjustments, because with what happened in Washington, that kind of exposed to the rest of the NHL that maybe there is a button you can push with Utah and find a weakness with them and throw them off their game. All you got to do is, bang them around a little bit, drop the gloves with a couple of them and get the hive mad. And they kind of go with that hive mentality. But instead, you saw more of a maturity. You saw they didn't take the bait. So I think it speaks volumes that, it may just be game to game, but they're learning. And I think they're really starting to get prepared for playoff hockey.
You mentioned that you would like to see bare minimum 4 points coming off this 3-game road trip. We kind of anticipated 2 would come against Vancouver, but now you got 2 already on this trip. Now it's time to get greedy, right?
Yeah, take all you can get. It's a scary situation when you keep looking at those standings. It was nice that Nashville lost the other night. It's nice to have a little bit of a gap, but you when you take a second and you look at the rest of the team's schedules, they also have the teams that are chasing Utah have pretty reasonable schedules coming up. So, like I mentioned, LA is playing Vancouver 3 times. So that could give LA a little bit of a push. Seattle's coming up, but the good thing is Utah plays Seattle. Then Utah goes to Vancouver, and Utah actually plays Nashville next week at home too. So there's chances for Utah to take care of their own business and clean up their own yard, as you want to say. And they're in the driver's seat. So as long as they win, and yeah, we wanted 4 points. I just can't. I can't see them losing to Seattle or Vancouver.
Really?
On the road. I just can't. Like, Seattle's been struggling. Vancouver's been struggling for 10 straight years.
Yeah.
And it's terrible. Vancouver's, it's just the weirdest thing up there. They get these amazing goaltenders, and then like with Thatcher Demko, and he cannot stay healthy. And that's happened with a bunch of their goalies that they've had. They get up there, for some reason, something happens, and they just can't keep their starting goalie healthy. So Vancouver's doing what Vancouver does. Seattle had lost 5 straight last I checked, maybe 4 straight. And so with Utah kind of looking like they're starting to peak, if they play like they played in LA, and they go into Seattle and Vancouver with that same game, I think that's 4 more points.
Well, I mean, to come out of this 3-game road trip with 6 points would be just absolutely a boon to this team, especially coming off that loss. Is it hard? And, I don't know, have you ever watched, what's the show, the soccer coach, Ted Lasso?
Ted Lasso, yeah.
Is it, he makes a joke about having the mind of a goldfish, where you just forget it. And is that hard to do as a player, or is it kind of easy when the games come at you so quickly?
Man, it's both. And as a goaltender, that's always had to be your mindset, is that it doesn't matter what you just did. I'll use one of Bill Armstrong's quotes, is that, the rent is high in the NHL and it's due every day. It's the same thing where, like, you just have to have the mentality that I just did this, and I know I can keep going. I know I can be better. And if, like, for a goaltender, if you give up a weird one, and we saw Veggie give up a really weird one against LA, not the other night, but the last time they played, he gave up a weird one off the boards. And yeah, you have to just say, that was a fluke. That's not who I am. The team has to have that same mindset too. With 82 games, next season it's going to be 84 games. With 82 games, you got to be like, I know I'm not going to be at my best every night. And that's why there's backup goalies, right? Rest. And also sometimes you're not at your best, and that goes for every player. Yeah. You're not going to be your best every night, but you learn from those losses. You learn from the mistakes you made, but you let the rest of it slide away. So yeah, you've got to forget the bad stuff, remember the good stuff. And, like good coaches always say, we either win or we learn.
Yeah.
And that's a hockey player's mentality. They take everything they can from the losses just to make themselves better.
So in a season, considering the Olympic break, they've jammed in as many games as they can in kind of a short amount of time. So you don't get a lot of rest, but to be able to go from Sunday to Thursday and have a little bit of a break, how important is it for this team at this point in the year?
Yeah, perfect timing, right? They've got what, three road games and 4 home games left, and they get this nice little break to get everybody healthy. At the skate this morning, I was kind of surprised because I thought maybe with load management and just having this time off, maybe they'd give Veggie the day off. But man, I got there, he was the first guy on the ice. Him and Vanacek went out for they did a half hour of goalie drills before the practice started. The only player not dressed today was Gunther. Everybody else was out there playing hard, and they had a really good spirited practice. And they were really working on some just minor details. But I mean, Bear was stopping them and making them go over the details. And so I think this break comes at a perfect time. Let's fix these little things that have cost us, cost goals for the Utah Mammoth, and then just take the rest of the day off. And I wouldn't be surprised if they made one of the next practices optional. But again, it's these guys are hungry, they're having fun, and they know what they're chasing, and they want to work on those details. Even when practice was over, a lot of the guys stayed on the ice and worked on little skill things. And there were a bunch of guys on shooting with the goalies and working on skills. So the time off is great, but the Mammoth are not taking it lightly.
All right, so I asked Lloyd this earlier. If you had a kid that you were buying a jersey for, so your son is like, I've got a 14-year-old son, Lloyd's got an 11, where they're just all in on the hockey right now, and you want to buy him a jersey, but you want to teach your kid not to be a front runner, right? You're like, okay, you know what? Dig a little deeper, find somebody on the team. Don't necessarily go your superstars, but find somebody they can latch onto, like the glue guy or the guy that you really want them to emulate. So eliminating the superstars on this team, if you were to buy a jersey for your kid with that criteria, who would you go with?
Carcone.
Ah,
down.
Nice.
You want to talk about a guy that's not a top 6 guy who, like, I mean, I've preached his story all year because, he didn't get to play a lot last year. It was frustrating for him. He had done everything he had to do in the AHL to earn a spot in the NHL. He was the AHL leading scorer the year before he got pulled up. And to be left out like that, to be super frustrated, he said it with grace that, hey, I'm not going to be here next year. And then he went back home, did some growing up, had a good meeting with Bill Armstrong, got re-signed, and has just come in with the work ethic and the tenacity on the ice. He doesn't give up on plays. He goes in the corners and fights for pucks. He does everything you ask for. So if I'm gonna buy my kid a jersey, I've been saying Lawson Krause all year. He's been one of my favorite players, but he's a top 6 guy.
Yeah.
So if you want to go outside of the top 6, I think it's Carcone hands down, and I think he's going to get, the player awards when they give, like the we used to call it the Little Plugger Award. A lot of and Trevor Lewis won it for a ton of times for just like the Unsung Hero Award. I think you have to give it to Carcone.
I love it. Well, Jay, appreciate it, man. If they look, this is a tradition. If they beat Seattle, we're going to have you on Friday, okay?
Sounds good. I'll be there.
Let's go. There he is, Jay Stevens, host of the Utah Puck Report. He is the guy that has educated all of us on the great sport of hockey. He's forgotten more about hockey than any of us will ever know, and he's an overall good dude. And he'll pull you out of a fire and save your house at the same time, too. Not a lot. Look, hockey player, firefighter, that's a man's man right there. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up a little bit later on, we'll chat with Mitch Harper, get his thoughts on what's going down at BYU. Spring ball in action. We'll recap the NCAA Tournament, what we're looking ahead to at the Final Four. It's all right here on The Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined now by Steve Cleveland, former BYU basketball coach.
From your perspective, if it comes down to Boozer or DeBonsa, who do you like?
I like DeBonsa. I think DeBonsa has the ability to score in more multiple ways. He creates space better than anybody that I saw this year in the game. You're not going to stop him from getting a shot up. The Boozers are amazing. Cam and Caden are both great players, but they're not AJ. AJ is more prepared than either one of those players, and I think can have an impact in the NBA immediately. Not that he's an all-star, but he's going to have an impact on whatever team he goes to.
Yeah, that's what would be cool about the Jazz if they got that pick.
Man, wouldn't that be special? The Jazz need to be doing everything that they potentially can and possibly can to get that guy and keep him here in Utah. That'd be the greatest thing that happened in basketball in the state of Utah ever.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 354, is looking for telecommunication technicians and fiber splicers to fill immediate job openings. Technicians work with network cabling and fiber optics to build communication networks and infrastructure. Come to our job fair on Thursday, April 9th and 23rd from 4 to 7 p.m. at the Utah Electrical Training Alliance in West Jordan, 7466 South Redwood Road. The IBEW is offering an amazing job opportunity. Enjoy a competitive wage, paid holidays, and employer-paid health care and retirements. Learn more at our job fair on Thursday, April 9th and 23rd from 4 to 7 p.m. at the Utah Electrical Training Alliance in West Jordan, 7466 South Redwood Road. Meet the contractors and tour the training center. Do you want to become a telecom technician? Apply for the 3-year telecom apprenticeship. Get paid while you learn. Invest in yourself. Join the IBEW. Learn more at IBEW354.org.
Life is busy and honestly, sometimes a little chaotic. Between work, school drop-offs, sports, and everything in between, some days feel completely upside down. Dinner used to be one of the hardest parts of my day. Now, it's the easiest. When life feels upside down, Beehive Meals helps keep me grounded with home-cooked freezer meals that are ready when I am. No planning, no scrambling, just real food my family loves. Head to beehivemeals.com and stock your freezer with your solution to easy, delicious dinners and a little peace of mind.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes. They refer you out for estate planning. They refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today.
Call Trajan today at 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
I was ordering food for the office from the same few places for too long.
For workplaces suffering with office food fatigue, every day's a struggle.
Before starting Easy Cater, I assumed having no good vegan options for Carl in finance was normal.
Easy Cater is designed to treat OFF with a huge variety of favorite restaurants, plus tools to help you meet dietary needs and stay on budget. Used daily, one platform lets you save time and shine. Ask your app store about Easy Cater or start an order at easycater.com.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Mammoth at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Big win for the Utah Mammoth, knocking off the Kings 6-2. Much like the game against the Capitals, the Mammoth jumped out to a 3-1 lead, but this time Alexander Kerfoot and the Mammoth kept the foot on the gas.
Yeah, I mean, we've been getting off some really good starts and then haven't been able to capitalize and finish, play a full 60. I thought we did a great job in the second. Power play was huge, getting a goal there at the end of the first to kind of give us a little momentum. We carried that into the second, and we didn't let up.
Mammoth 2 for 3 on power plays in that game against the Kings. Coming up next, the Kraken on Thursday as the Mammoth have a little bit of a rest. All right, that is your Mammoth at 50 update. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Breaking down the teams you're passionate about. This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Come on. Hot, sicker than your average. Pop a twist cabbage off instinct.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Remember, tomorrow we will be out at Tim Daly Mazda, Southtown. Hey, guess what I did over the weekend? Well, I guess I should say what my wife did over the weekend is she went down to Tim Daly Mazda, Southtown, and picked herself up a brand new 90. Lease was up, so she wanted to stay in a 90, so boom, traded the old one in, got the new one. Lease is up. Now we're on a new lease, and off we go. And
by the way, that was electric, right?
And by the way, payments went down, actually. Wow.
Tell me more.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, like, you know what? You think that everything's going up and everything's getting crazy? Not necessarily.
So is it electric or is it still gas?
It's the hybrid.
Okay, all right.
So we're right there in the middle.
Right there in the middle.
Yeah,
not a terrible idea considering how much gas is at right now.
Oh, yeah, you posted a nasty picture this morning.
I was very angry this morning.
I could tell.
The last time I had filled it, it was under $4. It was under $4, which it was already high. And yes, it was like $4.47 for the good old number 88.
You put 80. You didn't go to
I didn't even
85?
go to the cheap. No, I have to go with the 88. Yeah, I've got to go at least the 88.
Okay, you can tell a difference if you don't do it.
Well, I just worry that you don't want anything being, messing with the old engine or anything like that. I think there is a difference.
Yeah,
a little bit. Yeah.
Well, good for you, man. That's a hefty price tag.
Yeah, nearly paying $70 in gas is not fun.
No.
In fact, I messaged the wife and I said, "Yeah, we're going to have to plan out our trips for baseball and all this stuff a little bit. We're going to have to be a little more strategic."
Well, yeah, that's the other thing too. Like you got a lot of traveling baseball this summer. This is your hot
season.
season.
Like going to, I'm just talking about places, tournaments that are maybe around this area, like Ogden, out past like Provo.
So you're not even talking
George,
like Mesquite or Vegas.
No. These are still like not necessarily in the valley. There's some that are like I said, Ogden, and that's not exactly close. That's still like 45 minutes. That's a little bit of gas right there. Just there.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's like, you know what, we're going to have to be, because there's times where maybe she's able to get the kids, to wherever they need to go, and then maybe I'll meet there. It's like, no, we're going together. We are not separating. We're not driving two cars.
Oh, man.
If that happens, I'm just not going.
I'm just I don't know, man.
$70.
The whole crude oil thing seems like it's a bit of a, I don't know. I guess I shouldn't say. I don't know it well enough. It just seems like this thing can get manipulated so easily.
Yeah. Well, I'm just going to say it's not going to get cheaper.
No, it
doesn't
seem
getting
like
cheaper right now.
Doesn't seem like it.
It is skyrocketing.
Remember,
and I don't even have a diesel. Everybody that says they have a diesel, they're like, well, try having a diesel. It's like, there's a reason I'm not going with the diesel. I don't want to pay that much.
Yeah. Yeesh. And if you got a diesel, you don't have a 12-gallon tank on a diesel. No, that's a you problem. You need to size down.
You're going to be paying well over $100.
$100 a tank, easy.
Over.
Easy.
I thought I saw somebody that said it was like $150 or $140, something like that.
Oh, man.
That's insane.
Yeah, that makes me sick to my stomach. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Mitch Harper on the other side. We'll chat a little BYU with him right here on the Zone.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see Weezer with the Shins and Silvers on pickup at the Maverick Center September 15th. Pre-sale begins Thursday at 10 a.m. with the code WEMAV26 at LiveNation.com. Listen to the KSL Sports Zone Wednesday for your chance to win. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Looking for insurance solutions that actually work for you? United Underwriters have been serving Utah families for over 25 years, offering smarter coverage solutions at better prices. United Underwriters auto policies include a no-cost windshield benefit because we travel on I-15 just like you, and also offer smart home insurance solutions and earthquake plans you can't find anywhere else. Call United Underwriters at 801-396-0828 or visit uuinsurance.com. United Underwriters. Real insurance solutions. Real value. Real partners. Based right here in Utah. Did you know your baby might need their first dental visit sooner than you think? Did you know your baby should visit the dentist after their first tooth appears or by their first birthday? Keep your family healthy. Your smile matters. Babies can get cavities as soon as they have teeth. Bad bacteria can be transferred to a baby's mouth through unwashed spoons or pacifiers. Pacifiers dipped in sugar or sweetened drinks can also cause cavities. Prevention begins by using a small, soft toothbrush and a little fluoride toothpaste. Grain of rice size ages 1 to 2 and a pea size ages 3 to 6. Practice with your baby before their first dental exam. A dental professional can give you the best advice to keep your baby healthy and smiling. If you don't have a dentist, visit yoursmileutah.org for more information on community dental services. This message brought to you by Utah Oral Health Coalition, Utah Dental Association, University of Utah School of Dentistry, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, and other Utah health partners. Remember, a healthy smile means a healthier life.
Your smile matters.
Breaking news just announced. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown has no interest for up to 84 months on 4 brand new 2026 Nissans. 2026 Rogue, Frontier, Pathfinder, and Murano. 4 new models, 0 interest, up to 84 months. At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Less than perfect credit or more than your current car's worth with no interest up to 84 months. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown can solve your problem. You don't need perfect credit to qualify. And no money down is also an option. Save thousands in low monthly payments. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Home of the Forever Warranty. Financing OAC. See dealer for details.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. When you want to hear one of our local teams play, dial up 97.5 The Zone. Tonight, it's the Utah Jazz at home in the Delta Center against Donovan Mitchell and the Cleveland Cavaliers. The game tips off at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. And tomorrow night is the Bees home opener, hosting Sacramento, right here on 97.5 The Zone. And if you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
Every student arrives with potential. At the Huntsman School of Business, they turn that potential into possibility. And the possibility gets turned into real-world success. Through hands-on learning, personalized support, and global opportunities, students at the Huntsman School of Business graduate ready, with skills, with confidence, and with a plan. This is where you discover who you are and what you can achieve. Dare mighty things. Visit huntsman.usu.edu. That's huntsman.usu.edu.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Believe it or not, this guy actually has friends. Nice. This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, kicking off the final hour of the show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's bring in good friend of the program. He is Mitch Harper, Cougar Insider, KSLSports.com. Mitch, how the heck are you, man?
Doing good, Scotty. I don't know if I'm as good as probably Aggie Nation right now because Ben Jacobson, that's a really good hire.
See, you know what's interesting, and I know you like this because this is just the life we live as members of the sports media. The discrepancy between those that are the national media or college basketball insiders or those that have been around the game, their opinion of this hire, and then your Aggie fans on Twitter are very, very different right now. And I don't know if it was because the Mark Madsen stuff blew up last night and everybody got really fired up about that, which, as Cam Walker just joined us, said was he's like, I don't know where this was coming from. He's like, I apparently hired a guy that I didn't even talk to. And so I don't know why it is, but Aggie fans not overly thrilled, but anybody who knows the game of basketball and has been covering the game of basketball thinks this is a big hire.
Yeah, it seems like a guy, too, that would stay a long time, too. Maybe, 5 years at least and be someone that wants to build a program. I mean, he did it at the Missouri Valley. And I think, too, what kind of caught my attention was just, again, the Pac-12 is going to be, the best of the rest and right there be one of the best leagues in college basketball next year. I think it's going to be a really good football league too. And I think that is a big step up from the Valley. And to get a guy that was there for 20 years, that's big time. He's got to a Sweet 16. I just think it was a really good hire. And that's why I had to bring it up because I think that's a huge get for Utah State and someone that can really cement himself potentially as a long-term guy instead of just being the up-and-coming 2-year guy and then exit, be someone that can build a program like Stu Morrill did back in the day.
Obviously, spring football's got your attention right now. If you are Kevin Young, what's your and this is with the knowledge that or the anticipation that AJ DeBonsa will leave, which I think we all know and anticipate will happen. What's your first order of business, knowing that you got Branch coming, but trying to build out this team going forward?
You got to have shooters, and I think that a lot of focus is going to be, I think, from fans on the defensive side, and they do need to get better. Even though it was probably hard to see it in stretches this season, but I do believe that they did get better this season defensively in moments and stretches of this season. BYU did have some times where the product did look better on the defensive end, but I think ultimately the offense took a big step back this season, and they should have been a lot better, at least what they looked to be on paper going into the year, but they didn't have consistent shooters, guys that could knock down threes. And I think when you had a guy like AJ DeBonsa, you needed to have shooters around him, and they just didn't have that. And that even included when Richie Saunders was in the lineup. He was up and down shooting the three. He had some games where he was 0 for 7. And Bruce Branch is not like AJ DeBonsa. He's more a catch and shoot type of guy, but he's also a good passer too. And he's really standing out in the McDonald's All-American practices this week down in Arizona. And I think that shooting is going to be key. I think that ultimately you got to have offense, and you got to be a team that can put it in the hole consistently. And I just don't think that BYU had enough of that outside of AJ, who consistently could always get to his spots and get his, but he just didn't have the shooters around him. And I think that was the biggest issue. And that's what Kevin Young is going to have to look for quite a bit in this portal and building out this team for next year. They also bring in Dean Rickert from the high school ranks, but they've got to retool through the transfer portal, and shooting is going to be a top priority.
What's your anticipation of the decision of Rob Wright?
I expect that he would be back. And, Rob Wright has really enjoyed his time at BYU this season. And Kevin Young believes in Rob Wright that they can build around him. Now, I think Wright, though, has got to, if he does run it back and returns to BYU, he's got to be someone that can bring it all together and unify the team and maximize everyone's talents around him. I think one of the knocks on Rob Wright this past season, defensively, there were some lapses. I do think at the end of the season, the postseason, he got better, particularly in the Big 12 tournament, because it kind of hit rock bottom in that loss at West Virginia. But, you saw a big step back in play on the offensive end from Keba Keita from his junior season to his senior year. And I think the biggest change was going from Yegor Dielman to Rob Wright. And that changed things because Rob Wright was taking a lot of that space, that real estate in the paint, where maybe Keita was operating freely with Yegor, who was actively looking for him on alley-oops and getting him involved early and often in games as that rim rolling five that Kevin Young loves in his system. That changed. And I think Rob Wright's got to be better at looking beyond just simply the superstar guy with him. And that was AJ this past year. And Bruce Branch would expect it to be that type of guy, depending on how this roster comes together. But I think Rob Wright, is someone that you want to continue to build with, I believe. And I think that he's not a bad guy in terms of the locker room. I think he's just a little bit too quiet. He's really young, and he's still kind of like a kid, even though there's been big dollar amounts attached to his name and what that's been, the movement that he's had from Baylor to BYU. Can he really become a leader of the locker room? And I think that's going to be the challenge for Rob Wright, and where I have maybe the biggest questions, because when you look at that, early roster for next year, if Rob Wright was to run it back, he would be looked upon to be the guy, because you're not going to bank on Bruce Branch to be that guy. It needs to be someone who's been part of it, and would be Rob Wright. And can he take on that role? I kind of compared a little bit to LJ Martin in football, where he was so young and so quiet. And, now he's evolved into that leader for the football side. Can Rob Wright take a jump like that if he does return to BYU? And I expect that, he would be back at BYU if he does decide to stay in the college ranks.
With where Damon went in the draft and where we anticipate AJ will go in the draft, and considering Yegor's first year in the NBA, that if the money's even, which I know BYU can hang with anybody financially, in college basketball, so that shouldn't be a problem. How appealing now is playing basketball at BYU for a kid coming out of high school?
I think it's very appealing because, Kevin Young is shown, he's given proof of concepts. That's what Kevin Young's all about, proof of concepts. And I think that, if you're a high school prospect who has aspirations to be a one and done and go to the NBA, you're going to be prepared for the National Basketball Association. I really believe that Yegor going 8th overall last year was in part because of the respect that the Brooklyn Nets had for Kevin Young. Next to the Utah Jazz, the Brooklyn Nets were the second most frequent visitor to that annex the year that Yegor was playing at BYU. Brooklyn was always on the scene watching Yegor's games and being in Provo to see him in person. I think a part of it was because they believed that Yegor was being prepared and trained like a pro, where many mock drafts going into last summer's draft had Yegor around 14 and lower. The Nets took him at 8 because I think there was a lot of confidence that they knew that he was being trained like an NBA player already, that when he'd step into the league, he'd be able to contribute right away. And that happened despite up and down three-point shooting at the college ranks from Yegor. He was really consistent before his injury this rookie season with the Nets, to where he set, a rookie NBA record for most consecutive games with at least one three-pointer, which would have been crazy to say during his time at BYU because he was in the 20s in three-point shooting. So I think Kevin Young's got a lot of respect of NBA front offices, the way that he develops and trains players. And you saw that too with AJ, that he got better over the course of the season. So the whole NBA development is definitely there. Now, can Kevin Young also turn that NBA development, which is proving itself to be very beneficial? And he wants that to continue to be a part of his program because he made it clear that it was bittersweet to leave the NBA and potentially lose those connections to the NBA. Well, the bridge to that is getting these young, promising one and done guys, and that's allowed him to maintain those relationships. So that's going to be a key piece for BYU's program, but can they parlay that into more consistent on-court success at the college ranks? Because it is different games, and that's going to be finding that happy balance for Kevin Young going forward. And I do think there were some lessons learned this season for Kevin Young that he's going to apply in the years going forward. Finding maybe guys that aren't necessarily the greatest measurables or the greatest, NBA bodies potentially, but maybe they're just great college players, and leaning into that a little bit more in building out the depth of the roster rather than just focusing solely on measurements and verticals and things like that and big bodies that look like NBA personnel. So finding that happy balance will be important going forward for Kevin Young and his program to try to get back to future Sweet 16s down the road.
How much considering that there are a lot of built-in excuses, the Richie Saunders injury, the other injuries that took place earlier in the year, is not making the Sweet 16, how bitter of a taste in the mouth of Kevin Young in this program is there right now?
It's really bitter, and it's a huge disappointment because even without Richie, they still should have won at least one game.
Yeah.
But this is a team that was built in the investment financially and the number exactly what it was. I mean, unless we saw every single contract, we wouldn't know specifically. But I mean, there was a strong commitment financially to go make a real run at this thing, and you get bounced in the round of 64 like many BYU teams that didn't have a dime attached to its name. So it looked very similar to what BYU fans have really grown accustomed to their whole time watching BYU basketball, getting bounced, giving up career days to a guy in the NCAA tournament. That's the same song and dance BYU's always played. So huge disappointment. And to have one of the 4 best players in college basketball, because AJ's a finalist for the Naismith, and to just get bounced in the first round, that's disappointing. And the thing is that I always point to, we saw issues even in non-conference play before the arrest of Kennard Davis, before the injury to Dawson Baker, before the injury to Richie Saunders. We saw issues with this team as early as even the Delaware game in early November, where they're giving up, they're in a big double-digit deficit at home to Delaware. And, Delaware was not a great team this year. and they were faced with a hole. And so there were issues even early on before all of the things started to stack up against them. The good thing for BYU, though, over the past season was that AJ elevated his game and he evolved, but there were issues all along the way, and it never felt like it all just clicked completely for BYU. Maybe the Clemson game was maybe its peak when Rob Wright hit that thrilling bucket, but even in that game, they're down 20 plus at half, and they needed an amazing comeback to pull it off. So again, it never fully clicked night after night for a full 40 minutes, like that first year with Kevin Young, where they reeled off 8 straight to close out the season and got to the Sweet 16. This team just never had that at any point this year. And for that, I think it makes it a really disappointing year.
All right, let's switch gears. Let's talk football as spring ball continuing on. What have been the storylines that have really jumped out at you so far?
I think one of the big things that's kind of caught my attention is that how Kalani Sitake has noted that Kelly Poppinga is exceeding his expectations as a defensive coordinator. Kalani has made it known, with anyone that will ask or he'll talk to is that K-Pop was the guy that, he wanted to appoint as the defensive coordinator, to the point where he was even in the back of his mind thinking if Jay Hill leaves, and I'm sure Kalani knew better than anyone that there was real opportunities every offseason for Jay Hill to bounce. So Kalani was probably building out his own big board of potential DC targets, and the guy that Kalani says was atop that target list was Kelly Poppinga. And with only 1 week left in spring ball, Kalani has said that K-Pop is exceeding expectations that he had coming into spring with the way that he's managing the defense and overseeing this thing. And that's got to be nice for Kalani, because Kalani, of course, having his background with defense and still having, Gary Anderson and then Chad Kahaha still on the staff. He's now elevated to the outside linebackers role. They still maintain Justin Enna, who just takes on special teams. He managed the loss of Jay Hill, which was significant and a big departure. And I'm curious to see what this looks like with Kelly Poppinga this season. But Kalani has never been one to just go out of his way to say he feels really good about a certain or to embrace conversation about expectations. For him to say that K-Pop is exceeding his expectations and that he's really confident this is going to be a good thing defensively, I thought it was noteworthy from Kalani, because, again, he just doesn't play that game. He goes into a lot of coach speak more times than not, and he's been really impressed with Kelly Poppinga's done it. And you can't deny what there's been glimpses of being seen on the defensive side. Like, you're seeing some of the edge rushers, they're outside linebackers, like a Hunter Clegg's leaned out a little bit. Former Utah signee, returned home from his mission, and he's part of BYU's defense. He's going to be a really big piece going forward for BYU. Braxton Lindsey, a former 4-star recruit who picked BYU over Oklahoma. He's going to be a name to watch. There's a lot of talent, and K-Pop has had so much success in his coaching career with guys like Kyle Vinoy, Fred Warner, and you're seeing signs of that. So it's a little bit of a merging of the Bronco era and the Kalani era, and a little bit of Kyle Whittingham influence into this program. It's an interesting mix of how this is going to come together, this defense, and Kalani feels really good about it. I think that's probably one of the big storylines in the final week of spring.
Is JoJo Phillips your number one receiver coming out of fall camp, or do you think somebody elevates that position?
I'll say he's number one right now, but I wouldn't be married to it. If I was Fesi Sitake and Aaron Roderick, I think it's still a case of you got to go prove it in games. Ultimately, I do think that so far he's looked pretty good in spring ball, and BYU's got a good secondary returning. Evan Johnson's been in and out. They're kind of holding him out precautionary to ultimately get him ready for the fall and be ready to go there. So you're not getting one-on-ones, one first-team defense, first-team offense all the time. So it's still kind of wait and see. And I think the Pop-Tarts Bowl performance from JoJo was really good. And he was someone that had a great relationship, developed a lot of chemistry early on when Bear Bachmeier arrived on campus last summer. And that showed itself early on last season, where Bear was always looking to JoJo before he suffered that shoulder injury against Stanford. And so maybe they can pick up that chemistry and build that into this season. But, I think that the tight end position is really what's going to help BYU the most with its passing attack this year, because they've got two players in Walker Lyons and Roger Saliapaga. It's probably the best 1-2 tight end receiving unit that BYU's had, probably at least since the Matt Bushman year, and when they were going into 2020 and they had Bushman and Isaac Rex, and then Bushman goes down with an injury. It's probably that best tandem since then, and maybe even have to go back further to actually see production. So this is a pretty good tight end unit, and they feel like they go 4 deep at that spot with Noah Moiaki as well, and Kean Need is more of a blocker. So that's going to be, I think, the position that could get targeted quite a bit and be up there in the receiving yards. We saw that with Carson Ryan, but I think it goes to an even higher level with Lyons and Saliapaga in the receiving game for this tight end unit.
So what are your thoughts? Buha's put on some weight. He's at, I think, 280 now, and the plan is to move him to D tackle, correct?
That's right. Yeah, Viliami Buha is going to be in the interior, and so he's going to be making the switch full time. He dabbled with it a little bit last year from D end, occasionally in that odd front, playing some D tackle, but now he's going to be a full time defensive tackle, and it's the right move because again he's added a lot of weight. And look, I mean, his dad's one of the great D tackles in Utah history, and was a vet in the NFL, and he's coaching on BYU's defensive line this year. So Dad probably knows best in that situation, and Viliami goes to the interior, and he'll team up with guys like, Keanu Tanavasa, who returns, and Keanu's kind of in that bucket of players that's, probably, being held out for the most part to get ready for what's going to be waiting ahead in the fall. But, you've also got Justin Kirkland, too, Oklahoma State transfer last year, didn't really make much of an impact at all last season, and he dealt with the knee injury in fall camp, and that put him really behind the 8 ball pretty much the entire season. I remember he made that return in the Colorado game in late September, but just never really got going. It seemed like he was lost a little bit. Now he's healthy. He's ready to go. I expect more production from him, and it might be a case of you never see him pop up in a stat sheet, but he's going to be assignment sound and be tough in helping with BYU stopping the run and being stout on that regard. So I think he'll be in that mix too. And then Anisi Purcell, another senior. Those are probably your top 4 guys for BYU in the interior of the defensive line.
What transfer player do you anticipate having, or you don't have to go with one, but maybe 2 or 3 transfer guys that you anticipate having a big impact on this team?
Lyons and Saliapaga, as I noted, but I would also add too Kyler Casper from Oregon.
That's who I was going to bring up. No big numbers, but man, he's a big mamma jamba out there.
No production really at all since he, was the 4 years at Oregon, 2 season-ending foot injuries, had a connection with Trayson Bourget, BYU's, backup quarterback right now, the number 2 guy at this point, heading into the final week of spring ball. They had a connection through their time in 7-on-7 football in Arizona. And when Casper hit the portal, Bourget kind of brought Casper up to BYU coaches. And BYU recruited him lightly out of high school, and he was a 4-star recruit before he committed to Oregon. But he's someone that I think if you talk about going back to the conversation of number 1 wide receiver, Casper could end up being that potentially. I think that's a big jump again from no production 4 years in college to now being a number 1 for a team that's looking to break through and get to the playoff. But I think that he is someone that has been garnering rave reviews in spring ball so far, and there's high expectations for him. I mean, I would look at Casper, JoJo Phillips, Tana Kua. Those are probably some of the top 3 guys, Reggie Frischneck, Cody Hagan, and then true freshman legend Glasker being in there too. And you've also got Tiger Bachmeier returning. So BYU's got options. It's just all those names I mentioned, that sounds deep when you mention the names, but really no one's produced at a high level consistently to where you feel really good about the value you get for that guy at wide receiver 1 or wide receiver 2. So it's still to be determined, but there's some optimism at that wide receiver spot. And Kyler Casper, I think his arrival and his impact he's showing in spring ball is reason to believe that they could still be a pretty productive unit, because if he wasn't showing signs in spring, I think you'd have a little bit more, not bleak outlook, but you wouldn't be as optimistic that they could be highly productive if he wasn't having the success he's having so far in spring ball.
You know, it's funny, and this always makes me feel old when I see things like this. Another reason I brought him up is because I remember his dad playing for the Broncos, and it wasn't that long ago that Kevin Casper was a heck of a wide receiver in the Broncos. I think he played 8 years in the league with the Broncos and others, but I mean, there's some good genetics there for sure.
He is, yeah, and his dad played at Iowa, and then, as you noted, the Broncos, and Casper too has got a younger brother who's a 3-star guy down in Arizona that BYU's offered. So they're really bought into that family, and Aaron Roderick's talked about the connection with knowing the dad, knowing the Casper family, and kind of forming a good relationship with them to taking a chance, and it's. He is a different type of transfer that BYU has just not been pursuing in recent portal cycles. The common thread with many of the portal guys that BYU adds that you point to is that they had a really strong existing relationship before committing or going to another program out of high school. BYU typically always goes for those guys like a Paki Finau, who's probably going to be BYU's starting left tackle this year. He transfers in from Washington. BYU was recruiting him heavily out of high school. They couldn't get him the first go round. The moment he hits the portal, they kind of hit the ground running and pick up where they left off, and they make that portal acquisition happen quickly. Whereas, again, Kyler Casper, they recruited him a little bit, but it wasn't too extensive, where it was still kind of a little bit of a wild card, and they had the connection with the younger brother. And then when Kyler hit the portal and Bourget, his connection all kind of came together, but still it didn't fit the typical way of going about a BYU portal acquisition, where it's like, yes, they knew the position coach. They kind of make this thing seamless and just take it, they just go forward with it. But I think it's needed for BYU, because again, I think if they're going to break through and go win the Big 12, try to get to the playoff, they've got to take some big swings on guys that maybe they've never worked with before, hands-on, and just try to go get, some players. I think it would have been huge for BYU had there been a spring portal to maybe fill a few of the gaps potentially coming out of spring, but still, this is a pretty good football team, and one that should have a pretty high floor going into fall of 2026.
Good stuff as always. Appreciate your time, Mitch, and we'll talk again here very soon, I'm sure.
You bet, Scotty. Take care, man.
There he is, Mitch Harper, Cougar Insider at KSLSports.com. All right. Coming up, we'll revisit part of our conversation with Cameron Walker, athletic director at Utah State. It's all straight ahead right here on The Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Did you know your baby might need their first dental visit sooner than you think? Did you know your baby should visit the dentist after their first tooth appears or by their first birthday? Keep your family healthy. Your smile matters. Babies can get cavities as soon as they have teeth. Bad bacteria can be transferred to a baby's mouth through unwashed spoons or pacifiers. Pacifiers dipped in sugar or sweetened drinks can also cause cavities. Prevention begins by using a small, soft toothbrush and a little fluoride toothpaste. Grain of rice size ages 1 to 2 and a pea size ages 3 to 6. Practice with your baby before their first dental exam. A dental professional can give you the best advice to keep your baby healthy and smiling. If you don't have a dentist, visit yoursmileutah.org for more information on community dental services. This message brought to you by Utah Oral Health Coalition, Utah Dental Association, University of Utah School of Dentistry, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, and other Utah health partners. Remember, a healthy smile means a healthier life.
Your smile matters.
Your new 2026 Mazda CX-5 has arrived at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. There's huge inventory of this newly remodeled Mazda CX-5, and with offers as low as 1.9%, now is the perfect time to get yours. That's right, the newly designed Mazda CX-5 can be yours for financing as low as 1.9%. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. APR OAC, 36 months at $29.04 per month for $1,000 finance. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
At IFA, our mission is to support our customers' passion for the rural and Western lifestyle. Whether you have a small garden or acres of farmland, a few backyard chickens or hundreds of cattle, our feed, farm supply, and agronomy experts are here to help. And we've been doing it better than anyone else for more than 100 years now. Stop by one of our stores today or visit us online at ifa.coop and get the kind of service and support for your lifestyle. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
For many, hope for a better future felt impossible.
I need to work hard and find a better life.
Until 2001.
We shall call it the Perpetual Education Fund.
From humble beginnings.
That announcement gave me hope.
To global impact.
Generations have been changed.
KSL explores how education and faith have brought hope throughout the world. Watch the Perpetual Education Fund Sunday at 1:30 on KSL and on the KSL Plus app.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey guys, Alex Curie here. You've heard us talking about SLC fat loss, and here I am again. You know why? Because it works. If you've ever lost the weight, if you've ever gained it back, then lose it and then gain it back, you're not alone. In fact, the number one concern people have about losing weight, it's not about just losing the weight, it's about gaining it all back later. And a new 2026 study found something pretty surprising. Here's what they have. People who stopped GLP-1 injections for their weight loss regained all that weight back nearly 4 times faster than the people who lost weight through just diet and behavioral programs. Why? Because a lot of medications only work while you stay on them. When you stop, your old habits, that appetite, it all returns, and so does the weight. Losing weight is the easy part. It's about learning how to keep it off and enjoy life. That's what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, their doctor-developed program helps adults lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days using real food from the grocery store. But more importantly, they're going to teach you how to maintain that weight loss long-term without giving up the foods that you love. See if you're a candidate today. Schedule that free consultation at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Back-to-back losses for the Utah Jazz over the weekend. Close one against Denver, and then got blown out against Phoenix as the Jazz putting together their roster down the stretch. It's not necessarily the who's who of the NBA, but Svi Mikhailuk has impressed his head coach in terms of his ability to score off the bench.
Yes, he's a pro. He stays ready, works hard every day on his game and his body to be ready when he's called upon. Tonight's obviously a great example of his ability to maintain focus even when he's out of the rotation.
That is your Jazz at 30 update, all presented to you by University of Utah Health. Go to uofuhealth.org for more information.
locked on to Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, coming up this week, it's another edition of Win Ticket Wednesday. How about this one? This is good. You, on Wednesday, have a chance to win tickets to go see Weezer with the Shins and Silver Sun. You pick up at Silver Sun Pickup, excuse me. There we go. That's going to take place at Maverick Center coming up on September 15th. So if you want those tickets, make sure to be listening all day on Wednesday. Every show will be giving away a pair of tickets. All right, I had a chance to catch up with Cameron Walker, athletic director at Utah State, Ben Jacobson, the new basketball coach in Logan. And I asked him what really separated Ben Jacobson from the rest of the candidates at Utah State.
Yeah. When you look at what he's accomplished and what he's done in his career, I think it was hard for us to picture getting where we want to go without someone that's been there before. And I think his accomplishments, his resume, and then you add to it, every person you talk to says exceptional coach, even better human being. It just kind of snowballed. And when you get in a room with him, I remember talking to another coach, but I got in a room with him and said, he's not telling you what you want to hear. He's telling you exactly what he believes. And Greg McDermott and I even had this conversation. I said, I'm not sure he's capable of telling me what I want to hear. And he said, he's not. He's just a straight shooter. He's going to tell you exactly what he thinks. And then, honestly, our vision, without me even expressing my vision, his vision for what he thought Utah State athletics could be and should be was exactly what we've been saying. And when those match up and you get a great human being to do the work with, sky's the limit, and we're super excited.
What is that vision that the two of you share?
I think it's about elevating the program. The second weekend's a big part of it. And also chasing down in the new Pac-12 the leaders, and those that'll have more resources. Certainly Gonzaga has done a tremendous job. And, in league meetings, I've been conscientious to say, we don't want to pull Gonzaga back to the rest of us. We want to elevate our programs so that we're at their level, not try and pull them back. And I think that's what we want to do. They've got a tremendous model, so it's only out of respect for what they've done, but we want to catch them. We want to be a program like that. And in order to do that, I think we need, like I said, someone who's been there, but also some sustainability. I think it's just difficult if we go through this 1 to 2 year cycle to really build the momentum we need. We can be competitive. We can make the tournament every year, but it's hard to have that next level of success.
So I think that's interesting because that's the paradigm has shifted a little bit in terms of surviving at Utah State and now excelling at Utah State, because it's felt like for so many years a coach leaves and then it was like, okay, let's just find somebody to kind of hold on and keep it where we're at. You're looking at it like, okay, we've done this. Now it's time to elevate to this.
Yeah, absolutely. And, when I look at coaches that are where we want to be, Sweet 16, Elite Eights, and the coaches, as I looked around at the coaches in the Sweet 16, they're very experienced coaches. They've done a lot. They've got long resumes. They've been there, and they've got some battle scars, and Coach Jacobson has those. But we're not satisfied being an NCAA tournament team or an NCAA tournament participant. We want to chase it. And if you're not getting better and you're not trying to improve, it makes it, I don't know. That's what gets me up in the morning, and I can tell that's what gets Coach Jacobson up in the morning, and I think that's why he's a great fit.
to pry a guy away from a university where he's been at for, over 2 decades and has had tremendous success, that's not easy to do. What was it about Utah State that made him decide, because he's had opportunities in the past, but made him finally decide, okay, this is the program I want to leave to?
Yeah, he has had plenty of opportunities in the past. He's turned down some big time Power 4 jobs. And I think, it was our alignment and vision. I think it was how we're resourcing this program. And it was his belief in us that he can chase those championships. I mean, he's not trying to make it back to the Sweet 16. He's got bigger thoughts than that. There's some scars that he has from just missing out on that next level, and he wants to get there. And he feels like this is a place where he can do it and really chase that success. And then certainly we wanted to convince him, and there's a lot of things positive here from the momentum of the school, the alignment between our board and our president and me. And I think those things were all enticing.
Cameron Walker, athletic director at Utah State, on the job for less than 6 months, and you got to make probably one of the most important hires in athletic department history. Yeah. No pressure there.
It comes at you quick. Yeah, no pressure. That's Stu Morrill and I talked, and that's basically what he said to me. We talked last week. I believe in getting that visit with the student athletes, got their thoughts, called Stu, and Stu's advice was simple: don't screw it up. That's obviously what we're trying to do, but it's a pressure thing, and you feel the weight of it, and you want to get it right, and you want everybody to embrace it. But at the same time, getting it right for these student athletes is even more important than the rest of it. And so as we sat down with all of our candidates, you're really viewing it from the lens of, will these guys, will Mason Falsub, will Carson Templin, will Jordy Barnes, all of them, right? Will they like this coach? Can I see them relating? How would they respond to this? And you try and view it for that lens and get the best coach for your student athletes, because they're going to spend a lot of time together.
It's interesting you bring that up, because when you're hiring, maybe 15 years ago, or even frankly, probably 5 years ago, when you hire a coach, you're thinking, okay, who's the best coach for my program? But then but now it's an element of, well, who are they going to bring with them? How are they in fundraising? How are our current players going to relate to them? There's so many other little things that come into play now because of NIL and free transfers and all those other things. How hard is it to kind of clear through all of that? Or I guess how much importance do you put on that, as opposed to, can the guy just flat out coach?
Yeah, I think for me, it's twofold. And because there's so many elements, I think it's helped me zero in the last few years as I've been a part of hires on what's the most important thing. And to me, it's, will the student athletes have an unbelievable experience with the individual? Will he make them better? Will he make in this case, can he make them men and chase championships? And then can he flat out coach? And it's hard to check both those boxes. But this guy checks both those boxes. And I think it's just important as you go through that. There is so many things, but you have to keep the most important things, the main thing, in the top of your priority.
Cameron Walker, athletic director at Utah State, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. What has been the conversations throughout the process? You mentioned that you met with the team as soon as Jared Calhoun made it official. He was on to Cincinnati, but what have those continued conversations been like? And as Coach Jacobson had a chance to chat with those guys yet?
Yeah, so Coach Jacobson had a chance to get with the guys on Zoom. I'm sure he's making some calls. We're also setting up some meetings and some stuff tomorrow after the press conference with them. And then really I've stayed in touch with 2 or 3 of them as much as they want to. A bunch of them have texted me and called me throughout the process just to stay connected. And I update them and I tell them exactly where we're at. And I don't talk candidate names with them because I don't think that's fair to put them in that spot. But I talked to them about the attributes and the interest and the type of candidates that we're looking at and quality of them. And I think that's been important through the process to just stay connected with them, again, as much as they want to be. Some of them haven't wanted to, and they're like, I need some space right now to do some thinking. And that's great too. It's at whatever level they've wanted to engage. But certainly some of them have engaged heavily, and it's certainly been on our mind as we've gone through this process.
There's a lot of conversations and Freedom of Information Acts in terms of contracts and things like that. There is a buyout courtesy of Jared Calhoun that would provide a bit of influx of resources available to you. How do you go about earmarking those? And is that a conversation with Ben in terms of NIL, or is that with Dalton on staff, or how do you determine how to immediately address the transfer portal, which will begin here in a couple days?
Yeah, and that timing was important. Why to get this done this week? We're a week, basically next Tuesday, that portal opens up. Obviously, I've said time and time again, talent acquisition and retention is the most important thing. And in this case, twofold, on the coaching staff and head coach, as well as on the player side. So certainly, we obviously probably not going to throw all that in 1 year, space it out a little bit, but we will use that money certainly in that space to elevate this program.
So when you look at Ben Jacobson and how he's adapted to this new world, there's a lot of, and I don't want to call it, there's a lot of grizzled veterans, I guess we should say, that have been around the league or been around college basketball and college athletics for a long time that have had a hard time adapting to this new world. How do you feel like he has done in that area?
I think he's done really well. And given the resources he's had and kind of the hand he had, I think it's been incredible. He was there's been some complaints here about, our resources and how much we have and things of that nature. And certainly we're trying to build that and increase that as much as we can. I think this next year will, obviously be at a very competitive level. But for that cards he kind of had in his hand, I think he's played that really, really well. They're either their leading scorer or second leading scorer this past year was a transfer kid. He's done well getting the right kids and making sure that those are the right fit too. And I think that's important. And we've seen that. I thought Coach Calhoun did a terrific job with that as well, going to the portal for some of those needs and getting the right kid that can help you on the court, but also the right fit. And I think Ben understands both those and has been highly successful at doing that at Northern Iowa.
All right, so I'm going to steal a line from the first line you're going to issue tomorrow at your press conference because every AD says it, but sometimes it's true and sometimes it may not be true. How impressed were you with the level of candidates that wanted this job?
Very impressed. I'll try and state it more eloquently than that tomorrow, but the pool was incredibly deep. It was tons and tons of interest. We have a lot of people that candidly could do this job. There were a lot of people that you could envision being successful. That's great news. On the search side, it makes it very difficult to then say, okay, but who would be the very best? But I mean, high level of coaches that have accomplished a lot of things, whether it's, Final Fours, whether it's, assistant coaches at Final Fours, lots of high level stuff that they've accomplished and done and throughout the entire country. I think it speaks to that we're able to land somebody with a resume and as accomplished as Coach Jacobson, that this program has elevated. It's not the same program that we used to, and we can get people that are very established head coaches to be very interested in positions at Utah State.
I had a assistant coach that I've known for a long time at a P4 school reach out and said, I don't think I can get a sniff at this thing. And he goes, if I were at where I was at 6-7 years ago, I think I would have had a really good chance. But now, I really don't think I've got any kind of chance whatsoever, just based on the quality of people that I know are going after this gig. When you cast a net, were there tangible, specific things that you wanted to see, like head coaches, current head coaches, like initial, amount of 20+ wins? Was there a number, tangible numbers that you wanted to see in regards to whoever you're going to go after? Or was it just, let's go see what's out there?
I try and stay pretty open-minded early on. But then you kind of narrow as you go through the process, as you kind of see what's there. And you're able to get a few people into the pool that are really good. And now you kind of have a baseline of well, they got to measure up to this.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where Ben was I'm talking to people, I know he's in the pool. It's well, that guy's fantastic, but he's not Ben Jacobson. Right. And so you're able to just kind of keep plugging through that. And after a while, you're well, it kind of sounds like we just need to go with this guy. And I think that was kind of the case here. But we were open to the idea that it could be a lead assistant at a Power 4. It could be a thing. But as we got through this, as we got through the list of qualities the team gave us, it just became apparent that that head coach experience was probably going to be really important. And that, somebody with the character like Coach Jacobson's known for was going to be a really, really good fit. His toughness, his discipline, his style of play all mesh really well with our guys. And you throw in how successful he's been at a place with, a fraction of our resources. It's exciting to see what he'll do once he gets here.
There you go. Great stuff, as always. Cameron Walker, Athletic Director at Utah State. We'll wrap up this thing next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
The point with Utah State, where do they go now? Do they go with another mercenary coach that's going to be gone in 2 years if you're having any sort of success? Which, by the way, is fine.
Absolutely.
It is fine if that is your jam, which has been successful for Utah State. Other schools aren't coming to get your coaches if your teams are not playing well. And if you're a young and up-and-coming coach, you've got to know you can win in Logan. You can go to Logan, and it can be your ticket to a better job.
The business end of it, he has to pay a $3.9 million buyout. That's a ton of money for Utah State. That pays for the coach's first year and $2 million in NIL money, which is a lot at Utah State.
Well, hey, Mason Foslev, go buy a house, bro.
Yeah, but honestly, it's going to allow you to keep your top player and hire your next coach.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Take your golf game to the next level. Introducing the Rev Tour, a new competitive league for amateur golfers of all skill levels. It's fair, competitive, flighted league play built for everyone who loves the game. Starting with leagues in northern and southern Utah. Then local regionals advance to Las Vegas for 2026 to punch your ticket to the Nationals. All regional winners will be able to play at Pebble Beach with deep discounts. Sign up now at golfrevtour.com and get $50 off April using promo code REV1280. golfrevtour.com, promo code REV1280. Breaking news just announced. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown has no interest for up to 84 months on 4 brand new 2026 Nissans. 2026 Rogue, Frontier, Pathfinder, and Murano. 4 new models, 0 interest, up to 84 months. At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Less than perfect credit or more than your current car's worth? With no interest up to 84 months, Tim Daly Nissan Southtown can solve your problem. You don't need perfect credit to qualify. And no money down is also an option. Save thousands in low monthly payments. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Home of the Forever Warranty. Financing Oasis. See dealer for details.
Looking for insurance solutions that actually work for you? United Underwriters have been serving Utah families for over 25 years, offering smarter coverage solutions at better prices. United Underwriters auto policies include a no-cost windshield benefit because we travel on I-15 just like you, and also offer smart home insurance solutions and earthquake plans you can't find anywhere else. Call United Underwriters at 801-396-0828 or visit uuinsurance.com. United Underwriters. Real insurance solutions. Real value. Real partners. Based right here in Utah.
Business technology has changed a lot over the last 70 years. But one thing hasn't.
Les Olson is here.
As the years have passed, there's been one constant. And after 70 years and still counting, Les Olson IT is here with the technology and the people to make life easier, more productive, and more secure for your business. Let Les be here for you.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days, steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup, shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
Breaking down the teams you're passionate about. This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Should be fun. Mackenzie Weegar, Utah Mammoth, will join JJ and Alex coming up in just about an hour from right now at 4:05. Should be a great conversation, especially coming off that win against the Kings. Hey, the Zone and Beehive Mills honoring the people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Mills Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest. Then every Thursday afternoon, JJ and Alex will announce the winner. It's the Beehive Mills Hero of the Week. All right, great show today. If you missed it, Cameron Walker joined us. If you missed that, it'll be up on our podcasting feed. Just search Scotty G on your podcasting platform of choice. Also, big thanks to Jay Stevens for breaking down a little hockey. Big 6-2 win for the Mammoth over the Kings. And then Mitch Harper talking a little BYU basketball and looking ahead to spring as well.
Hey, can we, you know what? I needed to probably play this coming in.
Oh, what are you doing?
What?
What are you doing?
You called a walk-off over the weekend. What do you mean, what am I doing? What are you doing, Scotty?
I did call a walk-off shot.
What are you doing, buddy?
Yeah.
I'd appreciate it if you kind of allowed me to play this because it's actually pretty good. Would you like to set it up real quick? Or
All right. So BYU, I was helping out on the ESPN Plus broadcast. BYU.
New softball play-by-play, Scott Gerard.
BYU, Kansas, bottom of the 7th inning, which means that's the last inning, 7 innings in softball. So bottom of the 7th, tie game, Danica Acosta up to bat for BYU.
Partridge, and a shot. Will it drop? It's over! A walk-off home run! How about that? Danica Acosta, 0 for 3 from the plate coming to that one, but she ends it on a right field shot, and BYU is going to knock off Kansas.
How about that? That was fun.
That was pretty awesome.
Walk-off home run, bottom of the 7th.
First home run of the year for Acosta?
Yeah, a young woman had not hit a home run. She was 0 for 3 from the plate coming into that one, and bam!
Not gonna lie, she got fooled a little bit with some sort of off speed and was a little bit ahead, but still knocked it over, and she knew it was gone.
Yeah.
Fist pumping from the get-go.
That was cool. It was fun, man. And by the way, big thanks to ESPN Plus and BYU for allowing me to help out on some games down there. I'm telling you, I am a softball fan. It moves fast. It's fun to call. It's, frankly, a little bit more fun.
It's only 7 innings?
It's only 7 innings.
Get a little long.
I even had a
for the non-baseball purists.
It wasn't quite a Pete Rose All-Star game, but we even had a collision at the plate that was really nasty. I mean, there was
injury nasty.
Stayed in the game, but really shaken up. So yeah, I mean, it was fun, man. I enjoy it. All right, coming up next, JJ and Alex straight ahead, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox
with the KSL Sports Newsletter.
From the Jazz,
Utah Hockey Club,
BYU,
Utah,
Real Salt Lake, and more.
Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah.
Visit KSLSports.com to sign up
for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hockey fans,
let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum.
Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com
to connect with the team,
other fans,
and our KSL Sports insiders.
Start chatting today
in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum
on KSLSports.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
If you've ever lost weight, gained it back, then lost it again, you're not alone. In fact, the number one concern people have about losing weight isn't losing the weight, it's gaining it all back later. And a new 2026 study found something surprising. People who stopped GLP-1 weight loss injections regained weight nearly 4 times faster than people who lost weight through diet and behavioral programs. Why? Because many medications only work while you stay on them. When you stop, your old habits and appetite return, and the weight often comes back. Losing weight is the easy part. Learning how to keep it off while still enjoying life is what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, their doctor-developed program helps adults lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days using real food from the grocery store. But more importantly, they teach you how to maintain your weight long-term without giving up the foods you love. To see if you're a candidate, schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hey folks, Jay Broadbent here from Alpine Home Medical. I've been helping folks breathe easier for 29 years now. Trust me, at my age, I know a thing or two about needing a good night's sleep. Is your CPAP mask old and nasty? Are your masks, filters, or tubing from the pre-COVID era? Or just plain tired of the hassle of ordering supplies yourself? Switch to our resupply program. We handle everything. Automatic shipment straight to your door. Insurance billing and expert support. It's quick, easy, and keeps your sleep therapy on track. Doesn't matter where you got your machine from, anyone can join. Head to alpinehomemedical.com, click on the Easy Resupply button. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Pack up the... Because Chevy SUVs have the capability to take you to some incredible places, like an adventure in the middle of... In the Equinox Active, an SUV that will help you get away with confidence. Or head off for a night in Chevy Traverse, with all the tech you need to stay connected. While the undeniable value of Chevy Trax will keep you moving from here to over here to way over here. Get to all the places you want to be with Chevy SUVs. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
I'm Celeste Edmonds, Director of the Christmas Box International. Thank you, Utah, for giving so much to help our most vulnerable children, children who have been abused, neglected, and trafficked. I was one of those kids, and you have no idea how much it meant to me that someone like you cared. The Christmas Box House helps children 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. And right now, our kiddos could really use new tennis shoes and Visa gift cards. If you'd like to help, please go to thechristmasbox.org or Google us. Thank you.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself. I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody. Welcome on in. Happy Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. Hopefully you had a better weekend than John Shire. Hopefully you had a better weekend than the other boozer.
Yeah.
The good boozer showed up. He had a good pass. That's terrible. Those poor kids, man. But at the expense of those kids' feelings and John Shire's feelings and Duke getting eliminated in historically meltdownable fashion like they did last year against Houston, and they did the same thing yesterday, at the expense of those people's feelings, we finally got a decent game in the NCAA tournament. The Elite Eight was total garbage till then.
We will remember that shot for a long,
Thank heavens.
long time.
It became an iconic moment, and this tournament needed iconic moments. You had the one finish with the Kentucky, bank in from half court to get them to overtime against Santa Clara.
It got them to overtime. It's not one of those.
Right. And it was in the round of what? No, it was around of 64.
It was the first game
right.
of this tournament.
And so it wasn't
7-10 matchup. Yeah.
So, you had that, but Duke, condolences. And UConn and Danny Hurley couldn't have happened to a more humble guy.
I think there's probably about 95% of listeners right now that agree and have tried them, and they're delicious, is Duke Tears.
Oh, yeah. No, see, that's the thing.
Everybody loves to drink
Scotty
Duke Tears.
Scotty had the retweet of the day yesterday.
So refreshing.
Where you had the Duke fans with the Duke hat melting into, as Homer Simpson melting into the hedge.
Yes.
And then re-emerging with their Luka Doncic Lakers jersey and a Yankees cap.
Oh, my gosh.
Because that is to me, it was not just Duke. Notre Dame is in that camp, right?
Yeah.
Where you just had people who were, oh, yeah, I've always been a fan. Come on, get over yourself. So Duke falls in historic fashion, but overall, JJ, you had a 30-plus point loss in a regional final. You don't see that very often. In fact, the last time it happened was like in 1992. And
there's been more 30-point blowouts in this tournament than any tournament previous.
Right, and you had a 15-point game in one of the other ones, a 12-point game. You had double digits in every regional final. That's awful for the game. It was such bad basketball. When you're watching Michigan up 30, you were like, I immediately went, wow, this is worthless. This is a worthless game to watch. I'm not watching any more of this. All right, so
I think there's two teams that are better than everybody else.
And they're playing unfortunately they're playing each other in the semifinals,
which is lending itself to a discussion that people will have about reseeding the Final Four, and we'll see how that all plays out. Illinois can blow up that narrative. I think Illinois is really, really good. They've got a lottery pick on that team in Wagler. They've got some great players. Peja Stojakovic's son is a sniper. Kid can shoot and play really well. And
shocker.
They've got size. Like, Illinois is big.
Okay. Well, let's start the show off. We got to get into
Not many teams can bully Houston, and they did.
I had this discussion with Napolis, and it sounds like a duh. It sounds like a yeah, duh, of course. Score more points than the other team, and you'll also score more points than the other team, and you'll also win those games.
Yeah.
But I want to get into this because I have a thought on what I learned about this tournament and the local teams that are here that are hoping to get deeper into the tournament or to get there at all. So let's kick off the program right here. We got the cut. Let's jump right in here.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Everything's right with the world. My 5-year-old daughter is leading our family pool, our family bracket.
As it should be.
Yeah. That's good. You know what? The part of me that I like about it is she's beating my oldest son who takes it so freaking seriously. That's the part that I love. Check the brackets. He's like, don't. And when you see a little 5-year-old Maeve up there, you go, oh, yeah, she's winning. She doesn't even know about it. Part of the thing is because we mom and dad chip in $50 to the winner of the pool. Just if you win the family bracket, you get $50. And that's more important to the 17-year-old than it is to the 5-year-old. But I'll tell you, it makes for fun watching these games as well. I just had this thought over the weekend, and we talked about it a little bit. You know, Texas's size was a problem for BYU. Every one of these teams that's doing anything in the tournament is massive. JJ, they're huge.
Yeah, that's the trend.
If you're going to recruit phenomenal guys and you have the money to do it, make your entire team the biggest in the Big 12. Alex Jensen, make your team the absolute trees up there. Being big at all the positions is a problem for all the other opponents. Get size, and absolutely recruit it. Bring them from another team. If you don't have a 7-footer on the roster that's any good, you better get him. In fact, you might need to get 2. You might need to get you're going to have. And part of the reason that A.J. DeBonce is so amazing is he's huge for a shooting guard in college.
He's like 6'9",
6'9" wing,
2 guard,
and he's phenomenal. And that type of size is a mismatch for anybody. On top of the fact that he's generational athleticism, right?
Yeah.
So, freaking go out and just get big. All right. Don't get that 7'9" kid from Florida and at the expense of not having any good play from him. Don't do that. Give me the big guy who has that potential in those 4 or 5 stars next to him. Pay to get that guy in at your school. Utah will immediately turn everything around if they get bigger than everybody else. They'll immediately start to get good. You want to get those big names. BYU, I think we all know they were so small on the inside. How many times did they have to get out-rebounded on the offensive side?
It was a problem all season long.
Yes. So you watch all these teams that are going on still, and they're massive. Get big, basketball teams. Come on. Anyway, again, that's the easiest observation of the day, but it just made it was made so much more clear this weekend.
No, we see trends happen all the time. You see it in the NBA where everything went to what the Warriors were doing with positionless basketball and shooting the leather off the ball from the three-point line, and you're starting to see some things. It's going to be interesting to see how things come back with the NBA right now with, Jokic and the way that the Nuggets play the game, and then the Thunder now seem like the dominant team. How are the Spurs going to play the game of basketball because they've got Wembanyama and the gravity that he has where he can shoot from 3 at a high clip and he pulls the bigs out. Like there's different things and trends that'll figure themselves out. It feels like I'm not sure exactly where that is going with the NBA, but definitely in college basketball, size is making a difference. And you look at that. You mentioned the size on the court. UConn. Now, did UConn have the most talent? I don't think they did.
No. Nope.
They had the better team, but they also had size. Look at some of the guys on the team. Terrace Reed Jr., 6'11". You keep going through some of the guys. Braylon Mullins, who made that shot, is 6'6". I mean, that's a guard. That's good size in the backcourt, right?
Yeah.
So you start looking around at some of those guys in that lineup, and they were big guys. Alex Caraban's a big guy. Alex Caraban is 6'8" on the wing. Silas Demery at guard is 6'4". That's a 6'4" guard. Solo Ball, 6'4" guard, 200. These are dudes like the Stephon Castle mold, right?
Yeah.
They go out and they get dudes. They don't have a bunch of small guys out there. So you got to be big and you got to be strong. You got to own the paint. You got to protect the rim. And if you have a little bit of shooting, then even better. But that's kind of the trend with college basketball right now, and all the teams that are still left. I mean, we talked about it with Arizona. When BYU played Arizona, when Utah State played Arizona, what was the difference? Size and depth. Size and depth. Size does matter.
Yep.
You need shooters, but size still matters.
How big's Carson?
At the highest level.
How big's Carson Templin?
6'9".
I remember you were telling
He
me.
didn't
like,
look 6'9" against Arizona, did he?
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, he played his butt off, right? You
yeah,
can
he
do
did,
that.
of course.
Keba Keita on certain occasions for BYU at 6'9"-ish, also 6'9.5" himself. But if that's your 5, it's hard to hang your hat on that, especially when he wasn't having the most phenomenal year. There's injuries on top of it. You just have to get big.
UConn had a 7-footer come off the bench.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Eric Reeby came off the bench. So you need size. Look at Arizona's lineup. My goodness. They're just big.
Massive. And so that's what you learned. That's what I learned from it. You have to figure out.
Shocker in basketball, but there was a little bit of a trend where you went more athletic, but it's really coming back to size really dictating your success.
What do we get so excited for with this Utah Jazz lineup next year?
Size.
I mean, how freaking giant it's going to be.
No, it's 6'4" and above.
Yeah, and
Keontae 6'4", Ace Bailey 6'9",
6'9", yeah.
If let's say they win the lottery and they get AJ DeBonsa 6'8", 6'9", and then you're not even at your
haven't even talked about
front
Lowry
line yet, where you've got Lowry at 7 feet, you've got Jaren Jackson Jr. at 7 feet, and Walker Kessler is over 7 feet. You can roll out a lineup with 3 7-footers in your front court, along with your big guards. And your athletic wings.
And it's going to be phenomenal. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, it is. But you look around the league. What else is it? What does everyone else have? Look at the Celtics.
Yep.
Look at the Thunder.
Who's the
Look at
best
Spurs.
player, arguably, in the whole league?
Look at the Nuggets.
A freak of a.
Look at the Timberwolves.
The height, the advantage that these guys have. But you got to get that size. Not like these coaches don't want it. I'm just saying, like, when you see the size differential, that should be the thing that gets you to that number on your roster. You go, we're spending $20 million on this roster. $6 million of it better be on height, on big dudes, on some 4s and 5s that are absolute dogs in the middle, on top of the fact that they're bigger than everybody else in front of them. So, just a thought, just what I had in mind. All right, so Arizona gets to its first Final Four in 25 years. They ended up.
That's crazy, right?
I know. They grind because we grew up in the Lute Olson days where it felt like they were there every year.
I know.
And this Arizona team feels, the opposite of Duke. Duke has had struggles along the entire tournament.
They almost lost in the first round.
Arizona got a tough game out of Utah State in the second half. Great. Purdue is keeping it tight. They're up. Purdue was up at the half. I'm like, good. Purdue. Somebody showed up to play Arizona. Let's see a game. And Arizona just grinds down on you.
48-26 in the second half.
They just grinded. They absolutely
beat Purdue by 22 points in the second half.
Yeah, and they end up winning by 15.
Right.
Because they absolutely their style of play is so hard to keep up with. And it's relentless. And they're pressing always. And Illinois gets a win. That's a shock on a lot of people's brackets. It's just not a team you put there. You just don't think of Illinois as being that power, but they've been playing phenomenally the last couple of years, and now first Final Four in 21 years.
Who was their starting point guard on that team?
D. Will.
That's right.
Out of the Colony High School.
That's right.
Dallas, Texas. So they beat Iowa by double digits, and that Iowa team, congrats, great year, but that's not a Final Four team.
Hey, to get to the Elite Eight though. That's
phenomenal. Great.
That's awesome.
Tennessee gets blown out by 33 against Michigan, and it could have been 50.
Tennessee benefited from the injury to Joshua Jefferson in Iowa State.
Barnes, great coach.
Yep.
I like Tennessee from they as a 6 seed going to the Elite Eight, but man, it is obvious that the teams that are there right now, Arizona is an absolute juggernaut. Illinois is really dang good. We'll see how long that'll last. Michigan might be better than Arizona, and they're playing each other in that semifinal.
It's possible. Landenborg is special.
Yaxel Landenborg, yeah. Sounds like one of the new Utah Mammoth.
Yeah, he does sound like a hockey player. From Sweden.
So
there is guess who's not at the Final Four?
Florida. Who else?
The SEC.
Oh, not one this year, huh?
Not one. Not one
shame.
SEC
it's
team.
A shame.
I would really feel bad for them.
Yeah.
So sad.
Yeah, so they end up.
I thought it just meant more.
I'm trying to think. Arizona's a 1 seed. Michigan's a 1 seed.
Correct.
Illinois is a 3.
Yes.
And
UConn the 2.
UConn is a 2 seed. So you're still pretty chalky, but you had that 3 and 2 on the other side of the bracket that people did not see going through. And look, Duke had it. Duke had it in their back pocket. Do you look at the way that John Shire coached that last moment and those kids were undercoached in that moment? Obviously, the meltdown and the turnover that happened when the ball gets thrown up from the logo after UConn should have just been dead and buried. Do you look at John Shire and go, you blew that, and you did it last year too? This guy doesn't have what it takes to get to the next level?
He's been at that level.
I know.
So it's hard to say he doesn't have what it takes, and he has phenomenal talent. That helps too. I think it is fair to criticize a bit because this is not once. This is 3 straight years that Duke's had this problem. Remember 2 years ago, they were playing NC State for a spot in the Final Four. NC State,
yeah,
a team they kicked their trash in the ACC. That NC State team made the Final Four because they upset Duke. Duke couldn't hold on to that lead against NC State. Last year, what happened last year? You're up by how much against Houston?
It was, well, I think they were up by as many as 13 in the second half. But
they were up like 6 with a minute left, weren't they?
So Houston went on a 9-0 run in 71 seconds.
You had Cooper Flagg and the
Con
Rookie of the
Knippel.
Year, Con Knippel, and you couldn't score against Houston?
9-0. 9-0.
Okay,
Yep.
So the talent is there. The players are there. You're in the moment. You've built the lead. There are certain things strategically that have to happen in those moments, and they weren't executed properly.
Pretty wild.
The way that Duke handled the press at the end of that game yesterday, the way that they allowed UConn to get back into it.
Well,
Look, it's fair.
It was a low IQ basketball play because
there was 10 seconds
you
left
just
on the
had
clock.
to hold on to the ball.
You didn't have to get it past midcourt.
You also didn't have to just get it out of your hands immediately because you felt like you didn't want them to foul you. You allow them to foul you.
Yes.
Like, you're already up
You didn't need to panic.
So,
and the message in the timeout should have been, look, was there 10.6 on the clock? Either way, it was 10 seconds left on the clock. You do not have to get it past the midcourt line. Take your time, take a breath, let them foul you. Hold on to the ball for dear life. Go to the free throw line, let's win this game. And for that to happen and Duke to act like the ball was a hot potato, that's just pure panic.
Those poor guys.
And they had shots of John Shire on the sideline, and I'm sorry, I saw a look of deer in the headlights a little bit. So yeah, I think there's criticism due for the common denominator in the last 3 times that Duke has been in these situations. John Shire has to get better on in-game situations. Great coach, great recruiter. He's carrying on the legacy. He's doing the very difficult task of being the guy that follows the guy. And Duke has not fallen off at all. Look, it's hard to win at this level. It's hard to go to a Final Four. It's hard to go to a national championship game. But when you have it in your grasp and you lose it because of bad situational basketball, then you stare right at the head coach. That's on the coaching staff to have their players understanding and ready for what the moment is. And Duke wasn't yesterday, and they paid a price. And UConn was mentally tough. As much as I can't stand their head coach, they were ready. And that kid was onions, man. That kid was onions. That shot was from the logo. That kid is a freshman. He is Mr. Basketball in Indiana. I get he's good, but he is a freshman in the Elite Eight. And the kid had onions. He was ready to go. Nothing but net. That was one of the great shots we've ever seen in NCAA tournament history with everything on the line.
I did love the Bill Rafferty onions.
It was good.
Reference right there because I love that they show the camera and they flip it around and they see Rafferty. You've got
Grant Hill.
Ian Eagle is on the call and then Grant Hill in the middle. Obviously, Grant Hill.
He has some experience in this moment, and he's a Duke guy.
Okay. Now, to his credit, he was just like everybody else who was just a basketball watcher at that moment and was just like, that is phenomenal.
Yep.
And they all have their hands out on each other, and they're like, but Rafferty is mouth agape. Like, I mean, that guy has seen everything.
Yeah, and
until yesterday,
and
then he actually did.
Reaction from
and he's just like, impossible, right? And to see his reaction was just, that was awesome. So
that's why we watch. We hope for these moments.
Well, my heavens!
And I was terrified. I mean, I told you last week. We got on the show and I was like, after the round of 32, I'm like, guys, March Madness is dying.
I will say
March Madness is dying because there's no mid-majors that can compete with the high majors because the gap is so big because of NIL. And the teams that are good are so much better than everybody else. And we're having blowout after blowout after blowout. And everything that was special about the NCAA tournament feels like it's gone. And for yesterday, for that to happen, brought it back a bit. I think there's still some of that because we've never had more blowouts. We've never had more chalk. But, man, that shot was awesome.
Yeah, I don't think you can make – what's interesting is this article that we saw today about – the title of it is – Thrilling NCAA tournament has proved college basketball isn't broken.
No.
In some ways, it's only getting better. And I thought, what? But you can't go off of like two singular moments because the rest of the games have been kind of dogs. Now, here's the other kind of weird dichotomy of all this. Rick Pitino, who has seen it all, said about this tournament and about basketball right now in the NCAA is, quote, the best I've ever witnessed.
I don't disagree.
That's what I'm saying. You have
the premise that the quality of play is better. Why? Because you're paying pros.
Yes.
You're literally paying players to play. They are professional basketball players.
Kids are better than they've ever been.
There are kids from Europe, and there's actually, it's not many, but there's kids that played in the G League that are in college basketball right now. So, yes, the talent is higher. Players that would otherwise be in the NBA or in Europe right now stuck around because of NIL money. Yes, Coach Pitino is correct. The quality of play is better. But the gap between the haves and the have-nots has never been bigger.
I mean, Arizona and Michigan on the other side of the bracket won their games by a total of 46 points. That's not thrilling basketball. And then the other game on the other side was a 12-point loss. And so they were all double digits except for that one. We've never had more double-digit losses. We've never had more 20-point blowouts. We've never had more 30-point blowouts. So you can't say it's quote unquote thrilling because 20 and 30-point losses are not.
That's not what we're tuning in for.
They're not fun. They're not fun to watch. You immediately. And by the way, it's so hard to listen to these guys calling the game, and there's 2 minutes and 41 seconds because Michigan had a 30-point lead for the last. It felt like 2 hours. Right? They had a 30-point lead with about 13 minutes left, and it stayed that way the entire rest of the game. So it was 13 minutes of these announcers kind of going through quietly, doing the baseball announcer thing where they're like, "Oh, look how much fun he's having in the crowd." Like it was bad TV, and it wasn't entertaining. It certainly wasn't thrilling. That moment with Mullins was absolutely thrilling, great, but I think we've had few of them. And you can have the best basketball we've ever witnessed and also still not be very competitive. Okay, guess what? The women's game. They're better than they've ever been. Yep. And they're blowing each other out worse than we've ever seen even. And that doesn't mean it's thrilling. It's not thrilling if you're blowing everybody out. But the talent is its highest. I get it. The NBA is getting the most talent that they are ever getting as a full class of draft classes every year just keep getting deeper and deeper.
Two straight incredible draft classes.
Yes. And I would imagine like we're better at finding those good players. We're better at, making those guys go from 4 to 5 stars. These guys are ready. These guys are NBA ready their first year of college in some cases, AJ DeBonsa, right?
Absolutely.
So there's arguments there, but don't call it a thrilling NCAA tournament. It was one moment yesterday, and the rest of these games have been kind of disappointing. Also, I'm losing my bracket, so that's probably another way that I don't feel very good about things. Losing to my 5-year-old. No problem. Okay. We're going to take a break. Hey, we have a jam-packed show here for you. Utah State has a new basketball coach. We'll talk about that next coming up. And also at the 4 o'clock, top of the 4 o'clock hour, the newest Utah Mammoth, Mackenzie Weegar, the defenseman, going to join us on the program, top of 4 o'clock. Boy, they needed a win in L.A., and did they get it? Some guys showing up in big ways. You better be ready. This team is going to lose games by a lot, or they're going to win games by a lot. That's at least been the case the last couple of weeks. And they got the big win. Thank heavens that Nashville's starting to lose some games in a row. That's really helped the cause as well. But Mackenzie Weegar, we're going to ask him about his short time he's been with the Mammoth and what the vibe on the team is like. And, when you make that decision to waive your no-trade clause and say, I'm coming to Utah, we want to get down to the bottom of what Mackenzie Weegar is thinking about this team and about this roster and getting them to the playoffs. We'll come back. More to go. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined now by Steve Cleveland, former BYU basketball coach. From your perspective, if it comes down to Boozer or DeBonsa, who do you like?
I like DeBonsa. I think DeBonsa has the ability to score in more multiple ways. He creates space better than anybody that I saw this year in the game. You're not going to stop him from getting a shot up. The Boozers are amazing. Cam and Caden are both great players, but they're not AJ. AJ is more prepared than either one of those players, and I think can have an impact in the NBA immediately. Not that he's an all-star, but he's going to have an impact on whatever team he goes to.
Yeah, that's what would be cool about the Jazz if they got that pick.
Man, wouldn't that be special? The Jazz need to be doing everything that they potentially can and possibly can to get that guy and keep him here in Utah. That'd be the greatest thing that happened in basketball in the state of Utah ever.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Looking for insurance solutions that actually work for you? United Underwriters have been serving Utah families for over 25 years, offering smarter coverage solutions at better prices. United Underwriters auto policies include a no-cost windshield benefit because we travel on I-15 just like you, and also offer smart home insurance solutions and earthquake plans you can't find anywhere else. Call United Underwriters at 801-396-0828 or visit uuinsurance.com. United Underwriters. Real insurance solutions. Real value. Real partners. Based right here in Utah.
Breaking news just announced. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown has no interest for up to 84 months on 4 brand new 2026 Nissans. 2026 Rogue, Frontier, Pathfinder, and Murano. 4 new models, 0 interest, up to 84 months. At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Less than perfect credit or more than your current car's worth? With no interest up to 84 months, Tim Daly Nissan Southtown can solve your problem. You don't need perfect credit to qualify. And no money down is also an option. Save thousands in low monthly payments. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Home of the Forever Warranty. Financing OAC. See dealer for details.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. When you want to hear one of our local teams play, dial up 97.5 The Zone. Tonight, it's the Utah Jazz at home in the Delta Center against Donovan Mitchell and the Cleveland Cavaliers. The game tips off at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. And tomorrow night is the Bees home opener, hosting Sacramento, right here on 97.5 The Zone. And if you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Life is busy and honestly, sometimes a little chaotic. Between work, school drop-offs, sports, and everything in between, some days feel completely upside down. Dinner used to be one of the hardest parts of my day. Now, it's the easiest. When life feels upside down, Beehive Meals helps keep me grounded with home-cooked freezer meals that are ready when I am. No planning, no scrambling, just real food my family loves. Head to beehivemeals.com and stock your freezer with your solution to easy, delicious dinners and a little peace of mind.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She can get a deal, book telehealth if she feels.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Dang, it saved time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at
ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Will Hardy talks about building playoff habits now to make sure the young guys are ready when it's time.
You know, we talk a lot with the team about being flexible. Like, you have to be flexible in your thinking to win at the highest level, because a playoff run, ultimately, you're not going to be able to do one thing from start to finish. And so we're trying to build those mental habits now.
Your Jazz at 30 updates brought to you by U of U Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in their DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. University of Utah Health, for you, for life. Utah State Hoops has their guy next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. We appreciate you joining us on the program. Coming up in about 30 minutes, we're going to hear from Mackenzie Weegar, one of those dudes on the blue line for this Utah Mammoth team that is pushing toward that wild card one playoff spot. They got a huge win yesterday in LA. Was it yesterday?
Saturday.
It was Saturday. Huge win on Saturday, 6-2, and you got a couple goals from Curfy. Couple goals from Curfy. You got a couple goals from
Cools.
But that team just looked dialed up. You know what it was? They just pushed the entire game. The energy was...
There was not a disaster in the second period. That was progress.
Yes. And when they went from 3-1 to that 4-1 goal that Kerfoot put in to make it 4-1, and then it really busted it wide open. Yeah. They needed that second period, and they got the big win. And plus, it's against LA. There's a team who's trying to run them down in that wild card race.
If they lose that game, the Kings are within 2 points.
And on top of it, you have the Predators, who are the Preds have lost 3 in a row.
I told you. What
it's
I
a
tell
shame.
You? We're like, oh, here come the Preds. I said, nah, look at their schedule.
But it also it's tough because if the Mammoth would have won one of those games over here at home,
I know,
then it would have been.
They've had plenty of missed opportunities. Yeah. There's still another level for this team to get at. They talk about maturity all the time. We can even ask Mackenzie Weegar about it. There's another level for this team to get to when it comes to consistency that they're not quite there yet. But, man, when they're good, they are elite. Really good.
So that was big. They're at 82 points now in the standings, and that puts them clear 5 points of the Preds who are behind them in that wild card 2 spot. All right, JJ, we've got some news out of Logan. Utah State getting their agreement all tied up for Ben Jacobson is going to be the new head coach of Utah State. Were you surprised that it was a guy that, in my mind, I feel like we haven't heard about Ben Jacobson in a few years here?
Well, because most would say, well, Northern Iowa and Utah State are kind of at the same mid-major level. I don't think that's the case anymore, but based on history, you would look at it that way.
Well, he put them in that. He put Northern Iowa on that map.
100%.
Sure. They got
we
some
all remember
tournaments in a row.
Farouk Manesh, we remember their Sweet 16 appearance. They've been to the tournament 5 times. You've seen Ben Jacobson before because he's been around for 25 years. He was at that school forever at Northern Iowa. He has 397 career wins. He won 9 regular season or tournament championships, 5 NCAA tournament appearances, and several near misses when it came to the tournament. 1 Sweet 16 appearance. He's coached some good players there. What he has done at Northern Iowa is a miracle when you learn more about Northern Iowa. That place sucks. It does.
Oh, my goodness.
Like, you learn about their facilities. Apparently, they practice it in an old rec gym.
The Hoosiers guys come in and measure the rims every morning.
Like there's probably dead spots on the floor. Like you're trying to play big time basketball, And I'm sure he was very loyal to that place. He's from North Dakota, so that area of the country is home to him. And it's crazy that this was the job that pulled him away from that. And he's going to have a press conference in the morning, and I will be very curious to learn why Utah State. This man could have left and gone to a lot of places, and he never did, and suddenly this is the job he wants. Why? Why Utah State? Now, from the other perspective, Utah State, this is a great hire. Tim Lacombe, he's posted it on social media today. Home run hire. Everybody I've seen and talked to that knows ball and is tied to the college game, home run hire. Great hire by Utah State.
If he's able to do that at Northern Iowa,
Ben Jacobson is well respected all over the country.
I can't remember who said this quote, but they said pretty distinctively that Northern Iowa sucks. I can't recall who that person was. But
don't quote me on that.
If you can get that guy away from Northern Iowa, and let me tell you about a place that does not suck.
Right.
I mean, people get to Cache Valley and they go, what on earth were they hiding up here?
It's beautiful. The school's awesome. The students support it.
The basketball program is at a status that you wish you could get to at a non-Power 4 school and
you have tradition.
Power 5 school.
The place is packed. You've proven now that you can produce pro basketball players there. You've got 2 in the NBA right now, and there's guys internationally that are balling as well. Like, this program is rolling, and all you got to come in and do is keep it rolling. That's a pretty good opportunity. And for Ben Jacobson, it's really that simple. Come in here, keep it rolling, and make it even better if you want to.
I know this has been a springboard job market for obviously the last 4 coaches who've come through.
And it's worked out for Utah State. But so, how many more times is this going to work out?
And I think that's the idea, right? Is that making that hire for a guy who was already at a program for 20 years there, that he would want to do 15 years here. Is that what the vibe is? Is that
would be
they're like,
he's
look,
55 years old.
We want that. We want that
he's
experience.
In his coaching prime.
We want the guy with the background that gets smaller teams to the tournament, which is what you want.
We've had a great job attracting these low mid-major coaches from Youngstown State and Montana State and UMBC and South Dakota. Those are the places where Utah State got their coaches. You're going now to a higher level to get your coach, and with the resources to potentially keep him there. And maybe or maybe not. If you know what? If Ben Jacobson ends up leaving Utah State in 2 or 3 years, it's because the Aggies took it to another level. And
you can't avoid it. Yeah,
but you're not bringing in somebody that's like, I hope so, maybe. I mean, Danny Sprinkle won at Montana State, but that wasn't I hope so, maybe hire, but it was a home run. Every coach they've hired in the last 4 times was I don't know, maybe. Like Craig Smith had never been to the NCAA tournament in South Dakota.
Yep.
It's not like they went on some kind of they won a first-round game. Ben Jacobson's been to a Sweet 16. This is a proven, established coach with a long history and a deep resume, 397 career wins. This is not somebody we think or might be good. This is a well-respected coach around the country. He's going to come here and keep it rolling. And I think you're exactly right. You nailed it. That this is Utah State saying, and Cam Walker, who was on Scotty G and Friends today, you can go back and listen to him talking. This is a job. This is a hire where the athletic director is saying we can go out and get a guy at a higher level, and we can get him to stay. And we have these financial resources. This windfall from Calhoun's departure. Guess what Ben Jacobson's buyout number is?
South of $1 million?
Very south.
$15 and a trip to Maverick.
Less.
Zero? Was it zero?
Zero. No dollars.
I love
$0.
Did they put that in the contract? And your buyout is? Oh, zero. Sorry. It could have been.
It's costing Utah State
zero.
Nothing.
So in that instance, you're the brand new athletic director for Utah State. You've won the weekend.
Yes, you have.
Good for you.
And you probably won the press conference because Ben Jacobs is going to come here tomorrow morning and he's going to wow all of you. Aggie Nation, prepare. This dude is the real deal. And you're going to love him. And he wins, and you didn't have to spend a cent on a buyout, and you get all that buyout money from Calhoun going to Cincinnati that you get to put into resources to keep this roster together or to enhance it as well. Maybe Carson Templin doesn't want to leave anymore. Maybe the mayor stays in Cache Valley.
See, now
maybe
look,
they can go out and get some complimentary pieces.
I do love okay.
Or go out and get the dude.
Here's what I'm always saying about like why that job in particular is just phenomenal. But you also look at other parts of the country. Look at what LSU just did. Okay, they snuck in a terrible character person.
Yeah.
They've showed in the past they don't care. They'll hire Brian Kelly. They'll hire Will Wade.
Their football coach and their basketball coach have issues.
And on top of it,
ethical questions at the least.
So everybody became internet sleuths over the weekend. And Will Wade apparently had already buttoned up a house like at the beginning of February. He had already had his listed in North Carolina well before that and blah, blah, blah. Now, and then he throws the quote out of, well, I stopped worrying about my perception years ago. You think? Like,
he's not a good guy.
He's like, I have decided that I don't care what people think. I will cheat, and it doesn't matter to me. He got kicked out of that school for cheating, and then he came back. And his whole press conference was, well, we're going to make history one way or the other. We're either going to go and win a national championship or I'm going to be fired for the second time from the school. No, it's never happened. Let's make history together.
That's weird.
Anyway, I'm saying,
imagine that.
Imagine that. And then just look up at Logan and go, thank heavens that they have hiring practice standards up there. And they haven't missed in so long. And it's been different athletic directors. It's been associate athletic directors. It's
school
presidents. So many of those things coming along the way. I don't think that they just got lucky. I just think that place is built for people to be able to come in and play their best basketball. And so many kids do. And I bet you're going to see the same thing with Jacobson as well. So, pretty cool.
They just went out and got a guy that shows you that they are a top 30 job in the country. Calhoun was right. Ben Jacobson wouldn't have left the place he's been at 25 years for nothing. Utah State is a top 30 job in the country now. And let's hope that means that somebody's going to stay there for a while.
20 years and almost 400 wins. So you're at a clip of almost 20 wins every year for the last 20 years.
Yeah, consistently winning.
Not bad. Okay, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We have more. When we return, we've got our Weekend Warriors, people who won the weekend here for us. We've got some sound for you as well. Stay right here with us. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Ace Bailey, he didn't come in, kick in the door and say, this is my team now, everyone.
Absolutely, that's a big part of it. But
which I think is a great sign, actually.
Had the Jazz needed Ace to do what he did last night all season, this would have been a team that had a good rookie and had a really long future still ahead of them.
Yeah, nothing else.
And that's not going to be the case. And that's where this really gets interesting for me with what does Ace's future look like. But him doing this now is probably the best time for the Jazz. Nobody else is playing. He's just getting a lot of opportunity. He's getting a taste of what this stardom looks like. And then he's got to come back and fit in with another roster next year.
Yeah, he's got the pull-up. He's got the three. Man, that's a good-looking shot.
Yeah.
He's bouncy.
Yep.
He's blocking shots.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's everything you want to see from a rookie making progress.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Head over to slcfatloss.com. Check it out for yourself. What are you going to get? You're going to get a wealth of information. Number one, they want you to get a hold of them to ask about the program. Ask them they're not hiding anything. They want to talk to you about what makes this program different than the injections, than the hormones, all of that stuff. You're not buying meals from them. What you get from SLC Fat Loss is a program that is doctor-led that works. And we've had that success. The average person drops between 15 and 20% of their body weight in that first 60 days. But more importantly, JJ, they're able to keep it off, which is what we've done for the last couple of years, and I couldn't be happier. I've loved the results I've gotten on SLC Fat Loss.
Yeah, a lot of programs only work while you stay on expensive medications or meal plans. Not this one. The focus is on teaching you how to maintain your weight long-term using real food from the grocery store. It's awesome to develop those new habits and not be hungry while you're doing a program like this. You're getting in a caloric deficit like you wouldn't believe, but you don't feel like it. It's great. This program works. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. If you want results without the injections, without the meal plans and all that other stuff, just eating real food, this is your plan, and you will reach your goals. Go to their website, slcfatloss.com. Get a free 15-minute phone consultation. Learn more about the program. Get all your questions answered before you make that commitment And when you do, you won't regret it. You're going to get the results. And you can tell them JJ and Alex sent you. You'll save $200 off the program. slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Your new 2026 Mazda CX-5 has arrived at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. There's huge inventory of this newly remodeled Mazda CX-5, and with offers as low as 1.9%, now is the perfect time to get yours. That's right, the newly designed Mazda CX-5 can be yours for financing as low as 1.9%. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. APR OAC, 36 months at $29.04 per month for $1,000 finance. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Nothing does more to help communities grow and thrive than small business. That's why America First Credit Union is proud to partner with the Utah Jazz to present the Utah Jazz Small Business Spotlight, recognizing the incredible impact of local business across Utah. Each season, America First Credit Union is giving small business a chance to shine with a custom sponsorship package valued at up to $200,000, which could include in-game, broadcast, and social media exposure. Nominate a deserving business today at americafirst.com/jazz. America First Credit Union, official credit union of the Utah Jazz.
Utah, you know sports, and nobody connects with fans like the KSL Sports Zone. Every day, our loyal listeners tune in for the latest on the Jazz and the Mammoth, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies, high school sports, all of it live and local. If you're a business owner looking to grow, this is your audience. Engaged, passionate, ready to respond. And when you combine the power of the zone with digital tools like social, display, streaming audio, geo-targeting, and retargeting, you get a smart, full-funnel strategy built for any budget. Tap into the energy of Utah sports fans and drive real results. Learn more at kslsports.com/advertise.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes, they refer you out for estate planning, they refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all: wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today.
Call Trajan today at 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Are you due for something that actually tastes as good as the service feels? You need a trip to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. No rushing, no stress, just great food, great energy, and someone else taking care of everything. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, downtown Salt Lake City and Hotel Park City.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Andre Turney talks about the performance of the Mammoth in that big win over the LA Kings.
Unbelievable commitment from the boys. They were engaged, intense. Our gap was phenomenal. The D played a hell of a game, all of them. Our 6D played really, really solid. Like the way we play in our zone, and obviously that generated offense for us. Our forecheck was really good, especially early in the game. And our special team were elite as well. So it's a great night.
That's your Mammoth of 50 update. Weekend Warriors is next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex.
Don't touch that dial!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Just like the wide-winged dove sings a song, sounds like she's singing. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Just like the wide-winged dove sings a song, sounds like she's singing. Ooh, baby, ooh, say ooh. And the days go by like a strand in the wind, in the web.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Stevie Nicks, of course, proud Utah Zone. Hey, she was at Judge High School for 1.5 seconds, right?
By accident.
I think, yeah. Or is that a myth? I always heard it.
No, it's true.
Because, you have your friend who goes, "Oh no, yeah, my cousin, they eat dinner at Roseanne's house all the time in Sugar House."
She attended Wasatch Junior High and briefly Judge.
Hey, look at that. Oh, Judge.
During the early 60s.
Yeah. But
her family lived here from 1961
was
to
it Roseanne who was
3 years.
fake?
No, Roseanne lived
also
here.
was a Utah.
Yeah.
Here for 4.5 seconds. We'll take it. I don't know. These days, I don't know if you want Roseanne. You can take Stevie Nicks all day, but no, Roseanne. I'll take...
She went to East High School.
That's what it was. Yeah. Boy, everybody right in that area, though. East, Judge.
Yeah.
Come on.
Well, it's a city. People live in a city.
Well, I mean, they live right next to each other, is what I'm saying. Right
Did you know that Roseanne was hit by a car at age 16?
In Salt Lake?
Yes.
Those darn people around Liberty Park.
She had a traumatic brain injury. She spent 8 months in the hospital.
I've learned some things today
there you go.
Didn't necessarily think I would learn. Okay? So you're welcome, everybody. Hey, we got lots going on in the program. Mackenzie Weeger's going to join us top of the hour, and defenseman for the Utah Mammoth. But it is our Weekend Warriors, people who won the weekend here for us, and we've got a whole chunk of sound to get through with a bunch of these because our producer, Alex Napolis, does a phenomenal job. Alex Kerfoot. Kerfy. Great name, by the way. Wouldn't you agree, Napolis? Right? Few Alexes just having having a great weekend. So Kerfy has himself a night, gets 2 goals, including that decisive 4th goal of the game was huge. Here's what it sounded like.
Kerfoot drags, holding up traffic. Kerfoot shoots and they score! Kerfoot's got a pair tonight, and it's 4-1. Right after the PK, Alexander Kerfoot takes it all the way down and finds his 2nd goal of the night.
That's killer. They have been giving up a lot of power play goals. They kill the penalty, they go right down and score, and that was a tremendous goal by Kerfoot. Lots of walk-offs this weekend. Gosh darn it. In baseball. That's what we like about it. How about this one? This was for the Marlins. This was Owen Cassidy with his own walk-off.
The Marlins just seem to have a little bit more life. 1-0 pitch. Casey launches high in the air at the right. It is gone! You can't make this up! And for the first time since 2009, the Marlins start a year 3-0. A walk-off 2-run shot for Owen Casey.
Owen Casey gets the walk-off. Ernie Clement with the Blue Jays had one of his own.
Full count now. And Medina unloads. And Clement drives it. Left center. Down for a base hit. Lucas gets the wave. He's going to come in to score. And tonight, it's Ernie Clement who's the hero. Back-to-back walk-off wins for the Blue Jays, who take it 8-7 in Game 2 of the year.
You can't steal the barge horn from the hockey club.
I think they did.
They should go to the Maple Leafs and be like, you have an extra one of those? When we hit a home run, we want it to sound like a hockey game because that's where the real fans are. Then another one from J.J. Weatherholt for the Cardinals.
The pitch to Weatherholt is grounded to the right side, base hit! The Cardinals tie it! Here comes Jordan Walker! The play at the plate! Not in time! The Cardinals walk it off with rookie J.J. Weatherholt coming through in the bottom of the 10th inning. The Cardinals win it by a score of 6-5. How about that ending?
It was good. We love the walk-offs. Baseball needs that kind of excitement. But, of course, the biggest play of the weekend, it sounded like this, and it apparently made the entire tournament very, very exciting.
72-70, Duke by 2. Sarr to key the inbound now. Full court pressure from UConn. Sarr gets it into Cam Boozer. Boozer back to Sarr. Now ahead to Caden Boozer, and UConn got a steal. Caravan for Mullins. Long three. He got it. Oh, he got it. He hit it. He hit the long three-pointer from the logo with 0.3 of a second left to go. I don't believe it. UConn has taken the lead.
The thing that makes basketball calls on the radio like that or just over the air. I'm assuming that was our Westwood One coverage right there. And pay the man extra who puts a mic right next to the net. Listen to the beginning again. I listen for the net because it's phenomenal and it adds so much to it.
72-70, Duke by 2. Sarr to key the inbound now. Full court pressure from UConn. Sarr gets it into Cam Boozer. Boozer back to Sarr. Now ahead to Caden Boozer, and UConn got a steal. Caravan for Mullins. Long three. He got it. Oh,
there's just that little subtle net. That nylon. That flick of the nylon just does the whole thing.
That's cool.
And you hear it just go, and luckily you didn't have Danny Hurley's mom mic'd up in the stands. You almost had to blur out her mouth.
It's the mouth of a sailor up there.
I don't wonder anymore where he gets it. That lady gets in the face of referees.
Oh, boy.
So it was an awesome weekend across the board there for the walk-offs. And you know, when they mean a lot more, you know, I mean, that's a regional final. You get the trophy. You're on to the Final Four. The Final Four is just a crazy – I saw Izzo over the weekend at his press conference, and he just goes, you know, and we fell short of our goal. I want to play on that Sunday. I think I want to get back. I'll play on another Sunday again. And I thought, yeah, these coaches, they have it in them. It's just like, get me to that final, regional final. Get me that weekend where I can play on that Saturday night or that Sunday for a chance to go to the, you know, in Indianapolis in this case. Phenomenal stuff. All right, we'll take a break. Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone. Guess what you got? You're going to get tickets to see Weezer coming up at Maverick Center coming up September 15th. It's Weezer. You might see JJ and I there. My heavens. You might see our producer Alex Napolis there.
Go.
For heaven's sake. LiveNation.com is where you can get tickets right now, or you can listen all day on Wednesday, and we'll be giving those tickets away as well. All right, we'll come back. More to go. Mackenzie Weegar joins us next. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, here's what you got. You've got a beautiful last couple of weeks. Spring, I think you've seen your yard start to wake up a little bit and go, this seems early for me to wake up, but here we are. And you know what? If you have not gotten into IFA and their 4+ lawn treatment, you've got to get on number one right now. Let's do it. It's the crabgrass preventer and lawn food. You start there, you go on to all the different steps, and those different steps are going to get you that green lawn that you can point and laugh at your neighbor and say, you wish you had this green grass, don't you? It all starts at IFA.
That's right. Any drive to the basket begins with that first step. On the court, it's the ultimate power move. IFA's Step 1 crabgrass preventer and lawn food is the first choice to give your yard that healthy, thick green look that you admire and your neighbors will be jealous of. IFA Country Stores has everything you need to care for your lawn, no matter its size or shape. Their 4+ lawn care program can promote healthy green lawn for you this summer. It's easy. Start right now. You know what? You start with number one, you lay it down, and you're good to go. You can forget about it. Watch your lawn get green, and it's going to be awesome. These are the same products that are used at many local sports fields, golf courses, city parks. IFA knows what they're doing. And if you want to know for sure, go down to one of their stores. I go to Riverton where I live, and they're awesome. They'll answer all your questions. They'll give you everything you need to know. And there's a lot of other products there as well that are going to enhance your yard. If you're really into landscaping, there's a lot of other great things there as well. So if you want that great yard, if you want that great lawn, it all starts at IFA, and it starts right now. It's springtime. It's time to get locked in. Go get that 4+ lawn care program started at IFA. Go to IFA.coop to learn more about it, or just stop to one of those many stores along the Wasatch Front today.
Big news, Riverton. The brand new Hercules Riverton branch opens this April. Built with more space, more services, and more ways to help you thrive. The Hercules team is ready to help with everything from new checking accounts to auto loan financing. Visit HerculesCU.com. HerculesCU.com for the Riverton grand opening details and special promotions. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together for 80 years.
Take your golf game to the next level. Introducing the Rev Tour, a new competitive league for amateur golfers of all skill levels. It's fair, competitive, flighted league play built for everyone who loves the game. Starting with leagues in northern and southern Utah. Then local regionals advance to Las Vegas for 2026 to punch your ticket to the Nationals. All regional winners will be able to play at Pebble Beach with deep discounts. Sign up now at golfrevtour.com and get $50 off April using promo code REV1280. golfrevtour.com, promo code REV1280. Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. Breaking news just announced. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown has no interest for up to 84 months on 4 brand new 2026 Nissans. 2026 Rogue, Frontier, Pathfinder, and Murano. 4 new models, 0 interest, up to 84 months at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Less than perfect credit or more than your current car's worth with no interest up to 84 months. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown can solve your problem. You don't need perfect credit to qualify, and no money down is also an option. Save thousands in low monthly payments. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, home of the forever warranty. Financing OAC. See dealer for details.
I no longer wanted to live.
From rock bottom,
I went back in my house and I got high.
Dave asked me if I love my mom. Absolutely, I love my mom. And he says, well, I'd hate to see how you treat people you hate.
to redemption.
They were able to look me in the eye and tell me the truth and not let me run from it.
No government money, no insurance, just people saving people. Witness the power of The Other Side, Saturday at noon on KSL.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf, stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. It's JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone, your radio home of the Utah Mammoth. Joining us on the program right now, he is one of your Utah Mammoth. In fact, he's the newest member of the Mammoth. Mackenzie Weegar, defenseman, coming in, of course, at the trade deadline, just before the trade deadline. And we heard so many good things about how big of a deal this was going to be for this blue line and for this team in the locker room. Mackenzie Weegar right now joins us on the program. Thanks for being with us, Weegs.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Thanks for having me.
Doing great.
We love it, man. Boy, that 6-2 win in L.A. Let's just go right to the I want to ask you all sorts of things, but just like the fresh on the top of the mind, 6-2 win down in L.A., it was clutch. It felt like a little bit of – I mean, we don't even know what playoff hockey here in Utah feels like, but that's as close as we've gotten as a franchise here. To be able to get that win down there at their place and so decisively, how did that go?
Yeah, it was great. Huge win. I think there was, lots of chat after the game that we lost at home. We needed a big bounce back win. I've heard, all season long how, this team does a great job at, bouncing back. And I think that game was, great for our mindset. I think that playoff hockey mentality, you're going into LA, another team fight for that, wild card spot. And we jumped right all over the, right in the first period. And, we knew it was going to be a big game for our group. And we definitely, made it well aware that, that's our spot, that's our wild card, and it's going to be tough to take it from us. So that's the mindset we need going forward here.
You know, I listened to post-game interviews after the Edmonton loss and after the Capitals loss, and you guys said a lot of the right things, and on Saturday you went out and did them. How difficult is that to know what needs to change and then go out and do it? And what were those things that needed to change?
Yeah, I mean, it's always tough, right? Because, you know, I think the leadership group here is great, and we do say the right things, and, you know, there's a lot of accountability in that locker room, and but you know, we all got to go out there and show, you know, that we're going to learn from the mistakes. And I thought the things that, you know, needed to change were, you know, a little bit of, you know, we've been getting leads, and it's just holding on to the lead. You know, how to, you know, defend that lead. And I think for most of the time, it's just not sitting back. You know, just keep going, keep attacking. And in LA, I think we did that. They kind of had a little bit of a push in the second period, and we handled it well. And power play and the PK are showing up at the right time, which is huge for our group. But it's mostly just how did we defend, you know, that lead and you know, kind of finish teams and put them away. So I think that's been kind of our focus right now, and it was a big stepping stone for our group in LA.
You know, obviously getting traded away from a team mid-season, to do that for you, to walk away from Calgary was to sign that or to waive that no trade clause. And, you know, I think that we benefit here, obviously, from you doing that. What went in? What was the full deal? Kind of went into the decision making of, you know what? I feel like we could do something here, because I think a lot of people just go, well, it was just bad. He just want to get out of there. It's not about that too. At some point in your career, you want to find the right place where you want to land. And do you feel like you did that with Utah?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think there's any question about that. But like you said, it's not an easy decision. You know, I've talked about it, you know, to many people. We really enjoyed Calgary, and we obviously had really great relationships there. So it wasn't an easy decision, but there's a lot of things that go in it. You know, the team here, the city, ownership, organization, you know, lots of that. And we went over everything, and we got it all here. And I think the biggest thing for me was, you know, the timeline to win. I think it's the same timeline, you know, that I got on my contract here, 5 more years. And the core group of guys here, young kids who are unbelievable players that are signed here for long term. Leadership group's great. The city's absolutely awesome. It's stunning. Ownership is, like everybody knows, they treat you, you know, with full class. It's A1 here. So when I did decide to do the no, you know, to waive my no move, we came up with all those reasons, and it was just a no-brainer. Obviously, Calgary was going in a little bit of a different direction, and you know, I think both sides handled it really well. And I think for myself and my career, my family, you know, my friends, we all agreed that this is a great place to do that, and I really want to win, and I believe Utah can win in that timeline.
Yeah, and as you look at this roster and this team, I'm sure you saw an opportunity as well on the ice. What role do you want to play on this team, and what? Obviously, we know what position you play, but what do you want to bring to this team that maybe was missing before they acquired you at the deadline?
Yeah, I think it's just that stability on the back end, can defend and join the rush. That leadership, you know, I can definitely help out the younger kids, but for me, it's just providing that stability on the back end, you know, adding depth to the back end, you know, playing hard, physical hockey, blocking shots, you know, kind of doing the little things, the details that, you know, go a long way, I think, in playoffs and this time of year, you know. Obviously, it's been an absolute treat playing with Sergei, so if I can just, you know, get him the puck, make him feel great, you know, let him get up in the rush and do his thing. Just make guys, you know, feel good out there, comfortable. And like I said, I just play that kind of hard-nosed hockey, and, you know, that's a fun part of the game for me, is just, you know, getting in people's faces and, you know, kind of roughing it up a little bit out there. But while, you know, getting the puck to these young kids who can, you know, who have so much talent and so much skill, they want the puck, and you know, I feel like I can help, you know, get them the puck while playing a physical game. And I think for Utah, I think that's kind of what you need right now this time of year. So I like to think that I can kind of, you know, do everything pretty good. So a little bit of that Swiss Army knife back there.
We get to have a weekly conversation with Bear Torney, the head coach, and you guys have some sort of a background, I think, of the national team in Canada and being able to cross paths. What have you thought of Bear prior to coming here? And when you saw he was the coach and you say, you know what, I know this guy, I know what he can do. Is that type of like knowing that, does that go into some of the decision making, or could you even give us some of that insight as what Bear is like as a coach?
Yeah, Bear's been great. I've known Bear for quite a while now. I knew him when he coached the 67s, and his kids would come into, my training facility. So he would come down there and poke his head in there and kind of, intimidate the players a little bit and make sure that we're lifting pretty heavy and we're moving our butts pretty good. So, but it's been great. I had him over at Worlds and won gold with him. It definitely influenced my decision to come here, just having a great relationship with him. But he's a great coach. I think he says a lot of the right things, all the time. He's got a great game plan before games. He's super intense at the right times, but then he's also got, a really good side of him where he wants the best for his players. And I think, for us as a group in there, we have, he's got our respect, and he definitely gives out, his respect as well to us. So it goes both ways. And, he does a great job at handling that part of the game. But I think he's just done a great job. And the whole coaching staff that, I know Mar a little bit from the 67 days as well. He's coaching the D. He's been great, just getting me comfortable here as fast as I can. And, everybody's just been a real good fit for myself. And Bear's he's leading the charge, and he's doing a really good job. So I've enjoyed playing under him right now.
Fans here in Utah are hanging on every game right now, and it's probably not healthy. If you know what I mean. You know what it's like. Hockey's a marathon, not a sprint, but we're sprinting right now because this is fun, and we've never experienced this before in this market.
Yeah.
How do you approach the last 8 games of this regular season? 5-point lead for that number 1 wild card spot, which is hanging onto that spot is so huge. How do you guys manage that? Because we in the media and fans here aren't dealing with it very well.
That's all right. It's supposed to be that time of year, right? It's super intense, and we're in a great spot. We're in a great position, and for us, it's just game by game. We're not getting too ahead of ourselves. We're just looking at our next game against Seattle, and like you said, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint for us, but it's so exciting. You can kind of feel the buzz around the city, and all you got. It's this time of year when you're playing for a playoff spot and you're in a great position. Like this is so much fun to be a part of. I was telling some of the guys, a month ago I was kind of getting prepared to go, who knows, down south or something, and now I'm sitting in the dressing room getting all fired up before these games. So it's not easy to get to where we are. It's a special place to be. So I hope, the fans are really enjoying it. I know you guys are hanging on tight, but I don't know if there's too much worry in our group. We're a confident group in there. We believe that, we're going to get in playoffs, and we're going to make some noise in playoffs. So, get geared up. It's probably it's just getting started for you guys.
Sweet.
Mackenzie Weegar, defenseman for the Mammoth, one of the few of the pieces of this team who can actually rent a car because he's old enough to. There are a lot of young guys, as you said, and it is cool to see this core together, and we're really excited to see what can happen over the next couple of years. But we're glad to have you in town, and we appreciate you taking some time out. And best of luck. Stay healthy, number 1, so we can see everybody on the ice in the playoffs.
Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me on, and looking forward to growing the relationship.
Thank you. That was a lot of fun. Thanks, Weeks.
Mackenzie Weegar. Oh, my goodness. We don't do ourselves any favors from a mental health standpoint, do we?
It's fun. Like you said, it's fun.
We just don't.
This is why you follow it. I mean, would you rather be following the Canucks right now?
No, I know, but every game, and actually
there's
for
no
me,
stress in Vancouver right now.
Right, and that's true.
It's a different kind of stress.
Oof. I will say, though,
this is fun.
It's not just every game, too. Like, my kids are hanging on to every period. Like, they are just – it's wild to see how the game will grow on you. And, I mean, I'm going to be honest, my kids enjoy hockey more than most of the other sports at this point. I think football, when fall comes around, it'll still be king, thank heavens. But my kids are hockey dudes now.
It's just so much fun to have guys like Mackenzie Weegar, and we talk to these guys occasionally. when they come on, and it's great to hear from them. They're just good guys, and they're relatable, and this team is so much fun. And, yeah, there's ups and downs. There's highs and lows. Last week sucked. Watching those two games, like, what's wrong with these guys? And then they go out there and do what they did on Saturday. Like, yeah!
Yeah,
I love this
6-2.
team. That's part of the fun, right?
6-2.
That's why we hang on to this. It's entertainment, and these guys entertain for better or worse. They entertain, and they're in position. He's right, and I'm glad that they are level-headed and they see the big picture, because the truth is they're exactly where you want to be. Would you rather be the Predators or the Kings or the Kraken right now? And of course not.
No, you're running people down, which is not the space
You've
you wanna
got the
be in.
5-point lead with 8 games left. You are in prime position. Just handle your business. That doesn't mean you're going to win every game down the stretch here, but handle your business, and you should hold on to that. There's no excuse for blowing a 5-point lead right now, unless you do overthink it, unless you too get too caught up in the highs and lows of the moment.
So appreciate Mackenzie Weir, appreciate the Mammoth hooking us up with him, and anytime that there's been like a new player who's come in, they've been quick to say, hey, you guys want to get to know Nate Schmidt? You want to get to you want to get these guys in and get them on. And by the way, the guys who are older are the ones who come in and go, I've done these radio interviews before. I know how to handle this thing. But we did come. I'm proud of us that we didn't come up short and just be like, do you like it in Utah here? He kind of answers those questions for us. Hey, do you like me? Hey, do you like me?
Hey, you had a dirty soda yet? What do you think of those?
Have you been to Red Iguana? You should try the mole. Am I saying that right? Yeah, I always love being able to dip in with these guys. Now, that being said, over the weekend I did find so one of the kind of national podcasts that covers all things hockey, the Empty Netters podcast. They came to take in a Mammoth game, and it took a lot of editing out for our producer, Alex Napolis, to do this, so we appreciate it. Because
you mean a hockey podcast that
hockey
swears?
podcast did some cusses.
No.
All right? I think we got them all. So
we're about to find out.
We all listened to it just to make sure, just because it was so absolutely tied up there. But this is what they had to say of their experience coming in and experiencing a game at the newest barn in all of the NHL, the newest city in all of the NHL, and here's what they had to say about it.
Utah Mammoth, this is going to be one of the premier destinations for every NHL player for the next 50 years. It's unbelievable. We hit up fans going, where should we go pregame? Everyone kept saying flanker, 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 flanker. The bar was awesome. Dan was finding secret compartments, secret rooms inside a flanker. Full-on saloon speakeasy bar with a bowl. They have a mechanical bowl back there. I tore my groin last time I did that. So then we go in early, we get to Delta Center. The show at Delta Center was electric. There was a laser show on the ice around the building. They dropped down this iceberg with tusks on it. The boys come ripping out of that. The place was going nuts. They handed out white Tusk Up t-shirts to everyone in the barn, sitting on every seat. Those things were flying around. It was a vibe. I was fired up for this game. So Tusky found us, and we had done a blind ranking of mascots and put him second, and he came by and faced us. Absolutely faced us.
Blind ranking. NHL best pots. Number 1, Nashcast. Number 2, Empty Nose. And listen, I'm happy to be nominated.
My respect for Tusky is through the roof after that chirp. He doesn't forget.
He's an elephant brain, Dan. Elephants don't forget.
So spot on.
The second intermission, we get access to the Toyota Club. And dude, this place is massive, first of all. And a whole awesome spread. Just like food all over the place. But the desserts, the desserts were incredible.
We've discovered that Utah and Mormons love their sugar. And they've got swig, the dirty soda stuff. Shout out all the swig gals.
So can you explain what a dirty soda is? Because I'm not entirely sure.
Dirty soda is just any soda. I mean, they have like a preset flavors and names and cool stuff on the menu. It's just soda, any soda you want, with pumps of syrup flavoring and then cream. It was just a perfect trip. Honest to God, I can't imagine a situation where a team takes better care of us. Cannot wait to come back for playoffs, because I promise you, you're going to have to beat us away with sticks to keep us out of this city, because this was just unreal.
Well, appreciate your thoughts.
There's a ringing endorsement for Salt
There you
Lake.
go. I just am, you're welcome. Empty Netters podcast. There you go. You guys can have fun with that. It is interesting because I think recently you had, Connor Ingram left, and he didn't say a lot of nice things about Utah after he left.
Oh, okay.
The former goaltender.
That's all right.
And that was a bummer for, I think, a lot of us to hear, because it was like, yeah, the city doesn't know enough. It was basically, in a nutshell, the fans don't know hockey. The barn is not a good setup. And, you know, it had some things he didn't like that he said that he didn't like about Utah. And that always bums you out, man. But you have other people who come in and they go, you know, one thing, when you're getting paid, that's great. It's easy to go, yeah, well, I love it here because the check's clear, which wasn't always the case, it felt like, in Arizona, right? And so when you see these guys come in and they go, I love it here. I love it. It's amazing. And all the things that go around it. What's funny is the reputation of Ryan and Ashley Smith just is, I mean, he brought it up and he goes, I mean, everybody already knows this, but the ownership is top notch. It's like the best because they already know that. They probably knew it watching from the outside in. They didn't know who it was. Everybody looked at it and went, Utah as a hockey franchise? I don't know, man. But it makes sense.
That's fair.
Yeah, they go, I don't know.
We haven't had
Yep.
NHL hockey here yet. We've had hockey here a long time, but no one thought of Utah as a hockey place. It's the Jazz, and you know, you think about college football maybe. That's it.
Yeah, so I think there are a lot of folks who see this. They see this market, players or not, but they come in. What you can't diss on this market about is, and this is what I really like when you watch these games, Utah goes into other barns, historic barns, beats those teams, and walks away. People come into Delta Center, and they go, yeah, brand new franchise, all the things that go with that, everything. We'll show you guys how it's done. And the reality is, like, it's big-time hockey. This is big-time hockey here. This isn't like some cute little story where they're, 60 points behind in the race here. They're on the verge of the playoffs. And they embarrassed the Kings down in L.A. the other night. In L.A., you always love to see that. I don't care what sport it is. Utah loves to beat L.A. It's fine. So, anyway, appreciate the Mammoth and Mackenzie Weegar for doing it. I just think that everything piles on here. The reason I think that missing the playoffs would be such a big deal is that that's the next piece of getting people fired up. Because
that's the next step in our growth here as a hockey market.
Playoff hockey, just from a fan standpoint, is different. Yep. It hits different. It plays different. And I don't know how to explain it except for the chaos that happens in the last 2 or 3 minutes of like a game in overtime is like that for the entire 60 minutes of the game. That's the way I kind of see it.
Yeah.
It is so jam-packed. And the reason we're so nervous about this team not making the playoffs is because if you're not going to be able to get there, then you won't experience those feelings. So that's the next version of being able to go, okay, this is what playoff hockey feels like because you've hosted it here, because the team has played it. And the bumps along the way, great. You have a ton of people in the wings waiting in the young development. You've got a young core right now. You got a good mix of veterans in there. You got a guy like Nick Schmaltz who's becoming a star before our eyes. Look how much confidence Kels has in Schmaltz on that line. He just looks for it. He wants to dish the puck to him. Kels loves the assist to Nick Schmaltz.
Yeah, the whole line's had a great year.
Yeah, and they're one of the best in the entire league when it comes to that 1-2 punch. So you can't buy that kind of chemistry.
Krause has been great this year. It's just been fun. It's just a fun team. A lot of great dudes, and they're winning at a high level, and it's great to see.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. More to go around the corner. When we return, we've got ourselves a couple things to jump into. Some BYU spring football. Kelly Popinga, the defensive coordinator. Sounds funny to say that still, right? K-Pop going to join us, give us his thoughts on spring so far down there in Provo. Stay right here with us, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Usual brake tapping starting to happen now on southbound I-15 between Murray and Midvale, and I-15 northbound also getting busy between the Point of the Mountain and the Bangor exit. Westbound on the 201 highway also getting slow approaching the I-215 westbound and also between Mountain View and 72nd West. Traffic's rough, but your parking lot doesn't have to be. GoPave Utah keeps things smooth with expert asphalt maintenance at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Just a bunch of guys sitting around and talking sports. This is Scotty G and friends.
Athletic Director of Utah State University, Cameron Walker. Not only are you looking to hire a new head coach, but you also become the de facto recruiter to keep your own student athletes in place. How do you manage that as an athletic director?
Obviously, my job here is to keep as many as I can and have the best team. But if it's best for someone to go, then they should go. But I ask them, hang tight, don't do anything in the next 48 hours. Don't decide to stay or go. Collect your thoughts. Let us get a hire in and then make your decision. You'll have time. It'll be okay. But then when that time comes, make the best decision for you and your family. I think that's important. I think as much as I'd love to say, hey, you player X, stay, because that's best for me. If that's not best for them, I'm being selfish, and that's not what Utah State's about.
Catch Scotty G and Friends weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Breaking news just announced. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown has no interest for up to 84 months on 4 brand new 2026 Nissans. 2026 Rogue, Frontier, Pathfinder, and Murano. 4 new models, 0 interest, up to 84 months. At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Less than perfect credit or more than your current car's worth with no interest up to 84 months. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown can solve your problem. You don't need perfect credit to qualify, and no money down is also an option. Save thousands and low monthly payments. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, home of the Forever Warranty. Financing Oasis. See dealer for details.
What makes a Huntsman School of Business student stand out? It's the difference between studying business and becoming a business leader. At Huntsman School of Business, hands-on learning, global experiences, mentors who know your name, and a welcoming community set you apart. From classrooms to internships to real-world problem solving, students at Huntsman School of Business graduate with purpose, confidence, and career opportunities. Discover the school built for bold futures. Dare mighty things at huntsman.usu.edu.
The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 354, is looking for telecommunication technicians and fiber splicers to fill immediate job openings. Technicians work with network cabling and fiber optics to build communication networks and infrastructure. Come to our job fair on Thursday, April 9th and 23rd from 4 to 7 p.m. at the Utah Electrical Training Alliance in West Jordan, 7466 South Redwood Road. The IBEW is offering an amazing job opportunity. Enjoy a competitive wage, paid holidays, and employer-paid health care and retirements. Learn more at our job fair on Thursday, April 9th and 23rd from 4 to 7 p.m. at the Utah Electrical Training Alliance in West Jordan, 7466 South Redwood Road. Meet the contractors and tour the training center. Do you want to become a telecom technician? Apply for the 3-year telecom apprenticeship. Get paid while you learn. Invest in yourself. Join the IBEW. Learn more at IBEW354.org.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
In today's digital world, outdated technology can slow you down. Les Olson IT is your business partner with top-tier office technology. From copiers, advanced IT, hardware, and security services. More than products, they're your partner.
Les Olson IT.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Will Hardy was not happy with the Jazz performance on the second night of a back-to-back.
our response on a back-to-back wasn't great. You know, they had us spinning defensively. They had 21 offensive rebounds. You know, they turned us over a lot early in the game. We were able to get out in transition, and it just put us behind. We got to bounce back and move on to the next one.
That's your Jazz at 30 update, and it's brought to you by U of U Health at University of Utah Health. Hope is in their DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. University of Utah Health, for you, for life. BYU Spring Football next on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. We were just talking about Utah State spring football. We've heard from Morgan Scally. We'll hear from K-Pop actually down in Provo from last Friday afternoon. They had a late practice media availability, so we'll get you K-Pop's thoughts there. What did you say about Broncos' beard situation? He's let himself go.
He could not get into the testing center at BYU. Let me just say that.
Oh my gosh, I actually have nightmares about that. I was definitely sent away, and when you wait in line for that long,
yeah, it's like the soup Nazi on Seinfeld.
Oh, it was.
You're
worse.
Right there to get your soup, and then they cash you off.
It was worse because you already hate that you're even there. Okay.
Yeah.
My favorite part was there. So every building on campus they use for church on Sundays too.
Yes.
Like there are some people traumatized by having to do their Sunday meetings in the testing center. Like they had to, like that brings some bad memories back. But for me, I got sent away. I had to go shave, like dry shave with a cruddy razor in the Wilkinson Center bathroom.
Where'd you get the razor?
I bought it at the student store right there, and I bought like a little mini thing of the shaving cream too. But when it's not the same when you're at like a
fresh out of the shower, a little steam on your face.
That's not this. This is you in the sink at the Wilk while some people walk by and go, "You okay, buddy?" Because you look homeless. Because you're shaving at the freaking sink because you want to take a test. Listen to how weird that sounds.
That is
what are you doing?
Everything you're talking about right now is so weird.
I'm shaving right now. Why? I got to take a test. Like just trying to explain that to somebody.
Yeah, that's weird.
I hope they figure some things out with the beard protocol there. All right. I mean, God bless him. I love my alma mater, but not that part. Hey, guess what we have here? Got some sound from Provo. Got some sound from Kelly Poping. Anytime K-Pop gets on the mic and has to talk about getting this defense dialed up, he's the brand new face of the defense on the coaching staff. He's the defensive coordinator after the Jay Hill exit. And, man, K-Pop from practice. Obviously, it's early, but I think he's pretty darn excited about the personnel that he has. Here's what he said about getting practice underway. They're almost actually done. I think they're done at the end of this week. Their alumni games on Friday.
This is the final week of BYU spring football.
Right, so we'll sneak in as much as we can on these weeks that these coaches will talk to us. Here's what K-Pop said on Friday.
Yeah, just consistency. Like today ended really well. We just got to get the start a little bit better. But I was really pleased the way that we finished practice. There's a drive here or there where you're just like, those are the ones that keep you up at night. But I just think we got great players. We got some players that are out right now, so we have those pieces back in the fall. I'm super encouraged. Just really just the consistency part that we got to get better at. But I think that's something you're always fighting. But we'll get there.
As far as position groups go, let's start with linebacker. Kade Uluwabe and the guy from Kansas State. What has their impact been, and how are they going to help?
Yeah, Kade and Jake have been great, man. They've I thought both of them performed really well. They picked up the defense really fast. Both of them are super smart guys, very talented, very versatile. I think they can do a lot of different stuff for us. But yeah, we just need some leadership qualities to start to come out. I think when you're a transfer, you're kind of in that middle ground of trying to figure out what's my role, what kind of leadership can I have. I haven't been here. There's other leaders, so I think they're still trying to figure that out. But they're perfect fits for this place. As far as just their personalities and the characteristics that we're looking for, and as far as players go, it's exactly what we're looking for.
How beneficial could that be for a guy like Ciala, who saw a lot of reps and now gets that added competition?
Yeah, no, the competition in the room is going to be fierce. It's going to be fun. I'm really excited to see how it all unfolds in the fall. We got great depth. Now we just got to get everybody, on the same page and making sure we're executing at a high level, and the consistency part, like I talked about earlier. But yeah, I'm excited to have a room like we have where there's great depth. Coach Anna did a pretty good job of recruiting those guys in, and I'm kind of taking all the the benefits from it. But I just feel like it's like that at every position, really, too, as well. Yeah, I feel the depth on the team for the most part is excellent.
Justin Kirkland was a guy who wasn't able to perform like people wanted. He's back. Is he healthy? And what have you seen from Justin?
Justin's had a great spring, way different than the fall. He's healthy. He was a little banged up in the springtime or in the fall, but now he's healthy and he's going. And I feel like he's just playing with better pad level. He's lost a little bit of weight. He's leaner, more mobile. He's playing super physical. He's hard to move. You try to single block that guy, good luck. A really strong, big, athletic guy that we need in the inside to help us play great defense.
What do you feel is this? How important do you think spring ball is for the development of your defense?
Yeah, I think for the most part, for the youth, I think it's the most important. The guys that are inexperienced, right? So for even Cade, that's an experienced football player, just getting him used to our defense. Jake as well, kind of the same thing. But these I think it's the most valuable for these freshmen that are coming in, and guys that maybe haven't played a lot, that have a lot of game experience, that don't have a lot of game experience. Those are the guys that benefited from it the most. But you get in the camaraderie part of it more in fall camp, because there's a lot of guys that are out right now. I looked over there today and I'm seeing, Ciala Sarah's out, Isaiah Glasker's out, Evan Johnson's out. I mean, we got a bunch of key pieces that are out that are, nothing serious, but we'll have them all back. But it's just, once we get all the pieces together, I think we have a chance to be good. But that's, what I told them after practice today, we can talk about it all we want, and people can tell us how great we're going to be. It doesn't matter. None of that matters. We got to go put all the work in on the field, and take all the steps and go through the process, what it's going to take for us to be great.
What's the strength of your defense, you feel, heading into the final week of spring ball?
Man, it's a great question. I think we have strengths everywhere. I think leadership. If I'd have to say anything right now, I feel really good about our leadership. I think Keanu Tanavasa's done a great job there. I think Evan Johnson does a great job with the back end. Raider and Fale and Tommy Prasis, I think, great job in the safety room. I feel like leadership in every room is really good. Hunter Clegg with the outside backers, I think it's as good as I've seen since I've been here. And so it's kind of like we got to make sure we just stay out of the way and let them do their thing. A player-led team, something I learned from Bronco a long time ago, like a player-led team is way better than a coach-led team, right? So if we have to sit there and hound them and be on them all the time, we just don't have the right guys and we don't have the right team. But this team is a team that's holding themselves accountable, holding a high standard. Really, as coaches, we really don't have to say or do much. The players are doing that for us right now.
The guy that you just brought up, Tommy Parasis, maybe I'm curious on him, how he's progressed this year, because last year dealt with some injuries. How's he progressed? Is he kind of back to his original form?
Tommy looks great. Yeah, he looks as good as I've seen him. In that competition between Raider and Fale and him is awesome, and there'll be times where maybe all three of them are on the field at one time. But I feel great with the safety room. Kenan Pula is another guy that's come along that we've been really pleased with. Jaron Kalama. I think that safety room is competitive. It's competitive everywhere, which is just a great sign of the depth that we have on our team. That's what it's going to be. And so for you to play early, man, you got to come in and learn the defense quick and get bought into the culture and the system fast. And I think that's happening. And it's fun to see the older guys really teach these younger guys too as well. And Tommy's been one of the best examples of helping these younger guys grow in that system, that safety.
You were on the field as a special teams coordinator. I couldn't help but notice when I was walking into practice today at the building, I saw you on the balcony. Does that mean you'll be like in the box or something? How will that work?
Just practicing, Mitch, man. Just seeing what I want to do. Could be on the. I don't know. Honestly, I think in my first 13 years of my career, I was up in the box. So every season I was with Bronco except for maybe one. at Virginia, I was up in the box. I think it was my last year at Virginia. I came down on the field, and so ever since then, I've been on the field. So my year at Boise, I was on the field. My last 3 years, I've been on the field, and so really just seeing what I like, honestly. And so I've had a couple times up in the box and a couple of times down on the field in these scrimmage situations, and just seeing what vibe is best. I don't know. I just, what worked for Coach Hill or what works for other coaches might not work for me, right? So I'm trying to see what's best for us, as a team, and we'll get to it. But yeah, right now it might be both. Who knows? Maybe there's some coaches that go up and then they come down at halftime. I don't know what it'll be, but we'll find out will help our team be the best that we can be.
Just to kind of play off that question, how's this defensive coordinator thing going for you? First spring practice, what have you learned?
Yeah, I've learned a lot. There's a lot to manage is what I'm learning as far as just I think back to my time with other coordinators, and whenever a position coach has a question, you go in and ask the coordinator. And now I'm realizing there's like 5 other guys coming to me asking those questions of how you want something done. And so, just being able to get everybody on the same page, getting everybody coordinated, and doing it the way that we want to do it is the most important. It's not I'm not about like what I want. It's what we want and what we're best at. And there's a lot of really good coaches in that room that have a lot of really good ideas and experience. And so we got to use all the resources that we have to help us be successful.
K-Pop going from middle management up to the C-suites, and he's got to answer some questions that he didn't necessarily have to before. I love listening to the growth of the coaches. And, we talked about this when Jay Hill left. BYU fans should be ecstatic for the legacy he left just in those 2 seasons. And the reality is that a guy like K-Pop actually could be the person that, this is the guy who played at that stadium. This is the guy who has the pass with the school. This is the guy that knows what the expectations are from Kalani especially, right? But he also went out and had to do his own thing and had to figure some stuff out at these other schools that he was at. And by the way, you think about the special teams and how much better it's gotten under K-Pop over the last couple of years. Just that.
Terrific, yeah.
Just that. The attention to detail you have to have and that kind of thing. So the good news is they've got a ton of talent coming back.
They just got a big recruiting win today, too. In-state.
Hey, Napoles, we'll get some breaking news sounder here because JJ's going to break some recruiting news here for us. Might as well, since we're talking.
We're on the topic.
Some BYU football here. Which one of these kids got $1 million today, JJ?
Mountain Ridge High School tight end and linebacker Titan DeYoung has committed to BYU.
Okay. Obviously, that's toward your end of the valley there.
One of the best in-state players, and it's a big get for the Cougars. A lot of schools around the country wanted him. He's big-time talent.
Uluave was a Harriman kid?
Mountain Ridge.
He was a Mountain Ridge kid. See,
one of the first early Mountain Ridge kids was Cade Uluave.
So you roll up went on the visit, and you walk him up to Cade's locker, and you chat with him and go, "Come on, man."
It's pretty easy.
Took me a minute to get here, but I'm here, and this is where I want to be, and you want to be there too.
BYU's got to win those battles for those 3-4-star kids locally, and Utah needs to win them too, and that's one where BYU got him. So,
is the young kid? Is he? What is he? A 4-star? 3-star?
I'm not up on the stars. I don't know.
It's funny because we'll say them when we want them to mean something, and then later we go, stars are so stupid.
I know.
3-star? Annapolis probably is the one who gave him his star ranking.
He's a 3-star.
3-star. All right.
I don't know who decides that, but that's what it's listed as.
Like I said, I think it's Alex Napolis, our producer. So
6'3", 215.
Napolis at KSL.com
is
his email.
Played both sides of the ball. 1,058 yards on offense. He had 77 catches, 8 touchdowns. One of them was one-handed.
But he's coming in as a
He's
as a
going
defender.
to play.
He's
going to play
for
defense.
Yeah.
He honestly, I've talked to his coaches, and he's a guy that could really get after the quarterback if that's what they want him to do.
What'd you say size was?
Right now, 215.
What's his height?
6'3".
Yeah, right now
he's a big kid.
Right now they're putting through the system a lot of big linebackers.
This kid's putting up these numbers at age 16, 17. He's a big kid.
Good for him. All right.
He's going to be really good.
There you go. All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, we've got ourselves a couple more things to get through. We have a Sucks to Be You. Yes, we honored the Weekend Warriors last hour. This hour, we're going to get to the people who it was not very fun to be this weekend. There's a long list of them. By the way, if you want to win something, like a gift card to Amazon, If you can call us right now and give us the Chevy Strong play of the weekend that DJ and PK gave out this morning, take a wild freaking guess what the best play over the weekend was. And even if you can't think about that, or if you weren't even listening this morning, this is one of those weeks where you might be able to take a shot in the dark and get it. 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-9663 with an impressive lineup of cars, trucks, and SUVs. No wonder people are switching to Chevy. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. When we round the corner at the top of the hour, by the way, Matt McConnell, who does the TV play-by-play for the Mammoth, is going to join us in about 20 minutes here. So you don't want to miss any of that either. We've got tons going. Stay here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Busy and slow for westbound traffic in the north part of Utah County, both on Pioneer Crossing and 21 North, heading away from I-15 over to Redwood Road. There's a new crash in American Fork as well off the left barrier approaching the 5th East exit. At UTA, we move your early mornings, your long days, your big plans. We move purpose, we move you. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Yes. Listen, I buck the trend on the cliche. I'm actually one of those guys that loves to cook, and I do a pretty darn good job. But I will just tell you, during the week, I do not have the time, neither do you, neither do our wives, frankly, who are both working full-time, that every night you have to have that meal on the table. The hot meal with the family all together, it is a tough thing to do. But we've been able to do it better with Beehive Meals. Beehive Meals, you just set it, you simmer, you serve. When you put that meal in before I go out the door to work, for example, and I come back and I go, oh, yeah. I start to smell it when I'm already in the garage. And it is good. And I'm telling you, they make it convenient. They're now shipping to all 50 states, but this is a Utah company that is just built on convenience, saving money, and awesome tasting food to have your family be able to eat more meals together. That's what we get with Beehive Meals.
Take the stress out of dinner time. Less stress at dinner time. Beehive Meals will help you do that. Effortless cooking. You don't have to chop, measure, no prep work, no big mess in the kitchen to clean up. It's just in the crock pot waiting for you, ready to go. Effortless cooking. The subscription convenience is awesome. You know what's going to be there every month. Frozen fresh meals at your door, ready to go when you need them. And of course, this is affordable. Most servings come out to around $3 to $5 per serving. That's comparable to or better than grocery shopping. And it's definitely better than blowing all your money on fast food and eating at restaurants. Look, there's a time and a place for that, but not every night. You get homemade style meals without paying restaurant prices or wasting unused groceries. It's affordable, predictable, and budget-friendly without sacrificing quality. These meals taste great. You talked about smelling it when you walk into home. It's going to have that home-cooked feel because it is a home-cooked meal with your family. It's there when you need it. Save time, save money with Beehive Meals. That's beehivemeals.com, beehivemeals.com.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to goodrx.com/weight loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hey folks, Jay Broadbent here from Alpine Home Medical. I've been helping folks breathe easier for 29 years now. Trust me, at my age, I know a thing or two about needing a good night's sleep. Is your CPAP mask old and nasty? Are your masks, filters, or tubing from the pre-COVID era? Or just plain tired of the hassle of ordering supplies yourself? Switch to our resupply program. We handle everything. Automatic shipment straight to your door. Insurance billing and expert support. It's quick, easy, and keeps your sleep therapy on track. Doesn't matter where you got your machine from, anyone can join. Head to alpinehomemedical.com, click on the Easy Resupply button. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Here at IFA, our customers turn to us for a variety of products and services, but maybe the most important thing we provide is a staff of extremely knowledgeable and experienced folks. We help farmers, ranchers, gardeners, landscapers, beekeepers, fruit growers, backyard chicken owners, pet parents, and even grilling enthusiasts do what they love to do. Stop by or visit IFA.coop today. Come grow with us. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Mikhail Sergachev talks about what the Mammoth did well on their win over the Kings.
We've been playing well lately, and just obviously we didn't have much time to practice, but we just talked about it. We watched some video that we needed some more pace in the D zone on their D, put the puck behind them, and that usual stuff. And we saw it, and we saw it's working, and it worked tonight. So that's what worked.
That's your Mammoth of 50 update. Sucks to be you next on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Basking in the sports misfortune of others to help make you feel just a little bit better about yourself. As JJ and Alex present,
yes, we got beat. We got beat badly.
It sucks to be you.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Yes, as the music said, everything sucks today. Well, not for us. We're having a good time. There were a lot of people over the weekend that had great weekends. Thanks for asking. Think of all the people we went through and we listened to all those. The Mullins kid out of UConn. I mean, I can't imagine a more fun thing to replay in your head for the rest of your life than remember when I was 18 and I sent our team to the Final Four over, what was that little team called that we played? They used to be a powerhouse back about 50 years ago.
Ow.
That's what I'm assuming he's going to say. No, come on. You hit it over Duke. That's actually what makes it crazy too. You hit that shot. You remember it forever. There are the people who don't want to remember, and it sucks to be John Shire today, who's getting all sorts of criticism on whether or not he has, quote unquote, what it takes to win a national championship. Do you remember when Coach K left? He's like, of all the people that have ever come through this program, there's only one person that I could give the ringing endorsement to be the head coach at the University of Duke, or Duke University, that would be anywhere near the type of success, not like that I brought or that what he was saying. He was more saying that the the highest level of expectations are at Duke, and it's John Shire. And by the way, he's had a phenomenal first few years. He's been exceptional. There were years Coach K didn't make it out of the round of 32 or out of the round of 64,
he got
round of 32.
knocked off in the first round before it happened.
Yeah, and it happens. And John Shire's gone deep every tournament he's been to. But the type of losses have been bad. Also sucks to be the other Boozer today. Caden Boozer, poor kid.
You know what, though? I'm going to give that kid a lot of credit. He sat there in the locker room and he did interviews afterwards. He was
owned
accountable.
He owned it.
There's a lot of kids that would have ran and hid. There were seniors that would run and hide, and he didn't. He's taught well. Obviously we know who his dad is, and it's easy to show up when things are going well, but when you make a play like that and you're on the wrong end of it, it really takes a lot to sit there and own it, and he did. Give him credit.
Also, people who it currently sucks to be in the world of sports. Oh, Kim Mulkey, she's knocked out of the women's NCAA tournament. Tough to see the pink outfit's not going to be on the sideline for
gonna miss the fashion show, but other than that, good riddance.
Oh, come on. Let me see here.
Sucks to be Devontae Adams. A little Rams thing I'll throw in there. The Rams apparently it got out that they explored trading him, but decided against it.
Don't like that info getting leaked out.
That doesn't make you feel good.
But why would you? Just as a money issue? Because I'll tell you what. Right now, can we all agree? And Annapolis has to get in on this too. Puka Nacua still needs a little bit of some babysitting.
Maybe a little bit.
He needs an A number one, like a wide receiver in the room that's the veteran, but
Puka
also
needs
the guy,
a mentor.
But also the guy that will put his arm around him and go, maybe let's stay in this weekend, right? So I'm a guy like Devontae Adams. Cooper Kupp, I think, was different because I think Cooper Kupp felt more threatened and was, obviously, by Puka being there. I think Devontae Adams, you correct me if I'm wrong, Devontae doesn't feel like he's threatened by Puka. I think he looks at it like, I want to freaking win a championship.
He shouldn't, because he led the league in receiving touchdowns last year.
Not bad.
And he missed 3 games.
But if that stuff leaks out, if you're the Rams, what do you say? That's just business. You know how this goes.
McVay owned it. He said the reports that the Rams were exploring explored trading Adams were accurate, but said we have discussions all the time. We really talked about some different avenues of onboarding other players and how it might affect Devontae. So he didn't hide it.
He's still going to have that Taco Bell in his house, though, right?
Well, he's earned it.
Okay, just wondering. All right, we're going to take a break here. We'll come back. Do we know anybody else who currently sucks to be? While you think of the last one we're able to throw out there, I'll remind you that the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week program is an ongoing, awesome program that we have right here on KSL Sports, where we're able to honor the people who do an awesome job for the youth sports in their neighborhood. What do? You go to kslsports.com/contests. You nominate a person who does just that, lifts up the youth sports in your community, and does it really without any kind of fanfare. We want to give them some fanfare. We want to give them $250 to Beehive Meals. We want to be able to give them a shout out on our socials and also on the air every Thursday. We read off those winners. And so you can do that just by going to kslsports.com/contests and nominating somebody today. We're going to come back. Hey, let's talk a little bit more hockey here, as we've got the television play-by-play voice of the Utah Mammoth, who's going to join us on the program next week. We're always going to talk to Mike Folta, but Matt McConnell is going to join us, and love having Matt on the program and dipping in there too. We're going to ask him what these next 8 games, cross your fingers, are going to be looking like. We'll come back next. More to go. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see Weezer with the Shins and Silver Zone pickups at the Maverick Center September 15th. Pre-sale begins Thursday at 10 a.m. with the code WEMAV26 at LiveNation.com. Listen to the KSL Sports Zone Wednesday for your chance to win. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Okay. I've got to tell you about something that honestly surprised me. I went down to Peach Doors and Windows to check out their showroom, and these are not your big box store doors. We're talking solid core, reinforced, high security doors that look like they belong on $1 million home. And here's what hit me. Most break-ins don't happen through windows. They happen through the front door. And a lot of doors, they're basically decorative cardboard with a handle. Peach installs doors that are built to take a beating, heavy-duty hardware, reinforced frames, real security, but they still look absolutely stunning. Whether you're building $1 million home or you just want yours to look like one, your front door is the first impression and the first line of defense. Do yourself a favor. Go see their showroom. Feel the difference. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or stop by their showroom today. Upgrade the door. Upgrade the home. Simple as that.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Doug Wright here with Monty at Connecticut Quality Water Systems of Salt Lake, an authorized independent dealer. Monty, give it to me straight. Why is Connecticut the premium choice over those standard electric softeners?
Doug, it comes down to this. Do you want an appliance you have to babysit? Standard water softeners have microprocessors and computers that need setting and adjustment. And they use a lot more salt. So you get to haul 40-pound bags of salt down to your basement every month or so.
And Connecticut?
Zero electricity, zero timers to reset, zero downtime, and uses 70% less salt. It's a higher standard of engineering that completely removes the hassle of owning a water softener.
That's what I love about my Connecticut. Dee and I never have to even think about it. We occasionally add a bag of salt and it just works, and I've never had to set or adjust anything. Do what I did and get the one that just works. Find out how soft your water could be at softwaterutah.com. That's softwaterutah.com.
I'm author Richard Paul Evans, founder of the Christmas Box International. Thank you, Utah, for giving so much to help our most vulnerable children, kids who have been abused, neglected, and trafficked. But the Christmas Box House isn't just for Christmas. We help children 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and your help makes that possible. Right now, our kids could really use new tennis shoes and Visa gift cards. If you'd like to help, please go to thechristmasbox.org or Google us. Thank you.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex.
Don't touch that dial!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What kind of tripped out odyssey are we on right now?
I did in my head think that maybe this was some kind of like one of the deep tracks on like The Wall or something.
Yeah, it sounded very Pink Floyd-ish.
No, it's Flock of Seagulls.
We know this song. Now we're getting there.
Iran, yeah.
Here it comes.
Not Iran. Iran, okay.
That'd be a weird time to play
that. That would be a weird time to play it. I do love Flock of Seagulls, too.
Do you?
No.
Do you?
Oh, I like this song. But
Okay.
I also, the name has always been fun for me. Because they all had that feathered hair, and it looked like their hair was...
They literally were a flock of seagulls.
He said seagull hair. Oh, my goodness. We have lots going on in the program today. And until that musical mishap, I mean, we were batting 1,000 Annapolis before that one went down. But you know what? The thought worked. The thought absolutely
Got to get
worked.
to the chorus a little early.
I know. We got to get the hook going. But, you don't put it in the system and have a 14-minute intro. Come on.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot.
The Arrow.
All right. We got a couple things going on here. We're going to start off the hour officially because we have official people on here with us. We want to make ourselves look good.
We need
right?
to be on our best behavior.
Let's try to button it up a little bit here, guys.
Come on, let's
Can
be
we?
pros.
Start off the program officially with the cut. Top of the hour. Let's do it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program. Your local trusted financial fiduciaries. All you have to do is go to their website, TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Joining us on the program right now, Matt McConnell. He is the television play-by-play voice and face of the Utah Mammoth. And these have been some dicey games coming down the stretch here, Matt. I know you've been calling a lot of hockey for a lot of years. We aren't used to playoff hockey. We haven't felt that yet. And it's feeling a little bit more and more like that every day here because it feels like this Mammoth team is fighting for their life for that WC1 spot. So your thoughts on that, and welcome to the program.
You know what? I appreciate that. You know what, guys? This is only the beginning. Get ready. Your
Oh, boy.
Your gut starts to feel queasy. You're going through this whole thing. You're wondering. You're looking at both sides. You're kind of projecting. You're looking at the standings. You're looking at who Nashville's playing, the next game, and this is all pretty normal stuff. So, it's you know what, the playoffs in hockey are so great, and I mean, the goal certainly is wild card one because there's no easy track, right? You eventually got to play everybody, but wild card one would certainly offer, in my opinion, anyways, a better track because it would push the Mammoth into the Pacific Division side of the bracket instead of having to play the best team in hockey right off the top, in the first round. So it's all part of the ride. Get used to it because if they get into the playoffs, the city's going to be crazy.
It is going to be crazy, and I can't wait for it. And we're so close to getting there. But last week was kind of that roller coaster we're talking about where you have this game against the Oilers that's frustrating, and then the 3-1 lead against the Capitals, and Ovechkin blows that up, and you're like, what's going on with the team? And then they go down to L.A., and they just absolutely dominate. You're along the ride just like the rest of us. What did you learn about the team over the last week, the highs and lows of just this last 7-day period?
Well, you know what? I think they got a lesson when the Capitals were here, and the lesson was don't get dragged into the stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They had a 3-1 lead. They got dragged into the stuff. Brandon Tanev and Tom Wilson and everybody kind of getting involved. And you're up 3-1. You don't need to do that. There's I mentioned this to Dom Moore when we were doing the game in LA on Saturday, I guess it was. And, I said, Dom, I said, I know hockey players have long memories. and what I meant by that was, worry about it next season. Worry about getting back at, whoever it might be down the road because the games are just so critical. So then the game in LA that I just referenced, they were as good as I've seen them defensively. They were really opportunistic offensively. And I think when this team has success, guys, they just go out there and they play. They don't overthink the game. They're one of the fastest teams in the league. They just go out and make plays. And defensively, I thought they were really buttoned up. Andre Tourney, the head coach, always talks about connectivity, right? And that's that starts at the goal line. That's the breakout. That's getting into the zone, getting set up. You name it. Everybody, whether you're a defenseman, a forward, the goaltender, even on the back end, everything has to be connected to have success. And they were as good as I've seen all season long in all aspects of the game in LA, which is really encouraging because they were undisciplined Thursday night against Washington. And the other side story was it looks like Karel Vejmelka got his swagger back a little bit too, because they were they had a bit of a push in the third period and he was able to keep them at bay. And those are all good signs pointing into the game Thursday in Seattle.
Matt, when you see this team, obviously where they are in the standings, and like you said, we're looking at the Preds behind them. You look at all the other teams, and you go, keep lose another game, please. So this team could keep going. But as we watch this kind of come to a head here in the next few games, and single-digit games left, at the trade deadline, the Mammoth added Mackenzie Weegar. We had Mackenzie on last hour, and we chatted with him about, and this is an interesting mix of the youth and of veterans, and obviously Bill Armstrong is thoughtful about moves that you make, especially late in the year, and prior to the trade deadline. When you bring a guy in like that, what is the purpose of him? Obviously, number one is to play really, really good defense. But I feel like when you bring in a guy who's been in the league a long time, what does that add to a locker room like this?
Well, it's all about stability. It's all about leadership. Mackenzie has been terrific, and here's a few stats I'll throw at you. Since coming to Utah, he is now first on the team in making defensive plays. He's first on the team in denials in the defensive zone. He's number one on the team in block passes, and he's also number one in the league in recovering number one on the team, I should say, in recovering loose pucks. So he's been terrific with Mikhail Sergachev as that top pairing. He's also a really good defenseman in terms of stretch passes. Just keeping the play moving up the ice. Whether it's a pass from his defensive zone into the neutral zone to kind of key the rush. He's just been very, very good at that. Not only here but throughout his career. And he's a good person. Like he seems to have fit like a glove. And what that also does too, and there's a term in hockey called slotting, right? How does it affect everybody else? Well, now you can put Mackenzie Weegar down or you can put Sean Dursey on the third pairing with Ian Cole, and that creates great matchups in the third pairing area, right? So he touches the games in a lot of different ways. He can be a power play guy, which he has been on power play 2. Shortly after his arrival, he can kill penalties. He can play 5-on-5. He's been absolutely terrific. And you bring up Bill. Bill has never really been a home run guy when it comes to acquisitions. I think he's more interested in the fit and how it affects the rest of the group, and he's done very, 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 very well in that. If you look at free agency, which begins on July 1 in the NHL, Bill will sign guys, but he will never mortgage the future to give up a lot of assets to acquire the bright, shiny object that's, the big free agent, right? And I think his discipline has really helped the entire roster and the entire organization of building depth, yet not having to give away a lot of pieces of their future. They made that deal with Weegar. They did give up 3 second-round draft picks, but they didn't give up T.J. Ginla. They didn't give up Caleb Denoyer. They didn't give up any of their top 7 prospects. So it was kind of a win-win. It helps Calgary because Calgary's rebuilding. They're looking to the future, but it really helps Utah from the standpoint of having a real good stabilizer and creator on the back end. And, there are a lot of cups on that back end with Ian Cole and Nate Schmidt and John Marino and such. So it's just been a really good fit.
One of the heroes of that Saturday game was Alexander Kerfoot, and it's we haven't thought about him much because he hasn't played a lot this year, but when he has, he's really had impact. Now that he's back healthy, playing like he did against LA, how big of a factor could he be down the stretch and into the postseason as a veteran on this club?
Yeah, he could be a really big factor. And, it's funny because he came back and he played a few games and then he got hurt again. And then he was out a little longer and then came back. But even after he came back the second time around, guys, he wasn't firing. He wasn't, he had missed so much time and missed training camp at the beginning of the season. He didn't have his swagger and his quickness back more than anything. And I would say about 8-9 games ago, he looked like the old Alexander Kerfoot from a year ago. In terms of his impact, you can play him anywhere. He had some time with Schmaltz and Keller recently. You can play him on the wing. You can play him in the middle. Doesn't matter who you have out there. He can play top line, fourth line, anywhere in the middle. He's kind of like one of those pocket knives, right? He's just he's a gadget guy that can fit anywhere, and he's been absolutely terrific. I mean, I got to mention he went to Harvard every once in a while just to keep Dominic more happy. I when I talk to Alex and Dom, I just ask them, hey, look, I went to a state school. Can you just talk a little slower so I can understand? I got to do all that stuff. But no, but he's been great.
Matt McConnell, he's the television play-by-play voice, of course, of the Utah Mammoth. He and Dom Moore. Dom doesn't just have the Harvard background. He's got the hair to match on TV. It's a tough guy to sit next to, Matt, right?
You know what he's got? He's got that vest, right? He's got that.
Yeah.
He's got that zip-down thing. Sometimes I think I'm sitting next to Mr. Rogers.
With the cardigan. Boom.
He's got the cardigan going. He's got the, I asked him, there was a game about, I shouldn't say this in case any of the big bosses are listening, but there was a Saturday afternoon game about a month ago. And I said, why don't we just kind of go casual? It's the afternoon. Let's see if anybody says anything. Like if they do, we won't do it again. But so nobody said anything. And so I was all excited the next afternoon game. I'm like, hey, before it, I said, hey, we're going to kind of do what we did that last game. He's like, I got to be honest with you, Matty. I didn't like the look. And I go, what? Come on. What? It beats wearing a tie and a shirt and a suit and everything. And he goes, I don't know. Just didn't like the look. So,
it's not like you rolled up with a Buc-ee's gas station T-shirt on. I mean, come on.
With mustard stains on it.
I would assume you guys still look pretty dialed in. Like I said, you're pretty tough to... Look, as long as you have the Mammoth pin on, then we know what your job is. Come on. So, as you guys get ready for this thing and 8 games left, what's the reality of what a performance has to be for this team? I'm not asking you to give me a record exactly what they need to do, but in 8 games, where does that point threshold probably need to be for them to feel comfortable about not just staying in the wild card, but staying in that wild card 1 spot?
Well, I think we're looking at 91. Somewhere in that range, right? And what are they at? 82 now, I believe.
Yeah.
So I think 9 more points, and it'll be, they'll look pretty good. The thing is, though, there's 2 things. It keeps ratcheting up, right? So in the regular season, you get out of the All-Star break, you get on the backside of that, or in our case, the Olympic break this year. And it starts ratcheting up, and then when you're coming down the home stretch, it ratchets up even more, and teams are playing desperate, and the other thing too is teams are playing each other, right? So some teams are elevating, other teams are kind of getting knocked down a peg or two. The one wild card in hockey this time of year is what they call the 3-point game. So if you're if the game goes to overtime, that's the worst. Like if Nashville and Seattle were playing, or Nashville, I think, is playing the Kings in a night or two, if that game goes to overtime, then one team's going to get 2, the other team's going to get 1, and they're both teams that are chasing the Mammoth and at this point Nashville and everybody else. So, you got to keep that in mind. But yeah, it just keeps getting harder and harder, and that's why veterans like Mikhail Sergachev and Nate Schmidt and Ian Cole and these guys that have been through the playoff wars and won Stanley Cups, they're going to be so key to the rest of the group because, the other thing you got to remember is a lot of the core guys, the high-end guys, the Kellers, the Schmaltz, the Coolies, the Gunthers, have either not played in the postseason yet in their career or they played very, very few games. Even Keller and Schmaltz, great players that they are. So, it's a real learning process to get in, and then once you get in, holy smokes, that first round, it's something else.
We can't wait for that. And Alexander Kerfoot had an interesting comment after the Kings game. He was asked about bouncing back from last week's struggles, and he said, like, the nice thing about that is we got a lot of young guys in here that don't have a lot of battle scars. So to your point now, talking about the playoffs coming up, and this team does lack some experience on one end, but they've also got guys that have the cup on the other. Is the lack of battle scars good for some of these young guys because they're just going to go out and play? I don't know.
You don't know what you don't know.
Exactly. Or you've been in this league a long time. Just how important is experience among your top-line guys as you go into the playoffs?
Well, I'll put it this way. They don't know what they don't know right now, but if they make it and they get into that first round, they're going to start to know.
Yeah, they better figure it out.
Gotcha.
Yeah, they're going to start to know what it's all about. But having, and that was all part of the, I was talking about Bill Armstrong earlier. That was all part of the roster construction, the fact that you need guys that have gone through it to kind of lead the way, to help the younger guys. And the whole thing about you don't know what you don't know, I do think that's a bit valid. Just go out and play the game, right? And I think everybody's done a great job. The other thing too is, wild card one's the goal, obviously. So why not? Why not just go get it? I mean, you finish a season, you take a couple weeks off, and then you start training, and all that time and all that effort and all those games and practices, see it through. And, I think they can do that. I really do. And I think especially if they get wild card one, I think they can make some noise in the postseason. So it sets up for a lot of fun over the next few weeks, hopefully.
Matt, I just thought about this too. I was thinking about how, every NHL game can potentially get chippy and kind of crazy. And it seems like it's been, their tempers can flare at any moment. It doesn't matter. But what teams are you seeing that you go, oh no, there's a long-term potential for real rivalry feel between teams that are here out west with this Mammoth team?
Well, I think it's Colorado. I think in so many ways it's Colorado simply because of the geography and the fact that they're in the same division. I think a lot of us thought originally that it was going to be Vegas, but I think Vegas being outside the division kind of maybe gives the nod to a team like Colorado. Utah's played well against the Avalanche because they can play that speed game, right? And they've gotten really good goaltending from Karel Vejmelka. And I just think it sets up naturally, and it'll only get amplified after they play the Winter Classic next year out at Rice-Eccles. So, the way I feel right now, I feel it's definitely Colorado, but a lot of times in hockey, the rivalries guys are created in the postseason, so you get a lot of that too. So stay tuned, but yeah, the Colorado matchups I think are so far in the first just under 2 years, those games have been terrific to watch, and just speed on speed. It's been a lot of fun.
Year two here in this market from Matt McConnell, who's got the TV duties. Of course, he and Dom Moore do an awesome job, and 2,000 plus of these calls for you across your illustrious career, Matt. And we appreciate that you join our program every once in a while and give us some of that insight. So thanks for hanging out with us, man.
Oh, anytime, guys. Thanks so much for having me.
Thanks, Matt.
Matt McConnell.
You're the best.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm looking forward to playoff hockey, Matt McConnell too.
Oh yeah.
Let's see what that looks like. If he was getting a little bit cash, maybe he goes full tux or wilds out. Maybe gets some
Well,
big.
you go full bear and you get the vest.
You get the vest. You get the 3-piece suit. Yeah, absolutely.
Dom's cool with that, I'm sure.
Dom's he's one of those guys that, we do this on the basketball side. All those guys,
he's a quarter zip guy.
They're just fighting each other over who looks good on TV the most. Come on, guys.
Come on, TV people.
Come on. What about us, the rest of us schmucks over here? Leave some of the good looks for us, huh? All right. We got to take a break. Before we do, I want to mention, of course, as always, when we have those hockey conversations, so many times they're brought to you by the good folks at Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We have right around the corner our Jazz Daily. Yes, the Utah Jazz firing it up here for the last handful of games for them as well. So we'll give you a thought on, man, I was nervous in that Denver game the other night. What was going on there? I was like, when are the Nuggets going to pretend like they want to win this game? And it finally kind of figured itself out. So there you go. We'll come back, talk Jazz Daily next, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined now by Steve Cleveland, former BYU basketball coach. From your perspective, if it comes down to Boozer or DeBonsa, who do you like?
I like DeBonsa. I think DeBonsa has the ability to score in more multiple ways. He creates space better than anybody that I saw this year in the game. You're not going to stop him from getting a shot up. The Boozers are amazing. Cam and Caden are both great players, but they're not AJ. AJ's more prepared than either one of those players, and I think can have an impact in the NBA immediately. Not that he's an all-star, but he's going to have an impact on whatever team he goes to.
Yeah, that's what would be cool about the Jazz if they got that pick.
Man, wouldn't that be special? The Jazz need to be doing everything that they potentially can and possibly can to get that guy and keep him here in Utah. That'd be the greatest thing that happened in basketball in the state of Utah ever.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Take your golf game to the next level. Introducing the Rev Tour, a new competitive league for amateur golfers of all skill levels. It's fair, competitive, flighted league play built for everyone who loves the game. Starting with leagues in northern and southern Utah. Then local regionals advance to Las Vegas for 2026 to punch your ticket to the Nationals. All regional winners will be able to play at Pebble Beach with deep discounts. Sign up now at golfrevtour.com and get $50 off April using promo code REV1280. GolfRevTour.com, promo code REV1280.
At IFA, our mission is to support our customers' passion for the rural and western lifestyle. Whether you have a small garden or acres of farmland, a few backyard chickens or hundreds of cattle, our feed, farm supply, and agronomy experts are here to help. And we've been doing it better than anyone else for more than 100 years now. Stop by one of our stores today or visit us online at ifa.coop and get the kind of service and support for your lifestyle. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
Breaking news just announced. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown has no interest for up to 84 months on 4 brand new 2026 Nissans. 2026 Rogue, Frontier, Pathfinder, and Murano. 4 new models, 0 interest, up to 84 months. At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Less than perfect credit or more than your current car's worth? With no interest up to 84 months, Tim Daly Nissan Southtown can solve your problem. You don't need perfect credit to qualify. And no money down is also an option. Save thousands in low monthly payments. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Home of the Forever Warranty. Financing Oasis. See dealer for details.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
President Dallin H. Oaks.
I have wanted to do what my Heavenly Father wanted me to do.
A beloved father and grandfather.
My dad raised me to be a strong woman.
Led by principle and intelligence.
Smartest and the most powerful person I know.
With a tremendous capacity for faith.
What matters most to him is what the Lord wants.
A journey from childhood to prophet of the world. President Dallin H. Oaks, defender of faith and freedom, Sunday at noon on KSL 5 and on our KSL Plus app.
Selling a home is a big decision, and that's why you need to work with the experts at Omada Real Estate. With their years of experience and proven marketing plans, the team at Omada Real Estate knows what it takes to get your home sold quickly and for top dollar. To get started, go to OmadaRealEstate.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Will Hardy talks about Svi Mikhailuk's ability to be a scorer off the bench.
Yes, he's a pro. He stays ready, works hard every day on his game and his body to be ready when he's called upon. Tonight's obviously a great example of his ability to maintain focus even when he's out of the rotation.
That's your Jazz at 30 update, and it's brought to you by U of U Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in their DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. University of Utah Health, for you, for life. It's a Jazz game day, and we're going to do Jazz Daily next on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know what's coming.
Your daily deep dive into everything Utah Jazz.
It's time!
All season long and even in the off season. It's Jazz Daily with JJ and Alex on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Basketball, gimme the ball because I'm gonna dunk it! Basketball, gimme the ball because I'm gonna dunk it! Basketball.
All right, welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. So when we left the station on Friday, and I go home and we fire up the Jazz game. I've seen these games start off fine enough. Seen the Jazz even had a lead before. A lot of times they relinquish it before half and then they give it up all the way. And then they just kept fighting. The Jazz put together a 43-point third quarter. And I said, this is not the Jazz basketball that I was expecting tonight. More importantly,
why are you playing so good?
Isn't it just a weird friggin' spot that
I'm so glad we're over. This is over soon.
I know it's over soon, but we're still. Oh, listen, the Mammoth and the Jazz, I think, both have 8 games left. Yeah, they both played 74, and they got to get to 82.
Jazz have seven left.
Oh, they have 7 left. Sorry. That's
21
right.
and 54 record. They're at 75, so they have 7 left.
So after the Nuggets finally turned their butts in gear and then and got themselves the win, I mean, they had to put together a 37-24 fourth quarter to be able to win by 6. The Nuggets. I think Ben tweeted it out, too. He was like, what's going on here? The Nuggets actually need to win.
Yeah, they're in a tight race.
They need to win.
And the Nuggets got a big win last night, so that Jazz loss really would have hurt them.
Yeah, so the Nuggets finally figured out fine. But the more important thing is with the 7 games left, and now with a couple of losses, of course, over the weekend. Now, the Suns, and I think the Suns were up by 30 already at the half on the Jazz.
Yeah, they crushed
before it was all said and done.
That went exactly how it was supposed to go.
Right, but here's what you're still getting. The other night at the Suns, you had Kyle Filipowski's been as impressive as any of these other guys.
2 games, yep.
Any of these other guys we talk about, we always talk about Ace, we always talk about Cody Williams' development even, and Bryce Sensabaugh, where they're going to fit in. Kyle Filipowski is growing up before our very eyes, which is actually way ahead of schedule with what we thought we were going to see with a guy who was picked in the second round. We knew he was good value the first day he was picked because you're like, oh, he's projected to go a lot higher. And then there was all this weird baggage stuff people were talking about that didn't make a lot of sense. And
never
guess what?
mattered.
It didn't matter.
No.
26 points the other night at the Suns, and he's having himself a heck of a time. He was 10 of 14 shooting. He was perfect from 3, perfect from the 3-point line, or from the 3-point line and the free throw line. I've loved Flip's game this year. There are very few times that you look at Flip and go, yeah, he's not trying very hard. His rebound numbers are always pretty decent too. He goes after the ball. He's a big body. He's that tall, lengthy body we've been talking about with so many of these lineups you can put together with the Jazz. Is there a spot for him on this roster going forward?
I think so. I think especially when he's on a rookie contract, I think it's going to be valuable to have him there. I think he's a 4 in this league. I don't think he's a 5. And you see the skills he has. He can score. He really can. He's a really good scorer, and he can rebound really well. What's one of the weaknesses of a Jazz future starter at the 4 position? Rebounding. Jaren Jackson Jr., not a great rebounder. Protects the rim, scores at a high clip, very good offensively. Very good defensively, just not a good rebounder. So it's good to have guys on the roster that complement each other and can fill a gap where it exists. Kyle Filipowski can come into a game, play 15 minutes a night, and get you double digits in points and potentially rebounds, depending on how many minutes he gets. He has the ability to do that. So I could see him in the rotation. If you have a 9 or a 10-man rotation moving forward, I could see him being in that. But it's a crowded room now.
Yeah.
We just don't know what Austin Ainge and company are going to do in the offseason with this team. Now, there's different thoughts. I could see them going with the starting lineup we've talked about, and maybe the lottery pick, depending on where it's at, jumps into that starting lineup and Ace is coming off the bench, or Ace is in the starting lineup and the lottery pick comes off the bench. But that's 6 players right there. So where does that leave Kyle Filipowski, Cody Williams, Bryce Sensabaugh, and Isaiah Collier? That's 4 guys. So we're already at 10 right now. That's 10. And I haven't mentioned a Svi Mikhailuk or a number of other guys that they have that are veterans on this group. Kevin Love, do they want to keep Kevin Love?
Well, you mentioned that when
Will
Hardy
is Kevin
said,
Love a rotation guy moving forward? I don't know,
right.
but
when I saw
we're out of room.
We were both listening when Will Hardy mentioned Svi Mikhailuk, and we both went, I haven't heard Svi's name in a minute.
But he had 14 points off the bench in 9 minutes. 14 points off the bench in 9 minutes against the Suns.
Not bad.
4 or 5 from 3. He's got an NBA skill. He's a sniper. He can shoot. And the Jazz moving forward are going to need guys that play specific roles. Even a John Conchar. You're thinking, well, there's no way he's part of their plans, right? Well, what do you need? What do you need on this roster moving forward? Maybe he does have a role because he provides some of and does some of that dirty work coming off the bench and plays a role that you may need in whatever the next phase of the Utah Jazz is. We don't know. This offseason is an offseason of mystery.
Yeah.
We don't know right now if they're gonna keep the pick. We don't know where in the lottery it's at. We don't know who that's going to be. We don't know what free agent moves or trades they might make. We don't know what kind of rotation they're going to build. This team, while we know what the core is, and we know they're going to be winning moving forward, there's still a lot of mystery 1 through 10. And that's going to be really interesting to watch as the Jazz put together that roster construction. A roster constructed to win at the highest level.
So the playoffs for both the Eastern and the Western Conference, you have the 10 teams in both conferences that are in.
Yep.
And
thanks to tanking,
you already know where everybody's
got an early look here.
Yeah, I mean, because the Grizzlies, Pelicans, Mavs, Jazz, and Kings in the West were all eliminated from playoff.
No, it's all locked in. There's the 10 teams in the play. The play-ins are still to be determined, but yes, you're right.
Right. So, and there's going to be some late jockeying probably for the 4, 5, 6. Maybe
because all those teams tanked. Look how tight the races are on both sides of the.
I know. So on the other side, because when you look at all the teams that have been eliminated from playoff contention on the East and the West side, really bad teams. And then
there's only 3.5 games separating the 5th place Raptors and the 10th place Hornets. 3.5 games.
Right. The East is a mess. So even the Rockets and the Timberwolves have identical records. And then they're both only 2 games behind the Nuggets. So 6, 5, and 4 are all separated by 3 games, and 3. 6 down to 3 are all separated by 3 games in the West as well. So there's going to be some jockeying in that soft middle, and they'll have to figure some things out. I don't think the Suns are going to run down the Rockets. I think the 3 through 6 is where it's going to be interesting there in the West. Is there, I have to think that the San Antonio Spurs right now feel like the team in the West that actually has the edge. I know the Thunder are the defending champs. I know they have the defending MVP. But the Spurs, to me, have been more impressive this second half of the season than the Thunder. Like I said, it's not like the Thunder have flopped, but this Spurs team right now that's on an 8-game heater and are only 2.5 games behind the Oklahoma City Thunder, they've been beyond impressive. I know they're young. I know they have a lot going on, but I can't see Wemby being and Stephon Castle and those guys getting held back too much longer before they know they can feel that they are actually probably good enough to be in the NBA Finals.
You think they can make it out of the West?
I know everybody's tough, but every one of the teams underneath them, I think would be afraid of them.
Wemby hasn't played a playoff game yet.
Don't care.
Okay.
Don't care. I think
they're going to skip steps.
It's not about skipping steps. I just think that they're better than all the teams behind them in the standings, not just by record. I think they're better than all those teams. The Nuggets, of course, have so much experience. I wouldn't trust the Lakers at all in the playoffs, JJ.
You know what? They've got Luka.
Oh my gosh.
He's been to a finals.
I know, but I don't think the Lakers are winners. Call me.
They got Austin Reeves. They got
hater.
LeBron James.
The Rockets have KD, but I don't think they're going either.
I would love to crap on the Lakers on the radio right now. I mean, like 18-year-old me is like, I got a microphone. I'm on the radio.
To poop on.
I hate
Lakers
the
sucked
Lakers.
yesterday. They suck again today.
Yeah, they do.
But I'm being objective here. The Lakers have dudes.
Okay.
They do.
I am more afraid. If I'm in the West, I'm more afraid of the Spurs. The Spurs are going to beat the
Suns.
Yes.
Although there is a dynamic to that I think the Suns could rough them up a little bit. You know who plays for the Suns? Dylan Brooks.
Is he off of suspension?
You're just assuming he's suspended.
Or didn't he have a...
Maybe he's injured.
Didn't he and Tiger hang out in one of the cells this last weekend?
Tiger.
Didn't Brooks get hit with a...
Brooks.
Dylan Brooks got hit with a alleged DUI, right? Yeah, see?
Everyone thought the Suns would be in the lottery, and Dylan Brooks has helped them be a playoff team.
You know I love the internet. First of all, I send you guys how much I love the internet all weekend long.
Yes,
and you guys don't even respond to me half the time, okay? Even though I send you funny stuff. You guys have turned into my wife. I send funny reels, and you don't even react to them, idiots.
Oh, gosh.
Okay.
Fine. I'll put a heart emoji on your... Just to let you know.
You didn't even open it, JJ. It wasn't even red.
Okay.
No, but all I'm saying, don't go. He's on his phone. He's sending heart emojis right now.
Yeah.
Don't. All I'm saying is the internet's undefeated because when Tiger's new Broward County Sheriff's Office mugshot came out, we were all waiting. We were all excited. Okay? It's like Christmas for us. And the polo he was wearing is one of his signature lines out of Sunday Red, which, of course, people immediately found on the Sunday Red on the Sunday Red website, where they're sold, by the way, for $150, and they call it the DUI polo. I mean, it's in like the font, like the nice written DUI polo.
That's funny.
That's why the internet's undefeated, man.
It is good.
Anyway, I just am saying, Suns, I mean, the Spurs are, to me, they feel like they just have this wild energy about them. It's the way I think the Thunder looked last year. And guess what? We said all these things about the Thunder. Well, you can't skip steps. Well, you know,
they made the playoffs the previous year, so it wasn't like they went turbo.
No, but no one last year thought to themselves, this is a Western Conference juggernaut. You were like, yeah, but they got these young guys who don't have enough. Chet Holmgren looked like, traveling back from the future Abraham Lincoln, or back from the past, and we were like, this guy can't win championships.
Abraham Lincoln Vampire Slayers.
How many times we had to see that stupid AT&T commercial where he and SGA
man, their ads are terrible.
And Jalen Williams, you're like, oh my gosh.
Wasn't somebody trying to sell us on we should think that the Thunder are villains? And I'm kind of with them. They are so uninteresting. I am so sorry.
Well, SGA certainly hasn't helped over this past year.
Is there anything interesting about the Oklahoma City Thunder?
He hasn't helped himself.
The ads are terrible, by the way.
All right. Speaking of Jazz, we're going to keep going and chatting about the Jazz going forward here. We'll get you ready for Jazz basketball. They are taking on the Cleveland Cavaliers. You know what that means? Got a couple locals coming back. Old Donovan Mitchell with his first team in the NBA coming back, visiting his old stomping grounds. And, of course, Sam Merrill will have we'll set the over-under on Sam Merrill three-pointers tonight. Is that okay? We'll play this game? All right. We'll come back. More to go. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
The point with Utah State, where do they go now? Do they go with another mercenary coach that's going to be gone in 2 years if you're having any sort of success? Which, by the way, is fine.
Absolutely.
It is fine if that is your jam, which has been successful for Utah State. Like, other schools aren't coming to get your coaches if your teams are not playing well. And if you're a young and up-and-coming coach, you've got to know you can win in Logan. You can go to Logan, and it can be your ticket to a better job.
The business end of it, he has to pay a $3.9 million buyout. That's a ton of money for Utah State. Like, that pays for the coach's first year and $2 million in NIL money, which is a lot at Utah State.
Well, hey, Mason Foslev, go buy a house, bro.
Yeah, but honestly, it's going to allow you to keep your top player and hire your next coach.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss, saltlakeCityFatLoss.com. Go to the website. You can click on a tab right there that just says how it works. There's an explanation of what the program's all about. They tell you what it does. You're not going to be doing the injections. You're not doing the hormones. You're not buying meals from them. You're not doing supplements. This is a program that you can follow, and naturally you can drop the weight and keep it off. Salt Lake City Fat Loss right now offering $200 off of their program. If you just mentioned JJ and Alex, we've been on this program since April of 2024. We're coming up on that 2-year mark this next week, and it's been great. Down 65 in that first 60 days for me 2 years ago, and I've kept it all off, and it's all thanks to the program at SLC Fat Loss.
It's awesome. If you want to reach your weight loss goals, this is going to help you do it without the pills, without the injections that cost thousands of dollars. You don't need that. You just need real food and discipline to lose weight. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. This program is going to teach you how to lose the weight. It's going to teach you how to keep it off, and that's the most important word, teach. You're going to learn a lot through this process. I love this program, and that's why I tell people on the radio about it, because it's going to help you reach those goals. Go to their website, get that free consultation, spend 15 minutes on the phone if you're serious about losing weight, and learn more about this program. Find out if it's right for you. And if it is, tell them JJ and Alex sent you. You get $200 off the program, SLC Fat Loss. That's slcfatloss.com.
Did you know your baby might need their first dental visit sooner than you think? Did you know your baby should visit the dentist after their first tooth appears or by their first birthday? Keep your family healthy. Your smile matters. Babies can get cavities as soon as they have teeth. Bad bacteria can be transferred to a baby's mouth through unwashed spoons or pacifiers. Pacifiers dipped in sugar or sweetened drinks can also cause cavities. Prevention begins by using a small, soft toothbrush and a little fluoride toothpaste. Grain of rice size ages 1 to 2 and a pea size ages 3 to 6. Practice with your baby before their first dental exam. A dental professional can give you the best advice to keep your baby healthy and smiling. If you don't have a dentist, visit yoursmileutah.org for more information on community dental services. This message brought to you by Utah Oral Health Coalition, Utah Dental Association, University of Utah School of Dentistry, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, and other Utah health partners. Remember, a healthy smile means a healthier life.
Your smile matters.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. When you want to hear one of our local teams play, dial up 97.5 The Zone. Tonight, it's the Utah Jazz at home in the Delta Center against Donovan Mitchell and the Cleveland Cavaliers. The game tips off at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. And tomorrow night is the Bees home opener, hosting Sacramento, right here on 97.5 The Zone. And if you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
Life is busy and honestly, sometimes a little chaotic. Between work, school drop-offs, sports, and everything in between, some days feel completely upside down. Dinner used to be one of the hardest parts of my day. Now, it's the easiest. When life feels upside down, Beehive Meals helps keep me grounded with home-cooked freezer meals that are ready when I am. No planning, no scrambling, just real food my family loves. Head to beehivemeals.com and stock your freezer with your solution to easy, delicious dinners and a little peace of mind.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
This is Carla Hall for Eggland's Best. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, make sure you're choosing wholesome ingredients like Eggland's Best Eggs to plus up your nutrition. With more than 6 times the vitamin D and double the omega-3s and vitamin B12 compared to ordinary eggs, Eggland's Best supports a healthy lifestyle. Available in so many delicious varieties: classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs. Visit egglandsbest.com to learn more.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Alexander Kerfoot talks about keeping the pressure on the LA Kings in that massive win Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, we've been getting off some really good starts and then haven't been able to capitalize and finish, play a full 60. I thought we did a great job in the second. Power play was huge, getting a goal there at the end of the first to kind of give us a little momentum. We carried that into the second, and we didn't let up.
That's your Mammoth at 50 update. We'll get you ready for Jazz Cavaliers next on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
The biggest name. You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Final segment of the day for us as we get you ready for Jazz basketball on your radio home of the Utah Jazz, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. 6 o'clock means you're going to get the coach, Tim Lacombe, Jake Scott, presumably. I haven't heard otherwise. I haven't seen them on the injury list. Impingement? Question mark?
No, I don't think. Does Jake still have impingement?
I'm being impinged over here. Let me see here. They upgraded him just to hip, by the way, Larry Markkinen. They've taken impingement
They got the impingement out. Now it's just the hip.
They removed the impingement. That was the whole problem. Now he's just got to recover. No Collier, no Keontae George. So those two fellas, with them out, you're going to see your usual suspects of like your Cody Williamses, your Bryce Sensabazes, Ace Bailey. The youngest the youngest backcourt like that you can imagine. Going to throw them out there. And you know what? They're taking on the Cleveland Cavaliers tonight right across the street at Delta Center. Donovan Mitchell, where he made his big debuts, of course, as a rookie. And just, man, that was a lot of fun when he was here. He'll come in. I'm assuming he's going to get a nice cheer from the crowd. Sam Merrill. Who gets the bigger cheer, Sam Merrill or Donovan Mitchell?
Sam Merrill.
Really?
Not even close.
Over under, I'm going to set right now on Sam Merrill three-pointers at 4.5.
4.5.
I'm getting aggressive because
that
you
is
said
aggressive.
I told you you told me he gets aggressive when he's coming back into town. He wants to show those three.
Last time
shots.
he made more than 4 in a game, February 22nd. I'm taking the under, but I bet he gets 4.
Gosh, I didn't know JJ was such a Sam Merrill hater.
Stop.
I knew that was going to get him because he's like the biggest Sam Merrill honk on the planet. Wants to see Sam do well. This guy, when you cover somebody like Sam for so many years, and then I go, I didn't know you were going to throw him under the bus like that with only 4 three-pointers tonight, JJ. How dare you?
He had 4 on Wednesday, so he's done that recently.
Now, the question is against the Jazz, what has he done? That's the question.
Well, he's got a chance to come home and be impressive. Let me say that.
We'll see. All right, I'm going to set it at 4.5. I'll take the over then.
He's shooting 33% from 3 in his last 10 games.
How much?
33.9% from 3 his last 10.
He's been better than that before.
But he's shooting 42% on the road.
Okay. Jazz and Cavaliers tonight across the street. So the game, how does this one end up with the Cavs in town? They're a team that obviously they're sharpening the tools, getting ready for the playoffs.
And they're still jockeying for position. They want to hold on to home court in the Eastern Conference. So they're coming here to win this game and to get out of here quickly.
All good news for the Jazz.
Yes.
All right.
This should be a fun night for everybody involved. The Jazz will get one step closer to keeping that lottery pick, and everybody gets to watch Sam Merrill, and Donovan Mitchell fans get to watch him as well.
Let's do it. It's coming up right now, right after us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jazz basketball coming right at you next.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your new 2026 Mazda CX-5 has arrived at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. There's huge inventory of this newly remodeled Mazda CX-5, and with offers as low as 1.9%, now is the perfect time to get yours. That's right, the newly designed Mazda CX-5 can be yours for financing as low as